Boys, this guy looks like a literal creep.
You Donald, be quiet. This Rose fellow is still talking.
Yeah, Donald, he's introducing us to the world of Pokemon and Galar.
Yeah, whatever, Joe. But anyway, everyone, welcome to our new series. This is Pokemon Sword. We hope you'll enjoy it, so please remember to like and subscribe.
Yeah, and some of you may have noticed a change in Donald and Joe's voices. Well, it's because we've had to change the software we use to generate the AI sound, so we hope you all don't mind.
Yeah, that's why we may sound a little different, but anyway, we're still here making content and playing a new awesome game.
Yeah, that aside, here we go, boys. And this time Joe will be playing through this game. I just hope we don't have to send the Pokemon we use in this series to therapy like Obama's team in Pokemon Ultra.
Listen here, Donald, that was just one series where I played bad. And going forward, I don't want to hear any more comments about how bad or not I played through Ultra Sun, okay?
I won't play like that trash bag Donnie, don't worry. But anyway, Leon gave us an awesome intro, and now we can go visit our character for the first time.
Yeah, and as always, when we start a new series, Obama will be making comments on how hot our mom is. So how is she doing this time, Barry?
Sadly, Donald, this mom isn't as great as the others we've come across, and that includes the Pixel moms, too. I think we should make a tier list of hot Pokemon moms boys. It'll be a great video.
I absolutely think we should do that, Obama. What a great idea. And if Donald disagrees, then we can just ignore him.
Yeah, nice try, Joe, but I won't be sanctioning that. There is no way you even have time for that list since you're doing all the editing and scripting for this series.
Yeah, this series is going to be super fun, actually, so let's focus on this for now. And by the way, everyone, we already have our team for this series sorted, so we won't be taking suggestions this time, but feel free to let us know your favorite Galar Region Pokemon.
Okay, this is officially the dumbest house we've ever had to live in, boys. It's just a goddamn straight line, and I still can't find my way around it.
No, the worst thing is that god-awful backpack we have to lug around for this whole game. It's so ugly, holy hell. And it's also the color of a poo.
So are you, Barry, but you don't see anyone complaining LMFAO. But anyway, jokes aside, I do agree that backpack is utter trash looking. We gotta get a new one.
Could someone explain to me why this game got so much hate? Apart from the whole National Dex thing, it's not a bad game, and the graphics are amazing.
Yeah, this outside do be looking very zesty, boys. The colors and the general vibe is straight fire.
Yeah, and this sheep thing is trying to break through the gate there, Joseph. Are you gonna do anything about that?
That Pokemon is called Wooloo Donald, and it's such a cutie pie. I even have a plush of it, which I sleep with every night in the White House.
You know what, that literally doesn't surprise me at all, but anyway, we're here in Hop's house now. And sadly, his mom isn't a hottie either.
Not gonna lie, I thought that was a man for a second, but nope. It's his mom. And their house is literally the same as ours, but all reversed.
Yeah, well, that's called lazy designing, Donald, probably so they could get this game out as fast as possible. But anyway, boys, I need to head into town now so we can get our first Pokemon.
This British landscape is pretty accurate if you ask me, except seeing the sun out here is a bit unnatural, so that's my only complaint so far along with our mom being ugly.
Of course, that's your only real complaint, Barry, but check it out, boys. It's the champion Leon himself. And something I'd have liked to see in this game is a world tournament kind of deal like we have in Black and White 2.
Nah, I'm sorry, guys, but the real main issue with this game is that Charizard being like 3 feet tall. What the hell were they thinking with that one?
Okay, yeah, seeing Charizard be that small is actually mad, boys. There is no way a Charizard should be smaller than a trainer. I mean, Ash's one in the anime was like 7 feet tall, remember?
Okay, but if you both read the Pokedex information about Charizard, then you'd know his height is actually about that tall. They portray him way bigger in the anime for some reason when he's not actually that big.
All right, well, as far as I'm concerned, that's a sin, and whoever came up with this idea should be thrown into the sun. I cannot accept the fact that Charizard be that small, holy hell.
You can complain about this all you want to, but who are you to make a change this big, Barry? And anyway, we're about to get to the most important part of this game, boys. We're going to be picking our starter Pokemon.
Yeah, and following our current trend of starter Pokemon choices, I think it's about time we picked a grass type, and this little one is actually one of my favorites, believe it or not.
Yeah, so as Donald just ruined for you all, we will be picking the grass type starter, which is something I wanted to surprise them all with, you fat oaf, but anyway, it is what it is.
There's only one reason why you'd both actually want to pick a grass-type starter, and this one especially, and it's obviously a jab at me, isn't it?
Obama, we literally have no idea what you're on about, but you better name it after him, Joe. But our choice still has nothing to do with you, LMAO.
Well, it clearly has everything to do with me, but I think I'll change the subject here real quick and give a shout out to a viewer who has been asking us for one for a month now.
Oh yeah, the shout out. But please don't beg for shout outs from us though. We will give you one though in episode 2 of this series to the person who can give us the best Pokemon fact they know.
Yeah, we did this before, so leave comments on your best facts, everyone. And here we are with our Grookie now, boys.
Yeah, we just celebrated getting our first Pokemon with a barbecue, which was cool to see. Usually as soon as we get our starter Pokemon, we sort of just leave and never come back home.
Oh yeah, and as usual, I will be making my phone calls to make sure that we have the best team possible in terms of the looks department. For those of you new around here, I only allow shiny Pokemon to be used in these playthroughs.
Yeah, our friend Donnie here is a simp for shiny Pokemon, and since this is all a meme anyway, we don't really care, so yeah, as usual, the team will be full of absolutely goated shiny Pokemon.
Usually I argue with him about that, but this time I've given up since he'll ignore me anyway. But here we go. Joe. The first real battle of this game, and we actually have the Pokemon, which is super effective against our rival, which is a little strange.
I was thinking that too when he picked Sobble earlier, Barry, but I guess that's good for us, although when the hell did he have the time to catch this sheep?
Wooloo is utter garbage anyway, Donald, so if anything, it's just a time waster Pokemon in this first battle. Although I've never used one properly, so it could actually be pretty good, who knows.
I would laugh so much if that sheep ended up having higher stats than our monkey does when they get to level 100 or something, Joe. That would make Obama feel even worse, LMFAO.
I mean, I already feel bad enough with the name I just noticed you gave this Grookey, Donald. I mean, this Pokemon doesn't even look like a berry, you know?
Okay, GG to our rival. He better get used to losing because that's all he'll be throughout this playthrough. A big fat loser.
I mean, living in the shadow of the literal strongest trainer in the world must be bad enough, and then on top of that, he goes and loses his first battle to his friend. I would just give up if I was him.
Yeah, that would probably make me feel really bad too, let's be honest. He literally will always be a third-rate trainer. He can't beat his brother, and now he'll never be able to beat us unless Joe makes a mess of the battles.
Barry, I could redirect you to the 6-hour full movie I put together of you playing through Pokemon Ultra Sun, but acting like it was Grand Theft Auto with the murder spree you were on killing our own Pokemon.
Yeah, he's got you there, Obama. And now that footage will live for eternity on the internet for many thousands of people to see how bad you are at Pokemon battles.
Let's just forget I said anything, boys, and instead focus on one of the first new Galar Region Pokemon Joe has just encountered. This is the little squirrel dude, which I think is quite cute, actually.
Yeah, that was Scalvit, which is a really neat Pokemon, although here's a little fact. Squirrels in the UK used to be red, but our American gray ones kind of took over population-wise and wiped the red ones out, basically.
That's right, Joe. So as the British once took over our sacred lands, we have now done the same to them with the use of the gray squirrel.
That is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, but whatever. And neither of you have even talked about where we are here.
Oh yeah, I can do that. So this place is called the Slumbering Weald, and I literally have no clue why it's called that, and I also have nothing more to say about this place either.
Imagine the kind of reviews Joe would leave for places he's visited on Yelp Obama. He'd be the guy to state the obvious and then give the place a 1-star rating.
Yeah, probably. Or he'd fall asleep at the place he was visiting and then complain about the lack of sleeping facilities. He'd do that to his dentist, I bet LMAO.
Joke's on you, Barry, my teeth are false. But anyway, did you two just hear that sound? It was the cry of a Pokemon, I swear.
Yeah, that was clearly the cry of the legendary Pokemon Joe. Also, what do you two think about the legendaries in this game, of which there are technically 3 if you include Eternatus?
From what I remember, Donald, the doggo Pokemons are pretty good in competitive play. I don't know much about Eternatus, though, since I've never really used it, but maybe the viewers can let us know if it's any good.
And speaking of the devil, here is one of them now. I can't remember the name of this one since they both basically have the same goddamn name, but I do know this one is the Sword Fellow.
Yeah, dumbass, because you're playing Pokemon Sword, so obviously it would be that. Plus, this one is my favorite out of the 2 anyway. The Shield one looks silly in my opinion.
And now, for some reason, we're challenging it to a battle, but none of our moves are even having an effect on it.
I doubt this is the actual Pokemon Donald. It's probably like a hallucination or something. I get many of those these days, actually.
I'm pretty sure you've had those ever since you were Fetus Joe LMFAO, but anyway, this whole part of the game basically introduces us to the Legendary, which is a new thing since every other game makes a point to show off the box Legendaries in some super amazing way.
Yeah, you make a good point there, Obama. I feel like the introduction to the Legendary in this game was a bit underwhelming, to be honest.
And then, of course, Leon shows up right as we get taken out by the Ghost Doggo. A bit late there, bro, and this guy's meant to be the strongest trainer in the world.
He basically came over here to lecture us on how to be safe instead of saving us, but anyway, he's still probably one of my favorite champs, so I can't really complain. And do you two think we should use the Legendary on our team, by the way?
Now, Obama, the team we have planned is already goated to hell, and I'm sure the viewers will love it. It'll probably be one of my favorite teams to which we will use.
All right, Donald, good shout. And also, that's probably the last time we'll see our mom again, too. And on that note, I think we should end the episode here, boys. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our new series, everyone. So please remember to like and subscribe and consider joining our Patreon linked below if you want to help support the channel.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone. We aim to get as many episodes out as fast as possible, but also don't want to get burned out, so please bear with us. Yo, boys, look who's back. It's Jizzy Joe Biden. The most gangster person you'll all ever meet, so go like and subscribe if you want to be as cool as me.
Oh, great, and I thought this time he'd actually got rid of that ridiculous side, but here we are all over again, and he's actually playing the game too.
Okay, yeah, before all that, I see you actually went and got a shiny Grookey Donald. And we had lots of viewer suggestions telling us to try get the grassy surge ability. So that should be useful too, actually.
Yeah, so this little monkey dude should be able to help us beat this game, even though this game is so easy anyway.
Also, you two, I believe we have a shout out to give to a viewer who gave us the best Pokemon facts. So who is it for this episode?
Oh yeah, we'd like to shout out this person you can see on the screen right now. Turtwig was the first starter I picked in Gen 4. So I like this fact. And also Torterra is a goated Pokemon for sure.
Yeah, so thanks to Kansas City for that fact. Please leave us more facts in the comments if this video for the chance to get a shout out in the next episode, everyone.
Okay, so we've made it to the Pokemon lab now, boys. So well done, Jizzy Joe. Maybe you'll do better than normal Joe in this series.
Yeah, and here is one hot AF character in the series, boys. This is Sonia, and she's a solid 10 out of 10 in my eyes.
Keep your pants on, Obama. I think she's taken since I get the vibe that Sonia and Leon are a thing, maybe. At least it seems that way a little bit.
Maybe I should introduce myself to her. I bet I could steal her off Leon boys, don't you two think?
I highly, highly doubt that, Joe, you moron. She's obviously more into me than you. Why wouldn't she? I'm just such a cool guy and a really good and strong Pokemon trainer, too.
Yeah, wait till we show her your entire 6-hour playthrough of Pokemon Ultra Sun Barry. She'd reject you faster than Joe asking a 20-year-old on a date LMFAO.
Okay, I won't actually take offense to that because I'm Jizzy Joe today and not that other sleepy old fart. But anyway, I just got the Pokedex from that hot Gingic boys, but now we have to go see some other professor.
Before that, Joe, we're getting introduced to the Pokemon centers. And I like the style of the ones in the Galar region, actually. You can even buy coffee on the left there, Joe.
This is a building I don't hope to spend much time in like you had to Obama in your last playthrough of Pokemon. I'm hoping Joe and Jizzy Joe have surpassed your level of skill.
Well, I didn't spend as much time with him as you did Donald in the Alola region, but I hope to make more of an appearance in this series since I'll be the one playing for once, which should be great fun.
Trust me, Jizzy Joe, we all had to go to therapy after Obama's playthrough, but let's forget about that horror now and make our way to see Professor Magnolia, whatever her name is.
Oh great, here we are getting another tutorial on how to catch Pokemon, boys. It's not like we've played through about 5 games now at least. And Leon here thinks we're noobs or something.
Yeah, and he didn't even attack the Wooloo to lower its health. He just threw the Pokeball at it and somehow magically caught it, which is mad.
Yeah, that was a bit weird and goes against everything we know about catching Pokemon. Actually, back in our day, you had to first lower the Pokemon's health or put a status condition on it.
Putting sleep as the status effect on a Pokemon is actually the best one to use, Obama. I played around with a Pokemon catch rate calculator like a nerd and found that out.
I'm sure I could have told you that without you having to mess around with a calculator first, Donald, but sure, whatever. I'm sure normal Joe would agree with that fact, though.
And talking of Joe, glad he's not here right now because we're having our first official trainer battle other than the one with Hop from earlier. And this one is against a youngster.
Yeah, and all he has is a stupid little squirrel again. I wonder if anyone actually used this Pokemon in a proper playthrough before.
Hey, I can't believe they went and changed the youngster's name in this game, boys. Instead of Joey, this guy's called Jake, which is a sin.
Yeah, wonder why they changed that. But anyway, that battle was a joke, like every battle on this route is going to be. And this one is against a lass who should be in school but isn't.
Okay, I do have a small complaint about Grassy Surge, boys. I like the ability a lot, and it makes sense, but it takes so long to activate that this battle would normally be over if we didn't have it.
It doesn't really matter, though, does it, Donald? Our Monkey Bay Berry here is super up, and nothing will stop him.
Well, you do realize the first gym is a grass type one, Joe, so that battle could end up literally being a drag. We probably won't have anything super effective against grass by the time we get there, too.
As long as normal Joe isn't playing, then I'm sure we'll be fine, Obama. But here we are, battling the new first route bug-type Pokemon in the Game Boys, and it's called Blip Bug.
I think this guy's kind of cute. And plus, I really like him more because he's got that gold tint on him, just how I have a gold tint on myself right now.
Joe, you literally have the opposite of a tint on you, dumbass. You have like 5 gold chains on your neck at once, and somehow you're able to keep good posture with all that crap on, too.
As much as you like that bug, Joe, it's still a piece of garbage, just like how most bug-type Pokemon are, let's be honest.
They're not all bad, Donald. How about we ask our viewers to leave a comment letting us know which bug-type Pokemon they think is the strongest? That would be fun to see.
My vote would have to be with Genesect Joe. It's such a cool Pokemon to begin with, and having a cannon on its back makes it a literal badass, in my opinion.
Genesect is cool, Barry, but I think Scizor is such a cool Pokemon, although the real proper answer to your question, Joseph, is Arceus with the insect plate on him, LMAO.
I was waiting for that response from you, Donald, but anyway, boys, I just made it to Professor Magnolia's house, I think. And I was hoping she could become one of my groupies, but after looking at her, I'm out.
She needs that walking stick to basically hold herself up, Jizzy Joseph, so yeah, that's never going to happen, is it?
She's too busy doing research on Dynamax anyway, apparently. It seems that's the purpose of the professor in this region, although I think Professor Sycamore has the best research.
Agreed, Joe. He was researching Mega Evolution in Kalos, and he could be discovering new ones in Pokemon Legends Z. Remember, boys, and maybe Flygon will finally get that Mega Evolution it deserves.
All right, Jizzy Joe, looks like you got another battle to take part in to see if you're worthy of getting one of those Dynamax band things. And one thing I really like about all this is us not needing to go to a Pokemon Center to reuse Dynamax, unlike with terrestrializing.
I'm about to cream this guy again anyway, Barry. Watch me destroy him and his dumb sheep Pokemon and whatever else he's probably caught now.
Hop is one of the worst rivals in the entire series, I think, guys. Don't you all agree? He's never challenging, and his team is garbage at the end, too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he has 3 Pokemon now, too, Joe. And we still only have our little monkey boy, and he'll still get destroyed, which would also make me want to give up if this ever happened to me.
I mean, it did kind of happen to you for a straight 6 hours, Obama LMFAO. But that aside, I wonder what his new Pokemon will be.
Here it is already being sent out, Donald. It's Rookidee, and this little guy is one of the fan favorites from this region, boys. We almost did actually plan to use one for this team, but sadly it won't be happening this time around.
Yeah, this guy is meant to be a Raven or something when it fully evolves, and it only has 1 evolution stage instead of 2 like most of the bird Pokemon in the series except Swellow.
Swellow needs more love too, since you brought him up, Joe. We made a poll a few weeks ago of everyone's favorite bird Pokemon, and Swellow came in dead last.
Agreed, Donald. Swellow is goated, but we all know Talonflame is probably one of the best bird Pokemon in the series. I also like Star, Raptor, and Pidgeot since it can Mega Evolve.
Okay, boys, I absolutely bodied this guy to hell and back, and he's still smiling. I guess that's some major positive vibes that he has going on.
All I can care about is getting out Dynamax Band, Joe. Plus, I bet you'd look extra dapper with that white band on your wrist. It'll match your suit, too.
Talking of clothes, I think we really need to visit a store and get rid of that ugly-ass backpack we have on and this silly red sweater, too. Plus, our trousers look ridiculous.
Well, if you want to get the better clothes, Joe, then you'll need to wait until we get a few more gym badges, since I think we unlock more clothes the further we progress into the game.
Hey, that meteor wishing star thing just fell out of the sky from somewhere. Isn't that what the professor uses to make our Dynamax Band 2, boys? I thought it came from Eternatus.
I don't even know much about Eternatus, to be honest, Donald. I just know he has 2 signature moves, and somehow he's stronger than Giratina Origin form.
Okay, Yeah, we saw a bunch of comments about that in the first episode of this series, and I find that utterly stupid. How the hell can Eternatus have a higher stat total than Giratina, who is literally the second Pokemon to exist ever?
Was he the second Pokemon created, though, Obama, really? I'm pretty sure Arceus created Dialga and Palkia first, since they represent time and space.
Yeah, but Giratina represents antimatter, although I'm not sure if that's the proper term for him, but either way, it makes sense for him to be second. And then the other two came next.
I don't really know what you two are on about, and I also don't give a shit either, and I think we're done here anyway, so it's time to leave.
Is that before or after we get another catching tutorial from Hop? First his brother, and now him LMFAO.
He was just explaining how you can sneak up on them and also move around them so they don't chase you, Joe. Something your other personality is very good at doing, but anyway, we need to head to Wedgehurst now.
Yeah, we're going to be finally leaving home and this whole area of the Galar region, and we're going to be going straight to the wild area, which is one of the newer features in this game.
Yeah, and then when Scarlet and Violet came out, the whole goddamn region basically became a wild area, which is actually something I really like about those games. It did make it feel more real.
I really don't like it when the Pokemon ambush you from the grass, though, Donald. Like this Yamper just chased me down, and now I have to waste my life battling it.
Well, good you did, because that battle got us up to level 12, which is always good, but I do agree it can be annoying getting ambushed sometimes.
I'd like to say the next few episodes will be longer than the first two. It's just getting out of this first area took a while, and we have been busy in real life, so we hope you all understand.
Yeah, but we finally made it out that godforsaken wrote Donald and can finally get on board the train all the way to the wild area.
The wild area is huge, but we won't be able to access the whole place right now, if I remember correctly, Joe. We need to get more badges from the gyms, and then I think more things will unlock for us.
True, Obama, but they ripped off the Lake of Rage from Johto and called it the Lake of Outrage in this game, which I really don't like, but that's where we need to go catch the dragon type of this playthrough.
Oh God, our moms are solid 1 out of 10s in this game. What the hell happened? And are our fathers still in that Pokemon war or what?
I did make that observation in the first episode about our moms, Joe. And I still have no idea why we don't have fathers in this game. Surely we should, since we did in Gen 3.
And here we go, the adventure begins, boys. This is where the fun begins, but how about we close this episode for now? We hope you enjoyed it, so please remember to like and subscribe.
Yeah, in part 3 we'll be exploring the wild area, and we may or may not have our second Pokemon for this playthrough, so make sure you all stay tuned for that. And if you want to help support the channel, then consider becoming a member.
I prefer you playing instead of normal Joe, by the way. Maybe we could just keep Jizzy Joe around, don't you think, Donald?
I don't like either of them, but I guess Jizzy Joe is the lesser of two evils, LMFAO.
Okay, boys, what if I told you the area we're about to go in is why this game is so hated?
Well, that's obviously not entirely true, Joe, but yeah, the trees in the wild area do be looking a bit off. But anyway, welcome back everyone to part 3 of Joe's Galar Region journey. Please remember to like the video and subscribe.
And check out the newest member for our team, boys. This is Larvitar, who I've named Obsidian.
Donald, why the hell did you get this Pokemon for our team when it's not even a Galar Region Pokemon? It's from Gen 2.
Because, Barry, we've never had the chance to use this Pokemon, plus Tyranitar is goated to hell, and furthermore, Joe needs all the help he can get. So what's the issue, really?
Hey, I'm all for it, so stop ruining this for me, Obama. Tyranitar is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon too, and Johto was the first region we visited when we started our channel.
Okay, well, I'm sure everyone else will love to see shiny Tyranitar when it's fully evolved, and check it out, boys. The solid 10 Sonia is back on our screens, and she looks even more gorgeous.
Yes, she do be looking very solid, Obama, like something else, but anyway, we're about to venture into the wild area for the first time, Joe, so be careful.
Yeah, but the Pokemon in the beginning areas will be weak as hell, remember Donald, so I don't think I have anything to worry about right now, although we need to do a Dynamax battle for sure.
Yeah, Joe, you need to find a max raid den in here. There's a bunch of them dotted around, so they should be easy enough to find.
I was hoping to see more Pokemon walking around, but looks like we really have nothing to worry about here.
Okay, this is the den we'll be heading into first, boys. I have no idea how this will go or how strong the Pokemon inside the den will be, but oh well.
Okay. And we can actually invite friends in our friends list to join us, but since Joe has no friends, I guess we'll be battling with some random AI.
Wow, this is a battle against a stupid bug thing. I was hoping for a Gigantamax Zekrom or something in here, but all we get is this shit.
Were you actually expecting to find Zekrom in here, Joe? In a level 10 raid den? You really have lost the plot now, haven't you, dumbass?
And this is going to be a disaster, I can already tell. We have nothing useful against this thing, and if you had been smart and chosen Score Bunny instead of the stupid monkey, we'd then have a better chance.
Okay, yeah, this was maybe a mistake. We just got nuked by some mud attack by a bug. And now Obsidian is dead.
Joe, what the hell are you doing, man? Now we can't even send out another Pokemon and just have to stand on the side like a little peasant cheering the other morons on.
Yeah, this was a really big mistake, Joe. Maybe we should have come back later with stronger Pokemon, or you should have let me and Donald have a go.
Look how stupid we look, Joe. And it's all because of you. You have made us look like a fool standing on the sidelines when we're meant to be the Pokemon champion.
Well, the other three here are barely doing anything to help the situation, so I wouldn't say this is entirely my fault, boys. How about we give the shout out to one of our viewers instead?
All right, fine. And the shout out for this video goes to the viewer you can all see on the screen right now. It's cool to know about Haxorus being the first Gen 5 Pokemon that was created, and something we didn't know either.
Yeah, and that same viewer pointed out how Corvid Knight has 3 evolution stages, not 2 like Joe said it did in the last episode, The Idiot.
Yeah, that was my bad, but I don't really know much about this gen. I don't even know the number this gen is either, so yeah.
Okay, well, in other news, this battle is somehow still going on even though we're back in it, but please post more comments about Pokemon facts for the chance to get a shout out in the next video.
Oh my God, finally, this stupid battle is over, and please never enter another den until you're ready, Joe. This was such a waste of time and an embarrassment, too.
Okay, but did you see the amount of candies we got from McDonald? I can use them to level up our team now, which should help us with the next battle.
Joe, you better not waste those candies on something stupid. And also, holy hell, you just found a female combi too. Those are super rare, Joe.
Yeah, it's cool and all, but has anyone actually ever used a Vespiquen? I mean, probably not. And also, there should be a Vespiking too. Kings are just better than queens.
Queens are the most powerful piece in chess, Donald. And also, there is only queen bees too, not king ones.
And I should care about all that because of what exactly? Anyway, my point still stands, and I'm sure there is someone who will agree with me, although Vespiquen is not bad actually, if I'm being honest.
Boys, I keep finding these Watt things and I have no idea what they're for or how I should use them. Does anyone have any ideas?
I have no idea, Joe, but I'm sure a kind viewer will let us know how those Watt things work. You keep finding, but I doubt it's important, to be honest.
Yeah, it's probably not important, Joseph, and look, we actually made it to the first major city of this game too, boys. This is also where our first gym battle will be, isn't it?
Actually, Donald, I think this is where the Fire Gym leader fellow is going to be based. The first gym in this game is actually a grass type, which we have nothing good against.
Grass is like the little peasant type in Obama. Just watch me slay that gym leader, whoever he is.
This city has the industrial Victorian kind of style vibes, don't you both think? I do be liking how this place looks and feels a lot. Maybe we'll see Jack the Ripper here, LMAO.
I hope not, Donald, but we have run into the hot goddess again, Sonia. She makes me very thirsty if it was already apparent. But anyway, I'd like to have a conversation about how the gym leaders in the Galar region are like the least memorable ever.
Hey, that's a very good point, Obama. The gym leaders in this region barely got any screen time in the anime except like B and Alistair. But the others just got ditched, kinda.
Don't forget Ryan too, though, Joe. That guy is said to be as strong as Leon almost, which means he's probably stronger than every other champion too.
I think a battle of Raihan versus Volkner would be super cool to watch, boys, don't you think? I mean, Volkner was so strong that it made him bored and depressed.
I think that's his fault, though, for not pushing himself. I mean, he could have gone off to find some stronger trainers to battle because there's always someone stronger, remember.
True, he could have. Joe and Volkner did say if he beat us in Gen 4, then he'd leave the gym and go take on the Elite Four, which I bet he could have beaten as well, actually.
Hey, Leon just gave us a pretty neat item, Joe, so you should stick that on Grookey. That Miracle Seed boosts the power of grass-type moves, although it won't be useful until we battle Nessa, who's the water-type leader.
Oh, hey, Joe, this is the part of the game where we get our gym challenge outfit and we get to choose what number we want on the back of it.
Oh, if that's the case, then I have the perfect number. He. You guys will absolutely love this.
Oh, for the love of God, Joe, don't put 69 on our shirt and then knowing our luck will get canceled for it.
Hey, I did think about that for a little bit, Obama, but decided against it, so instead you can see what number I'll put on our shirt.
I bet it will still be something stupid, but either way, let's see this then, Joe. And I like the fact that in this game, it's like we're not the only ones taking on the gyms, but lots of other people are too.
Okay, Joe, you have gone and picked the number 81. I have no idea what that's a reference to. So is it your IQ or something?
Yeah, very funny, Obama, but no, I'm not even going to tell you what it's a reference to so people can comment below if they want. And I want to see if anyone knows. It's not even a big deal anyway.
Another good thing about this is we get to stay in the fanciest hotels for free, Joe, because you're taking part in the gym challenge.
You say that, Donald, but the one we're about to stay in here is called the Voodoo Inn. Now, what kind of trash name is that for a 5-star establishment?
True, Joe, they could have called this place the Arceus Inn or the Dialga Inn. That would be much more fitting for such a luxurious place, but instead they go with Voodoo.
Hey, Obama, here's another chance for you to start sipping out again since Sonia has showed up, and she's going on about some boring history crap to do with the Galar region.
She's talking about the legend of the Sword and Shield Donald, which everyone seems to think is a person, but it's clearly a Pokemon. I mean, they goddamn thing is the box art on the front of the game.
Obama, you moron, they can't see the box art, can they? They don't even know this is all a simulation as well. But more importantly than all that, this is our first introduction to the evil team in this game, boys.
And wow, we're jumping right into a battle with them too. So everyone, this is Team Yell, and basically I have no idea what the point of them even is. It's like Game Freak just came up with this team because they need to have a team in every game.
Yeah, you're probably right about that, Joseph, and I think since Gen 5, every team after that has just gotten worse and worse. Team Plasma was the last team where you felt they were actually evil and could do some real damage.
Yeah, Getsus was just downright evil. Remember in the Ultra Sun Post game, he just literally beat up Lily and pushed her over. That was child abuse as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, this Larvitar little dude is so awesome, Donald. Thanks for adding him to our team. So far, he's one-shotting everything, although is he even supposed to have this move yet?
Joe, stop getting caught up in the details and just enjoy the damn Pokemon, will you please? When it's fully evolved, our little Larvitar is going to be one of the MVPs, that's for sure.
For God's sake, how many of these battles is there even going to be boys? It's like these guys never end and just keep appearing to battle us, and I don't even know why.
They're doing all this nonsense to try stall us from participating, Obama, so their leader can win. I think her name is Marnie, and she's not even bad, to be honest. At least in the anime, she wasn't.
Yeah, Marnie is pretty chill, not gonna lie. And her brother is that dark-type gym leader, which I think we'll be encountering later on, boys. Pierce or something is his name, I think.
Yeah, he's pretty neat, too. Got nothing bad to say about him, and his team is quite solid as well, although there isn't many dark-type gym leaders in the series, is there?
If that's the case, Obama, then I think you should become a dark-type leader. You would be very good at it, LMFAO.
Shots fired right there by Donald LMFAO. But anyway, I think that's all those Team Yell Grunts beat for now, I hope anyway. I wonder if they'll be doing anything evil like a proper team.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear any of that, YouTube, but yeah, for now, Joe. That's Team Yell dealt with, and even Marnie showed up in the end to see what all the fuss was about.
This Pokemon game really takes a long time for us to actually start battling, doesn't it, boys? I mean, take Gen 4, for example. By this point, we'd probably already be in Eterna City and beaten the gym there, too.
Yeah, and in those games, I wasn't getting as lost as I am now, but I'm also not really reading the dialogue boxes properly, am I?
Well, in your defense, Joe, I think this game can be a little confusing on where to go sometimes, but they make up for that with some of the easiest battles ever. I mean, even the battle tower at the end of the game is a joke.
Okay, Joe, now all the drama has been dealt with in this dumb hotel. We can head straight to the stadium and start the inauguration of the Battle Gym Challenge.
Okay, fine, but we're still not actually having a gym battle yet, remember. I don't even care about some stupid inauguration. I already have to attend a bunch of those as president.
Hey, Joe, when we start visiting the other stadiums, you'll see a human Pokeball guy just standing about, and if you talk to him, you'll get super rare balls.
Okay, we're about to change into our Gym Challenge outfit, Joe, and look, they even zoomed in on your stupid 81 on the back of your shirt. And I still don't know what that means.
Yeah, and you probably never will, but hey, look, it's that Rose fellow again, boys, and his assistant person. I guess since he's the chairman, he's going to be funding everything.
Yeah, but I bet I'm still richer than he is, Joe. And I have a better hairstyle, but you guys will probably say something like how that's debatable.
Yeah, that is very debatable, Donald, but either way, you aren't imprisoning a legendary Pokemon in your basement like this psychopath is. So I'd say Rose is a lot worse than you are.
Hey, look, all the gym leaders of this place are getting a really cool Avengers-style entrance, whilst all I get is a stupid white t-shirt with my age on the back of it.
So that's what that number means, Joe? It's your stupid age, seriously? Well, I think that being your IQ suits you a lot better, LMRO.
I literally can't remember half these guys' names except that hot one and Royan, and then there's Opal, who is, how should we say, a little eccentric.
Opal is a real G, Donald. She's like the gangster of all gangsters, and she also loves the color pink, too.
Actually, her favorite color is purple, but sure, whatever. Anyway, look, you also got your Avengers-style entrance too, Joe, so you should be happy now, right?
I would hardly call that an entrance, Obama. It was like 5 seconds long, and we didn't even get an introduction like all the gym leaders did, which is a bit rude.
Well, that's because we're a nobody right now, Donald, and we need to work hard and beat all the gyms so that we can become a somebody, isn't it?
That's one way to put it, Joe, and look, that Rose dude even spoke to us directly. He must be impressed since we have Leon vouching for us or something like that, I guess.
Okay, well, with that, boys, our gym challenge has officially started, hasn't it? And we can now head towards Tuffield or whatever that town is called where the first gym leader is located.
Yeah, so this map follows a clock, kind of, so we're basically going to be heading clockwise all the way around the area and battle each gym as they come.
And another cool thing is we get to use Fly right off the bat in this game, boys. And it's not even a HM anymore either. We basically have taxis, which are flown about by that Corviknight Pokemon.
Yeah, that sure does make traveling more bearable, although this map is rather big compared to the other regions, I think, so it only makes sense for them to let us use Fly right now.
And before we end this episode, boys, it looks like Hop wants to get more depressed and lose another Pokemon battle for some reason. I mean, I don't know why he still hasn't given up yet, the fool.
Well, our team and his one are basically the same level, so this should be close, although I think we have the stronger Pokemon overall. Plus, them being shiny makes them stronger in my eyes.
The fact that he still insists on using the sheep and thinks he'll beat Leon with it makes no sense. Although I remember in the anime, Sonya said Hop had an illness or something, so maybe it messed with his head.
Yeah, Donald, I think you should stop right there with those comments before you offend someone. But anyway, he's still trash and going to lose.
With his current team, yeah, for sure. I can't remember if he'll use any pseudo-legends or not, but I think he does end up using the other legendary by the end of the game, Joe.
He can use a goddamn Palkia for all I care, Obama. He's still going to lose to me.
Well, if he had Palkia right now, Joe, then I think we'd be in trouble, although saying that, Grookey would still be super effective against it, which is quite funny.
Look, he's going on about how we've mastered type matchups again like we're some sort of idiot. I mean, even Joe knows all the type matchups now, don't you, Joe?
Well, I always forget what's strong and weak against poison for some reason, and the same goes for fairy typing too and dark as well. Those are ones which I can't usually remember the top off my head.
That's a little embarrassing at this point of our channel being established and everything, Joe. But anyway, Hop only has one more Pokemon left, thank God.
And it's still his little Rookie D Pokemon. Nothing threatening, I guess, but I would have thought he'd have at least one Pokemon that would be evolved right now.
I bet he'll have his little Sobble evolve the next time we meet him, Obama, which will probably be after the first gym or something.
Yeah, maybe Joe. Also, this ability is really getting on my nerves now too, for real. It heals the opponent up as well, which is just stupid. I think it should only heal up grass-type Pokemon. I mean, this ability would even heal up fire types, which is messed up.
Well, it seems the ability only activated for about 3 to 5 turns, Obama, and then it wears off, which is probably why it heals up both sides of the team.
Doesn't make a difference to me, boys. This guy got destroyed yet again to the surprise of absolutely no one, so yeah, GG to him.
And on that note, I think it's time to wrap up the episode, everyone. Thank you so much for watching, and see you all in part 4.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. If you want to help support our work, then consider becoming a member of the channel or join our Patreon link below. It really helps us to keep making content for you all.
Yeah, and in part 4, I guess we'll be making our way to the first gym and taking it on, so stay tuned for that, my beautiful people. Well, everyone, I have some amazing news for you all today, but welcome to the new episode. We hope you enjoy it.
I wasn't aware we have any news today, Joe, unless you're just dropping this on us last minute. I don't even remember Obama mentioning anything about this either.
Yeah, I have no idea what news we have to share with the viewers or anyone else for that matter, but I would like to remind everyone to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already, as it really helps us out.
Okay, then, Joe, what's this so-called news you have to share with everyone?
I will tell you all later, as it's a super duper huge surprise, but first of all, we need to hurry our ass up and get to the first gym.
Wow, you can't leave us hanging like that, Joe, but fine, we will wait if you're going to make us. And yeah, that is also true about the first gym. You need to take it on in this episode.
I guarantee the dumbass has forgotten what he was going to tell us, or it's just going to be some useless piece of information.
Well, I'd like to talk about the reception we got from showing off our little Larvitar in the last episode, boys. Everyone loves seeing this little fella, and they can't wait for him to become a Tyranitar either.
Yeah, I mean, he is the OG Godzilla Pokemon, Joe, and everyone loves him too. I don't know a single person who hates Tyranitar. Plus, it's always good to show the Gen 2 Pokemon some love.
And it was all thanks to yours truly that he's a member of this super awesome team. And you know, I think the team we're planning on using in this game is probably going to be one of the strongest ones we've ever used too.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, Donald. Although I don't think it will be the actual strongest. I mean, in our Pokemon Platinum playthrough, you decided to use Arceus, and there is nothing technically stronger than him.
That's true, Joe, and then in our Omega Ruby playthrough, we used Mega Rayquaza in the end, which absolutely destroyed everything that came its way.
Yeah, but those are just single Pokemon, boys. I'm talking about our team as a whole being the strongest, which I think this one has the potential to be.
Well, we won't be using the Legendary in this game, Donald, unlike some of the other playthroughs we've done where we have used them, especially the goated ones like Giratina.
Okay, this trainer took way longer than it should have to beat. I think our team needs a lot of training, actually, boys, before we battle the first gym. I mean, Larvitar is weak to grass, remember.
Nah, Joe, don't worry, you'll be fine. Just make sure to use healing items if you need them, unlike our resident moron here being Obama, who didn't do anything useful in Ultra Sun.
Sorry, Donald, I didn't hear anything you just said. I was too busy staring at the goddess on our screen right now. I swear, every time she appears, she becomes even more gorgeous.
I bet you make Michael feel very sad with the way you talk about Sonia Berry LMFAO. I wonder if she knows about this.
She doesn't even watch our videos, to be honest, Joe, so I have nothing to worry about right now.
Oh, now we have something to use against you, Obama LMAO. If at any point you piss me or Joe off, then we'll have to speed dial Michael and make sure she knows you're in love with some polygons in the shape of a person.
Go ahead, Donald. I made sure you were blocked on her phone after you sent voice recordings of yourself to her breathing heavily that one time.
Hey, that was a butt dial. I told you that, so stop spreading misinformation, bro. Anyway, check it out, boys. We've made it to this tunnel thing, which I suppose is meant to be a cave.
Yeah, this place is full of rock types, which means our Obama monkey Pokemon will actually do pretty well here, Donald LMFAO.
Yeah, still don't appreciate that sentiment, but what I do like about this place is that Rockfire Coal Pokemon thing rolling around on the railway tracks. It's a neat little detail they've added in, don't you all think?
What I think is, how the hell do these minor girls look like goddamn supermodels? I mean, look at this lovely lady here, boys. She's almost on Sonia's level.
You're right, Donald. She's so hot, and then she uses a Diglett as her Pokemon, which is so dumb, but anyway, she will still lose.
I think now would be a good time to shout out the viewer who gave us the best fact from the last episode, so here they are, everyone.
Yeah, thank you to Ben Onion 1337 for this fact about obtaining Larvitar and a Jangmo-O in the wild area. We never actually used a Como-O before, but would love to one day.
Yeah, so comment more facts, everyone, and if you can make them specifically about the Galar region, then you'll have a better chance of getting a shout-out in the next episode.
Wow, Joe, this Drillbur is really giving you a lot of grief, isn't it, LMAO? I thought you said battling in here would be easy, but turns out you are in fact garbage.
Barry, shut the hell up, bro. You have no right to talk. And I'm not struggling either, but our team is dead-ass weak as hell right now.
If this thing was evolved and we were battling an Excadrill, then yeah, I'd understand, but this is a weak mole thing, Joe, and you can't even beat it.
Hey, I'm slowly withering its health down, Donald, so instead of complaining about my battle strats, why don't you talk about something useful instead?
Okay, wow, you finally beat the thing, but yeah, how about we talk about that Bede fellow? What do you all think of him?
I don't know Obama. Personally, I think he's super stuck up and arrogant, kind of like me, which is not acceptable, as there can only be one person like me, and that's me.
Wow. Yeah, forgot about your planet-sized ego, Donald, but speak of the devil boys. It's the main man himself, Bede.
Yeah, it's Bede, and he obviously wants you to battle him to see how strong he is and inflate his ego even more as well. You better not lose against him, Joe.
Look, he thinks he's so cool holding that great ball and flaunting it about guys. Joke's on him, though, because all our Pokemon are in luxury balls, which we all know is the best ball to have.
Well, he's actually leading off with a solid Pokemon to begin with, Donald, so I think he deserves some credit. He's using Solosis, which I remember us using in one of our Gen 5 playthroughs at one point, and it was goated.
Yeah, it's too goated because it might actually end up killing us, Barry. But this little gummy bear ball thing is super cute, and we love it.
Oh, wow, he has both the Gen 5 psychic types, it seems. Now he's sending out a Gothita, which I think is the worst out of them both.
Yeah, I agree. Donald Gothita is the worst out of them both, but I'm sure we'll get some comments now telling us to shut the hell up and leave Gothita alone. LMFAO.
Oh yeah, I did see lots of comments from the viewers letting us know that those Watt things we found in the wild area are used for buying stuff from the vendors dotted around the area, so thank you for letting us know about that.
Okay, but you still haven't told us what we can actually buy yet, Joe. Is it like technical machines or new battle items or what?
Yeah, basically that kind of stuff, Donald. Battle items and technical machines, although they're called TR items in this game for some reason.
How about we focus on beating this stupid little nugget thing, Joe? You still haven't even got close to winning this battle, and we have one more Pokemon to deal with as well.
Yeah, to be fair, this guy is only using psychic types basically, and we have Larvitar, who is a dark type, but right now he's pretty trash, not gonna lie, boys.
The thing with Larvitar is because it's a pseudo-legendary Donald. It takes ages to evolve, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the last Pokemon on our team to fully evolve as well.
Well, we will be using a Dragapult too, Joe, which I think has an even higher level to reach before it's fully evolved. That's the only downside of pseudo-legends in my opinion, but I think that trade-off is worth it.
Wow, finally Joseph has beaten this little pink goon, and talking of evolution, I think we reached the right level for Grookey to evolve into its second stage, boys.
Hey, yeah, you should be the happiest Obama. You're finally evolving from basic monk to middle stage monk. How about giving us a nice grin to show how happy you are?
Or how about I give you a nice smack on your crusty old face, Joe, to show how much of a dick you're still being, bro.
Well, this might make you feel better, Barry, because I think the end of this cave system is just there now, which means Joe can finally get ready to take on the first gym leader in Galar.
I was doing some research on him, and I'm feeling even less confident about this battle, boys. The thing about the Galar region is the gym leaders didn't unlock Mega Evolution until like the 4th gym, but here they get Dynamax right off the bat.
Well, yeah, but it's balanced, Joe, because you also get to use Dynamax, so stop being a little girl and crying about the first battle and just get your ass there and get it done.
Oh yeah, we will need to come back to that patch of grass later, Joe, because you can catch Eevee in there, and we need one for this playthrough.
Yeah, I'm still anxious about this battle, Donald, to worry about that right now. So how about you deal with it later instead, since you'll get a shiny one anyway?
Yeah, let him focus on this gym battle first, Donald. It's also the first one of this game, so I would rather he win on his first try and then worry about Eevee after. But what evolution are you planning on using anyway?
That is going to have to be a big surprise, Obama, but all will be revealed in the next couple of episodes, I assume. Anyway, the guy we ran into here is the gym leader, Joe. And he looks like a 4 years drawing.
Yeah, he literally does look like a 4-year-old draw him, and he didn't even have a nose, for God's sake. He just had spots where his nose should be, which means this guy's a mouth breather.
And he's probably going to destroy us now you've gone and insulted him, Joe. But a thing with this game is you can't just go battle the gym leader. We first have to do a puzzle, if I remember correctly.
Actually, Obama, before we even head to the gym, we have to follow this stupid Yamper. And I feel like this Pokemon and Fido from Gen 9 are pretty much the same Pokemon you know.
Oh yeah, I forgot Sonia has a Yamper, so I guess this one was hers. You can't insult it now, Donald, because it's Sonia's and we worship her, remember?
Hey, look, someone sketched a drawing of Joe in the ground over there, Barry LMFAO. And they even gave him a tail, too.
So funny, Donald, but I'm not that old, just FYI. And we're here to investigate it too, because it's part of the Galar Region mythology, I guess, but no one has a clue what it means.
Well, technically speaking, Obama and myself do know what it means, Joe, since we've played this before. So we could drop the spoiler bomb on you if you like.
Yeah, those aren't the type of bombs Obama usually drops, is it, Donald? But anyway, I can finally head into the gym now, boys, and take it on. And this guy is about to feel the power of my Pokemon in their noses.
Yeah, that is a bit weird, actually, Joe. You make a good point. Even our Pokemon have a nose, but this human fellow doesn't. I bet he snores too in his sleep.
Hey, Joe, you ran past the Pokeball guy. Remember I told you about them? They give out free rare balls if you talk to them at every gym, so don't forget to do that.
Oh yeah, we asked you all to guess what the 81 on Joe's shirt means in this game. And it's because at the time of this recording, he's currently 81 years young, the old boy.
Okay, you two, time to focus. I've made it into the gym, and it seems our first puzzle here is to herd all the Wooloo into the fences to move on to the next section.
Well, this should be interesting with your arthritis hands and fingers, Joe. This puzzle requires quick movements and methodical thinking, none of which you have.
Oh yeah, what was that then, Donald? I just herded all those wooloo into that fence faster than I herded youngster Joey into
Okay,
mine.
for the love of God, don't finish that sentence, Joseph, and get on with the next puzzle, please, holy hell.
Yeah, anyway, I'll pretend that never happened and instead compliment you, Joe, for doing so amazing in this puzzle.
Yeah, change the subject, Donald, LMAO. And now we have our first trainer battle in here, boys, and I take it these guys are supposed to be taking part in this puzzle too.
Yeah, they're taking part in the gym challenge battles as a whole, Joe, and if you beat them, then I guess they're knocked out of the competition and won't get to battle the gym leader.
Okay, this is going to end real bad, Joe. The trainers in here are already higher level than us, and on top of that, they have super effective moves against us too, so we're going to lose big time.
Nah, Donald, cut it out with the negative vibes, bro. I shall go this, plus Barry gave me a prep talk too. Obsidian and the monkey will carry us.
Joe, you're literally using tackle, which is like the weakest move ever to get us through this gym. How is this going to end well? I take back my pep talk, or whatever it was I said earlier.
Yeah, Joe, sorry, but using tackle in here is a big mistake, dude. We should have caught one of those fire-type Pokemon from earlier that resemble the Coles.
No, Donald, we won't be making this easier for ourselves. And anyway, I can use the old switcheroo strat to swap one Pokemon out if the other is about to die.
Okay, I skipped ahead for you, Joe, because this stupid puzzle was taking your old ancient brain way too long to finish. But anyway, we've made it to the end, boys. So now it's time to take on the gym leader.
Yeah, and I really have low expectations for this, but Joe seems to have a lot of confidence, which I guess is a good thing for now.
Trust me, Donald, this will go exactly as I see it going in my head. Plus, I have some items we could use in case things go south, but I doubt they will.
All right, well, here we go, boys. The battle against the grass-type leader in the Galar region, and I didn't pay attention to his name, so I have no clue who we're battling.
Okay, well, his first Pokemon is a Gossifleur, which I think is quite cute, to be honest, but I doubt it's the strongest grass type we will encounter here.
All right, our ability just activated, but I think he's going to get the better use of it since his team is higher level than us boys. Now, my confidence feels shattered.
Hey, Double Hit did a solid amount of damage, actually, Joe, so that move might be the way to go if you want a good strat. Although we're walking on eggshells here, to be honest.
The issue here is he can also restore his health with our ability Obama, so we could be dragging this whole battle out.
Yeah, but if you look at the amount of damage he's doing to us, it's not actually that much. You know, Donald, I think this is actually going to go well for us.
Well, I'm going to spam double hit this entire battle, and then off screen, Donald, you're going to catch that Eevee and also train our team up since I'm recording and editing these videos.
All right, buddy, you have yourself a deal, and well done, too, for beating the first Pokemon. Now on to his final one, which will Dynamax.
We can Dynamax too, though, Joe, so don't forget to do that, you old fossil. But hey, our Larvitar just learned the move for Rock Slide, which should be helpful later on, but absolutely useless right now.
Okay, this fellow's final Pokemon is Eldegoss, which I guess is the final evolution of the first Pokemon he used, and it looks like a cute little floofy ball.
This floofy ball, as you put it, Joe, is about to get boosted drastically now, so get ready for this. If our monkey goes down, then we have lost, because there's no way Larvitar will survive against this thing.
Okay, wow, yeah, GG Joe, Double Hit is now doing crap against this guy, and when we Dynamax, our moves will still be garbage.
Yeah, but don't forget that we can resist his grass-type moves Obama since we are also grass, remember.
Yeah, clearly, Joe. That Overgrow attack almost did half damage to us, you fool. So now you better Dynamax too if you want to have any chance of winning this battle.
I doubt our moves will even do anything like the amount of damage he did to us just now, though, Donald. I say we just start saying our prayers or something.
Okay, boys, here we go going big. I must say, actually, that Dynamax is pretty cool, and unlike Mega Evolution, all the Pokemon can Dynamax, which kind of evens the playing field a little bit.
True, Joe, but we still did barely anything to this white cotton ball. And it's only 3 levels higher than us, too, which is just cracked.
Wow, yeah, we're getting bodied here, Joe. I hope you have some plan in mind for this, because I have no idea what to suggest to you, bro.
Well, if you both don't know what to do, then I'm in trouble, I think. And Barry is the only thing able to stand up to the cotton ball. Donald's right.
I mean, something you could do, Joe, is spam Growl and then hope for the best, because there is literally nothing else you can do right now to deal with this thing.
Growl won't make a difference, Donald, since it will only take one grass-type move to wipe out Larvitar.
Yeah, he has a point. Donald Growl won't make much of a difference at this point. Maybe if he has used it in the beginning, it would have been a better strat. Although we can all take blame for not suggesting that to you earlier, Joe.
Wow, you two are being extra nice to me today, especially during this battle, and that makes me super happy, boys.
Yeah, don't hold your breath, Joe, but hey, look, the Eldegoss has gone back to being small, which means we're also only one turn away from that happening to us, too.
Okay, so even when it's small, the little shit still somehow does so much damage to us. Holy hell. I think we're gonna get wrecked.
And yeah, we're about to go back to normal size. I think I'm just going to spam our strongest attack and hope for the best at this point, boys.
I mean, let's be honest, there's nothing else you can really do at this point, Joe, so yeah, go for it. And in the meantime, I want to know which evolution you're going to pick, so will you please tell me?
Wow, we're actually going to lose, aren't we, unless Larvitar somehow comes in clutch for us. And yeah, Obama, we can't tell you which Eve we're going to use because it's a surprise.
Okay, boys, I might have to actually drag this out and use some super potions which we picked up earlier, although I only have 2 left now.
Yeah, Joe, I think you should have just let us die so we could end this misery. You literally wasted a super potion on this Pokemon, which was a waste of everyone's time.
Well, in other news, I can tell you that we will be using the best Eevee type, actually Obama, only because its shiny is the best, which should be the biggest clue to which one we're using.
Yeah, Donald, how about you stop giving away information like that and ruining the surprise for everyone? You need to find another topic to talk about.
Well, I could talk about how much of an embarrassment you're being right now, Joe, but then you'd start having a meltdown.
Hey, the battle isn't actually over yet, Donald, which means we still have a chance to win in my eyes.
Go get your eyes tested then, Joe, because you have definitely lost this, and there's no way you're gonna win. Sorry, dude.
This stupid grass type hasn't even been using grass type moves. The cotton ball has basically been spamming around this entire time.
Okay, yeah, we're in trouble, boys. Obsidian has like 5 health points left, and I can't see this battle ending well, and it was our first one, too.
So basically what this has shown everyone is the fact that using shiny Pokemon doesn't mean we're always gonna win, isn't it, Donald?
Hey, don't bring me into this, Barry. Joe's the one playing, remember, and all I did was bring home the Pokemon to use, both of which are actually strong when an imbecile isn't the one using them.
Okay, well, on that depressing note, thank you for watching, everyone. Please remember to like and subscribe, and next time I'll be back with a stronger team.
Seriously, what an idiot you have been today, Joseph.
All right, boys, look who's back. I heard from my other persona that I lost the first gym battle, so Jizzy Joe Biden is here to beat this sheep man to a pulp. Also, like and subscribe, everyone.
Oh, great, that so-called gangster rapper is back, everyone. Well, Jizzy Joe, you're right. Your other personality royally messed up our first gym battle, so I hope you do better.
Yeah, we shall see how this goes, boys. Anyway, Donald, I hope you also managed to get that new Pokemon we talked about in the last episode. It's actually a special Pokemon one of our members wanted.
Well, Barry, you'll have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, I think most people already guessed who it would be, but we still won't be giving it away just yet.
Wow, so you guys actually lost to this fool. He doesn't even have a nose, and also you couldn't put your 3 dumbass brains together to come up with a proper strat to beat this guy?
Well, technically, Joe, you were also involved in this battle too, and you're the biggest dumbass out of us all, so yeah, bro, don't blame Donald and myself.
You better watch your mouth, you banana head. I'll make sure to rename you Prime Ape if you keep that sass up with me.
All right, Jizzy Joe, let's see how well this battle goes now. What plan or strategy do you have in mind to deal with this guy?
Well, we did some training off screen to get our team a little higher level because this guy's Dynamax Pokemon destroyed us apparently, and also using a Larvitar in this place was not a big brain move.
Well, there's only 2 gyms where using Larvitar is bad idea, Joe, and that's this one we're in right now, and then Nessa's one, which is the water-type gym.
Yeah, true, Obama. But back to this battle, Jizzy Joe. This guy likes to use normal-type moves more than he does grass-type ones, so keep that in mind.
No worries, Big D. This first Pokemon is already dead thanks to us being level 24 now and using double hit, which can hit twice because it's called double hit.
Wow, no shit, Joe, you fool. But anyway, well done, except his first Pokemon was never the issue to begin with. But anyway, let's get this done with.
Okay, so this is the newest Pokemon we have for the team, then I guess Donald. The shiny, but hang on, I don't even know what we're supposed to evolve this guy into.
Well, I can't tell you that right now, Joe, since we're live, but your other persona knows. Plus, it's going to be a surprise for everyone later.
Okay, Jizzy Joseph, the plan right now is to Dynamax this Pokemon and smash that stupid Cotton Ball Pokemon into oblivion.
I got this, Barry, don't worry, just watch and learn how a master gangster Pokemon rapper dude handles gym battles like this.
I'm pretty sure you said something similar in the last episode, but anyway, this Eevee is really strong, Joe, already, and probably our best bet to beat this gym.
I still can't believe we lost this battle the first time. Everyone in the comments was very disappointed in your counterpart, Jizzy Joe. So let's not disappoint our viewers again, please.
I saw those comments to Obama and no one seemed to care actually, so shut your trap banana head, bro.
Okay, here we go, finally Dynamaxing our EV here with its super awesome luxury ball 2.
I'm sorry, but Dynamax Eevee looks absolutely ridiculous, boys. It just doesn't make sense in my head as to why it looks like that.
Yeah, that's one thing we can agree on, Obama. It does look like a stuffed animal that's been given growth hormones.
Good way to put it, actually, Joe. But anyway, this has now become a battle of max Pokemon. So just keep spamming the best attack we have and pray to Arceus.
Arceus won't be needed here, Obama. Jizzy Joe and my gold chains is all I need to win. Arceus may have the 17 life plates, but I have 17 chains of my own.
Oh, holy hell, that max strike attack actually managed to kill this overgrown ball of fluff with one shot. Nice one, Joe. This battle went exactly like how I wanted it to.
And there we have it, everyone. Jizzy Joe is officially the better trainer than normal peasant Joe, so going forward you're battling all the gyms and the other idiot can just do all the walking.
Yeah, that's fine by me, actually, Donald. But anyway, I can go now if you like and bring back the other Joe since I did all the hard work for him.
Nah, I think you should stay. I've had enough of that pea brain for a few episodes. Also, I'd like to point out that the badges in this game fit together like a puzzle.
Yeah, the badges are perfect for someone like Joe who enjoys the age demographic of a youngster Joey. But anyway, good stuff beating the first gym, Jizzy Joe, and yeah, please stay.
No problems, boys. I will stick around for the time being. And I guess now we can make our way towards the next town where I can destroy that gym leader too.
I'd love to give you some information on the next gym leader, but I can't remember for the life of me who it is, Joe, so you're probably going to go in blind.
I mean, we could just Google it and then tell Jizzy Joe who it is, Donald, but I guess that would be no fun.
Yeah, that is no fun, Obama. I don't want you or anyone to ruin the game for me since I haven't played it before.
By the time we get to the next gym, Joe, we'll have a much stronger team anyway. So I think from here on in, the gym leaders might as well do what Volker did in the anime and just give us their badges LMFAO.
Volkner gave out badges willy-nilly because he was so strong and bored of winning all the time. But the gym leaders in Galar are just weak to begin with. So they have no right to hand out badges, Donald.
Hey, look, you two, we're battling these reporter people, which is exactly like the ones in the Hoenn region, and then when we inevitably beat them, they put us on the TV.
Oh yeah, I remember them, Joe. They were Gaby and that other fellow who isn't even important, but anyway, they have a Helioptile and a Clink.
Yeah, Clink is an interesting Pokemon from Gen 5, I think. It's basically a bunch of cogs, and I have personally never used one and probably never will.
Well, our Larvitar here is the perfect little Pokemon to use against these two electric types, and for once it's actually doing something useful. And this Tantrum move it is now is really strong.
Yeah, I don't particularly want them to put us on TV in this game, though, Jizzy Joe, so if you don't mind, don't talk to them again.
All right, well, this building here is interesting, boys, because I think it's one of the many breeding facilities in the Galar region where we can leave Pokemon, and they will get trained for us.
Wait a sec, so you're saying we can just dump all our Pokemon in that place and the people inside will do all the training for us? And we don't need to even do anything?
Oh, great, it's Team Yell again. And no, Donald, it doesn't work exactly like that. They will train our Pokemon up, but to get to level 100, you would need to take like 1,000,000 steps in the game.
Well, that's fine, Obama, because we have our resident moron being Joe, and we can tell him he gets a tub of ice cream if he takes 1,000,000 steps for us.
Yeah, you better not be talking about me, you moldy old turnip, Donald. I am far above the desire for ice cream. Thank you very much.
Yeah, did you forget that Jizzy Joe is with us, Donald, and not the other one? But anyway, Team Yell here wanted to act like a bunch of trolls and block this bridge off.
These guys are definitely the worst team in the game, and I bet everyone would agree. Also, leave a comment letting us know which evil team you would join and why.
I would join Team Galactic so I could have a cool hair color like those folks have, although Team Flare has red hair as their thing, which I think would suit me too.
Oh yeah, hold that thought, Donald. This fellow just gave us the Rotom bike, which is the cool new bike system in this game in which a Rotom has basically possessed the bicycle.
Wait, so does that mean that Rotom now has a bike form we could use in battle? And also, how comes we never get to use the Pokedex Rotom in battle either? That would be so funny.
What isn't funny, Joe, is another battle with this idiot. It's like the guy can't even take a hint about being a trash Pokemon trainer who should have just stayed in his house.
Well, to be fair to him, Donald, he has probably got stronger now and evolved some of his own Pokemon like we have. So let's see how he does this time.
Yeah, we actually also have a semi-decent move now being Razor Leaf for our monkey Pokemon guys, which should make using this guy somewhat bearable now.
Hey, did you know that we made a poll last week about the best grass-type starter? And pretty much everyone said that Rillaboom is the best grass-type starter Pokemon there is?
Yeah, that was something I never really knew, to be honest, Donald, but since we're going to be using one in this playthrough, it'll be nice to see if that statement is true.
This guy has pretty much got a fully evolved Team Obama, so you were right about that, although you were wrong about him being strong. A paper bag would be stronger than this punk.
Yeah, that's probably true, Joe, but you didn't need to be that harsh to the poor guy LMFAO.
I wonder if they'll ever release a game in which the rival will be a proper tough challenge. I can't remember the last rival which we faced who was somewhat difficult, except maybe Silver or Blue.
Well, it will never be this guy Barry, and he just said he's going to be sending out his ace Pokemon, which is weak to us, so what's so ace about it then?
The only thing that makes this Pokemon his ace on Joe is the fact that it's lost more battles than any of his other ones, and that's about it.
Yep, I don't think anyone will deny that point, Donald, and on that note, the loser has just lost yet another battle.
Wow, and he just gave us the item. He probably needs more than we do right now. Seriously, this guy has less brain cells than the other Joe.
Well, at least we get a nice view of where I think we will be heading next, boys. That is another thing I like about this game, which is the scenery can be quite pleasant on occasion.
I can tell you where the scenery definitely will be pleasant, Donald. And that's in the town we're heading to next, because the gym leader here is a supermodel and she's straight up fire.
I see Obama's hitting on every female that's hot in this game, which I thought was my thing to do, but anyway, it's nice to see him breaking out of his shell.
Your age demographic is either 70 plus or below 10 Jizzy Joe, depending on which persona of yours is currently inhabiting your frailly old body.
Damn, check it out, boys. Rose, or whatever his name is actually looking fire right now, too, which is shorts and shades on, and he has that little strand of hair on the side of his face, which is so cute.
I can't believe you're basically hitting on Rose now, too, Donald. What on earth has happened to the both of you?
Okay, well, even I wouldn't go that far, Jizzy Joe, but each to their own, I guess. Let Donald like whoever he likes and hurry your ass up so we can go see who I like.
I know exactly why you like Nessa Barry, but I won't say anything further than that LMFAO.
Yeah, you damn well better not say anything further than that, Donald, before I give you a good old smack with Joe's crusty old hands.
Well, here she is, Obama. The love of your life, who I thought was Sonia, by the way, but I guess you need more than one chick in your life.
And she's already given us her league card, boys. I am so in now, and you better not lose to her either, Joe. We got to show off how strong we are.
So if we win then, Barry, she'll be impressed with Jizzy Joe and not you, dumbass. You didn't think about that, did you?
Trust me, Donald. I know what I'm doing. Nessa and I are more alike than that old fossil wrapper is. Anyway, I will tell you this gym puzzle is very annoying, Joe.
This will be a cool episode then, boys, because we're going to be battling two gym leaders in one go. And the first was grass, this one is water, and then I take it the next gym will be a fire type one.
Yeah, that's actually true, Joe, but I can't remember who's after that. Not that it's really important, since going forward we'll be crushing everyone.
Okay, Joe, so with this puzzle, you got to turn off the water from flowing in the pipes, which are blocking the path. But then again, if this takes too long, we can just cut bits out.
Apparently that first gym puzzle was hurting a bunch of sheep, which my counterpart did so easily, so how hard can this puzzle be?
We shall see, Jizzy Joe, because this puzzle is actually really, really annoying, so yeah, it probably won't be fun.
At least we know we have some advantage in this gym, though, unlike that first one, which we shall never speak of again, I think.
Well, it helps when the people here are just using trash Pokemon like this little tadpole thing. I mean, I like Seismitoad, but Timpole is just garbage.
At the end of the day, Joe, it's all free experience, isn't it? So no need to complain about it. Plus, with the training we did earlier, we should be fine regardless now.
Looks like Jizzy Joe's little brain is working hard in solving these puzzles. Also, boys, I have been getting requests that we use Eternatus for our team since we said we wouldn't be using the box Legendary. What do you both think?
Okay, well, I wasn't here for that discussion when you decided not to use the box Legendary, Donald, so I don't particularly care. Eternatus is pretty goated, though.
Yeah, I believe it's a dragon and poison type, but we will already be using Dragapult on the team, who I personally like more than Eternatus. So I would rather not use him, Donald.
I was just asking what you thought, Obama. I never said we had to use it. Plus, I couldn't care less either, and I also like Dragapult more.
Well, what I don't like, boys, is battling boring Pokemon like this Krabby and Corphish. Why would you bother coming into a gym with Pokemon like this?
Hey, Joe, don't diss Corphish, bro. That Pokemon got Ash to the Final 8 in the Hon League, remember?
Yeah, but I'd like to point out how Ash basically won every battle he was in after actually evolving his Pokemon compared to leaving them in the first stage. That was something I never understood.
All right, yeah, can't argue with that point, Donald. It is true. But in other news, Joe has completed this silly little puzzle, which was a complete waste of everyone's time, and now it's battle time.
Yeah, and I am loving these stadiums once again, guys. Feels good to show off to thousands of people who strong I am.
Yeah, but remember, Jizzy Joe, we're only doing this to get a few digits from Nessa, which you will graciously pass over to yours truly, and if you don't, I will make sure you never come back.
Wow, Barry is getting threatening now. Jizzy Joe, be careful, LMAO. But anyway, the battle has begun and Nessa is leading off with a goddamn Goldeen.
I know you love her, Obama, but what in the actual hell is her first Pokemon? Seriously? She's just as bad as those gym trainers I was battling earlier.
All right, yeah, I did not expect this. I thought someone as beautiful as her would use melodic or something to that effect.
See Barry. She's just pretty on the outside, but inside she is another bad Pokemon trainer to add to the list of bad trainers we've encountered in this game, which so far is every single one.
I'd like to point out that Joe lost our first gym battle against the grass-type dude, Donald, so I wouldn't say they're all bad.
I won't be losing this one, though, guys. She's already 2 Pokemon down, and now she has 1 left, which she'll probably Dynamax, but she's still going to lose.
Ah, yes, her last Pokemon is Dreadnought. I really don't know much about this thing since I haven't used one and probably never will either, because it's a Blastoise ripoff.
Yeah, Dreadnought is what Blastoise would be if he walked on all fours and didn't have cannons. I agree, Donald. But here she goes, Dynamaxing it.
And even that won't be enough for our Berry Monkey Pokemon. You're so strong, seriously, Obama, I won't even need to Dynamax myself to beat this thing.
Okay, yeah, still don't appreciate being called that. Not that you care anyway, but well done, Joe. You have basically won this.
Yeah, so much for Nessa. Anyway, I think our next objective should be to get Larvitar close to evolving, boys, because when it does, we'll be even stronger.
I agree, Donald, but I don't want any part of that because evolving that thing will take ages and I haven't got the patience for it right now. You should do it.
Well, I certainly won't be doing it. I'm going to be taking Nessa here on a slick date to the Sinnoh region.
Take her to Heart Home City Barry and make Poffins with her, and then take her to the Pokemon contest and show off how good you are at those.
Donald, why are you helping him? I thought you'd want to sabotage him and Nessa from ever getting together.
He will be sabotaging himself as soon as he takes the Pokemon contest stage, Joe, so I won't need to do anything.
Okay, well, if you're done plotting my demise, Donald, we just got the TM for Whirlpool, which we'll never use, but we did also get the water uniform, which turns our outfit blue.
Yeah, and that's something I'll also never wear either, Obama, so we shall be swiftly moving on to whatever this lady wants.
She wants us to have lunch with Rose at some restaurant or something, Joe. I guess he wants to get to know us a little more since Leon is sponsoring us in this whole shindig.
I don't think he is Donald. We kind of just appeared and decided to take part in this challenge, but either way, Rose wants to see us for some reason.
Maybe he wants to battle me to see what I'm about. I must say, as strong as I am, our current team isn't the best, so I hope he just gives us food.
This must be the place since there's a bunch of people gawking through the window.
Oh, and Sonia's here too. Maybe she heard about how you want to hook up with Nessa now, Barry, and she's here to put a stop to that LMFAO.
I doubt it, Joe. She was clearly invited here, and Rose seems to know how Sonia's grandmother is too, so it makes sense.
Oh, they're just talking about Galar Particles, boys. Nothing important right now, so how about we end this episode for now?
Yeah, all right, Donald, so thanks for watching, everyone. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy our content, and consider becoming a member or a Patreon if you want to help support the channel.
Yeah, GG, my beautiful fans. See you in the next one.
Alrighty, boys, we're back in the Galar region, and today I have no idea what's going to be happening, but hopefully Joe will make it to the next town with a gym.
Yeah, well, hopefully that will happen, Barry, but remember to like the video and subscribe, everyone. It really helps us out as we get ever closer to 20,000 subs.
Before that, we have to get through another gosh darn cave, Joe, and get interrupted by all the wild Pokemon in here, too.
And on top of that, we're going to get ambushed by Beat again, and looks like the fella thinks he's going to beat us. And this time we have a much stronger team, too.
Nah, just watch this, boys. Our pink fellow here is going to get crushed like a walnut. And also, we need to get Larvitar close to evolving in the next few episodes, too.
Yeah, that should be one of our main priorities for now, Joe, alongside getting the rest of the gym badges.
Our man here still hasn't evolved any of his Pokemon to their second stage, it seems. And if he actually wanted to try beat us, then he should have made more of an effort to do that, the fool.
Agreed, and he even had the audacity to say we've grown a bit all because I one-shot his stupid little jelly bean.
Yeah, for now his team is weak as hell, but to be fair, Joe, it will eventually get a lot stronger, you know? We used one of those Solosis before and it was OP as hell.
Yeah, this little Gothita did a fair amount of damage to us, Joe, and we're a lot stronger than it is, so Barry's right. Bede could end up being a worthy rival in the late game.
Hot damn, this little thing is so strong. We're like 5 levels higher than it, and using a stab move, and it's just tanking these hits like nothing.
Yeah, except Grassy Surge also heals him up too, Joe, so this ability I feel could be the end of us in the later game if we're not careful with it.
More than that, the moron is of course going to spam super potions and all that crap, and now we have to start all over again.
We just need to outspeed him once to get this Pokemon knocked out Donald, and then only have 2 left. And for a battle after only 2 gyms, this rival really have more Pokemon than normal.
That's true, Joe. Usually our rivals have about 2 or 3 Pokemon at this point, but this guy has 4. Although saying that, they're all at their first stage of evolution, so it kind of balances out.
Well, his next Pokemon is a Hetena, which is one I don't really know much about, except Liko has one in the new Pokemon Horizons anime.
Yeah, she has one, Joe, although all it seems to do is cry and hide all the time. But for the people who've seen it, let us know if you're enjoying the new Pokemon series, and if you're not, then let us know why.
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it, Donald. Mostly because of that black shiny Rayquaza. It's the most overpowered thing ever, and spams Draco Meteor just nuking everything.
Of course, you'd like the Pokemon that acts as a Reaper drone, pretty much Obama LMFAO. But yeah, that shiny Rayquaza is probably the best thing about the show so far.
Ah, see, we've just taught Bite to Eve, Joe. A solid move for this stage in the game, although since we're evolving it into Umbreon, we probably should get Crunch on it.
Donald, wasn't that supposed to be a surprise or something? I mean, even I didn't know what it was going to be till your fat mouth blurted it out.
Oh shit, yeah, my bad, Obama. Pretend you all didn't hear that and instead focus on how we're getting killed by a My Little Pony Pokemon.
I killed the My Little Pony before it killed us boys, so don't worry. And with that, Bede has lost yet another battle the fool, thinking he's some big shot or something.
Oh, hey, look, Eevee is actually trying to evolve right now, although I don't know if it'll be Umbreon yet. We should skip this for now.
Yeah, good shout, Obama. The only useful thing you've helped me with today, but still I need to check up if Umbreon evolves with a high friendship or something too.
Well, look who we run into yet again. Team Yell causing more mischief in the caves, although I bet they were waiting for us or something.
We'll find out now since Hop has showed up, which means Joe has a double battle to get out of the way, which should be super easy. We probably don't even need Hop.
I'd like Hop to hop along if possible. The guy only gets in the way and will cause this battle to drag on compared to if I battled these grunts alone.
Considering you did, in fact, lose the first gym, Joe, I'd take all the help you can get LMFAO.
These guys are only causing trouble, so Marnie wins this whole gym challenge thing, though boys remember that, like in the anime. Because their hometown is just a ghost town, pretty much.
What do you expect when it looks the way it does, Barry? I mean, if Donald had a heart, he'd donate some money to that place, although saying that he'd donate money to himself and build a Trump Tower there.
No way would I build a Trump Tower in Spikemout City, Joe. And calling that place a city is pushing it too.
Joe, focus on the battle, you donkey. We're about to die somehow because you're too busy ranting about a dumb peasant city.
Yes, sorry, I didn't realize how close we just got to death, although these 2 grunts have more Pokemon for us to battle holy hell.
I gotta say, though, the Galarian Lanoon looks way cooler than the normal Hoenn Region 1 or wherever it's from. It looks like a gangster Pokemon.
Suits you then, Donald. But anyway, the fox Pokemon died, and now we're having to deal with Leopard, which just loves using Fake Out.
I want to know how this dumb sheep thing is still alive, though, Obama. If I was on the other side of this battle, the sheep is the first thing I'd take out.
It's not even worth attacking for them, Joe, because they know the only threat in this battle is us. And somehow, you've managed to keep me alive in this battle, too.
OMG, this battle is taking longer than that one with Bede did. You were right, Joe. We should have just battled them ourselves. We'd be done by now if we did.
At least Razor Leaf can hit 2 Pokemon at once in double battles, Donald, so I can basically take these 2 on by myself.
Yes, true, Joe, because Hop and his sheep only seems to care about using Defense Curl, and they're sitting there like a loaf of white bread.
Well, the last Pokemon is only a silly little Pancham, so not like a big deal for us or anything, so let the sheep just sit there and eat grass or whatever else it does.
That Pancham can eat dirt now, though, boys, since I basically won this battle all by myself.
All right, good stuff, Joe. That's enough Team Yell for now, I think. Which means we can make our way out of this godforsaken cave and head into the next city.
God, they're so annoying, aren't they? Just as annoying as Team Skull, although they're both as bad as each other. Let's be honest.
Yeah, glad that's all done with, guys, and I think the next gym is going to be the fire one like we mentioned last time.
I gotta say, the fire-type gym leader in this game is one of my favorites along with Alistair, although I think we'll be battling B in this game.
Yeah, Alistair is great, although he's only available to battle in Pokemon Shield, I think. Also on the point of playing the DLC in this game, we have mentioned it before, but we're still deciding on doing all that.
I would rather just jump to the next game in the series, which will probably be Storm Silver or Emerald Kaizo, one of those two, and then Radical Red, as many of you have requested.
Hey, we just saw Kabu, guys, and he's gonna be expecting us at the gym, which is right in the next town, although I swear we've just done a loop of Galar.
Him and his little fire types are going to get ruined, boys. I am very much looking for more battles now since our team is prepared like a Boy Scout.
And I'm the Boy Scout in question, Donald LMAO. But hey, looks like we have a few more routes to get through before a battle with Kabua, and this one is filled with Noctowl.
Yeah, Noctowl is a great Gen 2 Pokemon. And let's not forget how Ash caught a shiny one in the anime, which was the only shiny Pokemon he ever caught, actually.
We should definitely use one in a game one day, boys, or maybe one will pop up in a randomizer we will be doing too. Who knows?
Hey, Joe, it's nighttime, and this Eevee is going to be close to evolving, so maybe it'll actually be an Umbreon now.
Yeah, one of the reasons I switched to it, Donald, although I'm still not sure about its whole friendship level thing, but I have been playing with it off screen, so hopefully it's high.
Hey, I'm fairly certain you've fulfilled all the requirements for it to evolve into an Umbreon Joe. And the shiny form is probably one of the all-time greats, even if it's only a small change.
Well, we're going to find out after this stupid virus bat dies, although I love how Swoobat's nose is a little heart. It's so cute.
I love how you find something as dumb as that cute Donald, but you despise all fairy types like the Sylvan we used in our playthrough of Pokemon X and Y.
Granted, we did name that Sylveon Melania, which probably didn't make him feel any better, but it was still hilarious nonetheless. And here we go, boys. It's evolution time.
And hell yeah, we got the shiny Umbreon, everyone. I'm super stoked to use this little one now, and this Pokemon is for one of our members, Jazz, who's been patiently waiting for us to this Pokemon.
Yeah, thank you, Jazz, for helping to support the channel and more, so waiting so long for us to use shiny Umbreon, so this one is for you.
Yep, that's right. And with that, we've made it back to whichever city this is, I have no idea. And first things first is heading to the Pokemon Center.
Joe, stop wasting your time picking up those dumb feathers, bro. I can just get you any stat increasing drug you want later on, which do a lot more than a bunch of bird feathers.
True, those feathers are a bit crap. But anyway, we can cut to the next segment of this video, which should be that fancy hotel.
Oh yeah, it's Marnie, everyone. A really cool character we've mentioned earlier and probably seen too, although I can't remember if we have because I can't really remember anything, to be honest.
Well, Joe, she seems to want to challenge you right to a battle and basically cut all the small talk out, so here we go. You better not lose.
This is the warm-up battle against Kabu in my eyes, Donald, although I do like how she's using Dusk Balls for her Pokemon. Those are some of my favorite Pokeballs.
Dusk Balls always reminded me of those dark balls that Pokemon Hunter had in the Celebi movie with Suicune, if any of you remember that.
Oh, I do remember that, Barry. Those Pokeballs turned Pokemon evil if they were caught in them, and I think we need those in the games because they also made the Pokemon card a lot stronger.
Okay, and more important news, guys, our Larvitar just got nuked by a Scraggy of all things, which is completely ridiculous if you ask me.
If you knew anything about type matchups, Joe, which you should by now, but then again, you are our resident moron, you'd know that Scraggy is a fighting type, and it's super effective against rock.
And the idiot goes and sends out Umbreon, which is also weak to fighting too, which actually has shown us a major flaw in the team as of right now anyway. Two of our Pokemon is weak to fighting.
Well, soon we're going to have an ice type, which will also be weak to fighting, so we better have a Pokemon to counter that before we get to B's team, Joe.
Yeah, I did just realize that too, but we're also going to have a Ghost type later on as well, and a Psychic type Berry, so I think we should be fine for B's gym.
I doubt we will have a Dreepy before B's gym, Joe, and that Psychic type you're talking about is also the Ice type too, so yeah, we need to think of proper strats in later battles.
Yeah, that's true too, Donald. So basically B could be the end of us if we're not careful, and by we, I mean you, Joe, unless Jizzy Joe can come back for that battle.
I can't believe I'm struggling to beat a shitty little Scraggy like this, boys. This is so dumb, and you both said our team was a lot better now, but apparently not.
A carpenter never blames his tools, Joe, which is something we've said to you before and you obviously forgot, but anyway, you as a Pokemon trainer need to become better along with your team.
Oh, and she has one more Pokemon, which is Morpeko, and this little fella loves to eat and can turn hangry when you don't give it enough food, I think.
Yeah, and this thing is also really strong against our team too, Obama. It's like her whole team was built specifically to give us trouble because Hop is the most useless rival we've ever had.
I wondered that during this battle, Joe. I would take Marnie as our real rival any day over Hop along Hop, who thinks having a damn sheep on his team will get him in the championships.
Marty will always be the true rival, Donald, and going forward, I think that's how we should look at it. Hell, even Bede is a better rival than Hop.
Poor Hop is getting abused by Joe Biden of all people, LMFAO. But anyway, now Marnie has been dealt with. Let's head straight to the gym.
Yup, here we are all changed into our ridiculous uniform with Joe's stupid age as the number we chose. You know 81 is really old, Joe, just FYI.
You're old too, Donnie, old boy, but here we go, everyone. The fire-type gym puzzle is what we have to take on first. And at least we aren't hurting any sheep this time.
Yeah, I think the goal of this gym puzzle is to run into the grass and encounter the Pokemon in it and either catch it or battle it, so you get a choice, Joe.
I say we kill them all since the Pokemon in here are all crap to begin with. And also, we don't need a fire type, to be honest.
Okay, well, looks like the first Pokemon in here is a Vulpix, and it's the normal Kanto one, which isn't my favorite because the Alolan one looks way prettier.
Okay, remember, Joe, you can't let that other trainer beat it before us or catch it either, although I don't know if they're even able to do that.
LMFAO. Because I'm such a G, Donald, I caught this little fire fox with one Pokeball. How good am I?
Yeah, well done, Joe, but it was like a level 15 Vulpix or something, and you got lucky with that catch, too.
Jealousy doesn't suit you, Barry, but anyway, boys, I cut to the gym battle here for the sake of time since that gym puzzle was boring as hell, and this battle is going to be way more interesting.
Oh, wow, doesn't this stadium look so cool, guys? It's all red, and even the battlefield is red, too. I bet Fire Lord Ozai would approve of this.
Fire Lord Ozai would be too busy burning all the fans inside the stadium, Donald. But anyway, Joe, I hope you're ready now for the third battle of our Pokemon Sword journey.
Cabo is looking serious, Obama, but I think I got this, so don't worry. Nessa lost almost instantly, and so will this fire fellow, too. He stands no chance.
Okay, damn, his first Pokemon is a Ninetales, and we've only got our tiny little Larvitar to go up against this thing, Joe. So what's the strat gonna be?
Well, we have 3 moves which are super effective against this thing, Donald, so I'm fairly confident now that this loser is going to, in fact, lose.
I mean, yeah, we did just one shot. That Fox with Rock Tomb, which shows the power of our little Larvitar boys. It's just too good, isn't it?
Okay, well, he sent out Arcanine now, which is a great Pokemon. And did you know in the early days they almost made this one a legendary?
Yeah, I believe to this day it's called the legendary Pokemon, Donald, for that reason. And then they made the Hisui form, too, which I think looks even more cool.
It looks really intimidating standing above us like that, too, doesn't it? And it also somehow survived a direct hit from Rock Tomb as well.
And because Joe's an idiot, he didn't bring any full heals or burn heals, and all we have are stupid little potions still, and we're at the third gym.
All right, yeah, that was another oversight by yours truly, and now thanks to my own incompetence, our Larvitar got killed by a burn of all things.
And to make ourselves look even more stupid, Joe, you're resorting to using a Pokemon. We didn't even want to catch for this battle or the game even.
Seriously, this guy is such an idiot that we'll soon need a new word to describe his crappy Pokemon battle skills. I mean, out of the 3 of us, I'm the only one who's actually good now.
Okay, I thought using Spite would have been more helpful, but turns out it does jack shit, and now Vulpix is probably going to die too.
I'd like to backtrack a minute and go back to Donald saying he's now the best at everything or whatever it was. Donald, you know that's not true.
Joe, you should have used Confuse Ray instead, you dumbass, and also it is true, Barry, because you were atrocious as a trainer in Ultra Sun, and now Joe is following in your footsteps.
Okay, yeah, that was oversight number 2. I should have used Confuse Ray, but at least Vulpix is dead, and we get a free switch to Umbreon.
Yeah, you're so lucky. Quick Attack saved you there, Joe, and also that Arcanine was literally on 1 health point left, and now Kabu is going to be sending out his Gigantamax Pokemon.
He could send out a goddamn Mega Gigantamax Terrestrialis Arceus with a flame plate for all I care, Barry. My confidence has returned, and I'm so ready to crush him.
Okay, 2 points, Joe. Number 1, you'd lose that battle if he sent out Arceus, and number 2, why are you using the Pokemon we caught during the trial? This Litwick was a mistake, too.
This Litwick is going to be our savior, Donald, since we have no other Pokemon to battle Kaboo with, since I also don't have revives to get our Larvitar back to life.
Wow, and the idiocy continues. Joe, if you forget any more important items, I swear to all that's holy, I will banish you from this realm and you can go sit by yourself in the corner for the duration of this playthrough.
And to make matters worse, we have to battle a giant worm with nothing but a candle.
Excuse me, Donald, but you loved Chandelure in our Pokemon White playthrough, or whichever one we used it in, and now you're bashing poor Litwick.
That's true, everyone and their mom loves Chandelure, but using a Litwick in a fire gym is kind of pointless, Joe. And I doubt its ghost typing will help much.
Yeah, see, Obama stated what I was just about to Joe. Using Litwick here is kind of pointless, but then again, we don't really have a choice, do we?
Yeah, I didn't really have a choice, Donald. And the best move we have on this thing is Hex of all things, which does absolutely no damage at all.
I think you should just let Litwick die, Joe, and get a free swap in again. And I thought this battle would go like Nessa's one last time since you hyped up Larvitar so much, but apparently not.
This is just getting worse and worse, and now, Joe, the best thing to do would be to send out our shiny Umbreon and hope for the best.
Well, in good news, boys, this Centipede thing will lose its Gigantamax in about another turn or two, which means I can Gigantamax and crush him. That was my plan all along.
Oh, it's back to normal already, Joe. So, go on, let's see this strat you've been preparing all this time for, and if it doesn't work, you're banished.
I second that. Let's see this, Joe. And how about we train a lot more after this gym, too, and at least get our starter fully evolved?
Hey, you see that, guys? My strat is paying off already, although in hindsight, I should have just Gigantamaxed Larvitar from the get-go.
From hindsight, Joe, there's a lot of things you could have done, and number one on that list should have been not even playing.
You can't talk, Barry, but I wonder how Jizzy Joe would have done in this battle instead. I bet he'd have won about 10 minutes ago at least.
Forget him, Donald, because I'm about to win right now. Your boy Joe Biden beat this little fireworm and his trainer, too.
Yeah, and no one knows how that even happened with the way you were playing today, Joe, seriously. And you don't even deserve a well done either.
Wow, he finally did it. Joe, please never try to do a speed run because it would be the most embarrassing thing you've done in this life.
Hey, falling down the stairs of Air Force One was pretty embarrassing, and so was that bicycle incident, too, so this doesn't even come close.
Alrighty, boys, that now makes 3 gym badges we've collected, and we're 6 episodes in, which goes to show how much talking the characters in this game love to do. Holy hell.
Yeah, that's 3 down and 5 more to go. Hopefully the next ones don't end up like this one, Obama.
Well, at Joe's current rate. He messed up the first gym, but did well on the second one, but then made a mess of this gym being the third, which means the 4th gym should go well.
I'd appreciate if you, too, would stop calculating my wins and losses like that and check it out. We just got the fire uniform, boys, so now I can dress up to look like Kabu.
Hang on, Joe, you gotta wait till we reach Winden or whatever that big town is because they have the best clothes there, so that's when you should change your drips.
All right, Donald, that sounds like a plan. And I guess that means the only thing to do now is head to the next city with the 4th gym and I can crush them too.
Check it out, guys. My beautiful Nessa and that grass guy have all come to see us off. Shame I can't spend more time with her, though.
Kabu is going on about how the gym leaders we're going to be facing up next, Joe, are really tough, so I think doing some training in the wild area like I mentioned earlier would be best.
Yeah, I was thinking we go and take on more raid dens in here since I'm a lot stronger now, and we should be able to actually win in them.
The team is a lot stronger, yes, Joe, but you yourself are still not ready to take on those raid dens. I say we come back to them after beating the 4th gym leader.
Oh, and Mr. Pink is showing his face to us again, boys, and on that note, I think it's time to end this episode.
Good shout, Donald. So yeah, thank you for watching, everyone, and please remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons and consider becoming a member if you want to help support the channel.
And I gotta now dump that stupid Vulpix and Litwick into the PC where they'll both never see the light of day again.
Okay, I want to know how bad Joe is going to be playing today, Obama. If he does as bad as the last episode, then I am going to be leaving.
Don't worry, Donnie, old boy. I've been practicing, and we did some training off screen a little, so I think I'm ready for whoever the next gym leader is.
Yeah, well, let's see if that statement holds up, Joe, but anyway, I see you've also made it to Hammersmith, or whatever the city is called.
Hang on, Joe, I saw that. When the hell did you find the time to go catch a Mime Jr.? And why do we have one?
Firstly, I need to buy some healing items, boys, since we've been lacking in that department. And also, please remember to hit the like and subscribe button to everyone.
Yeah, how about you stop avoiding the question I just asked Joe and explain why we're using a dumb clown?
We're going to be using Mr. Rhyme in this game, Donald, as requested by a viewer on the President's Discord server, which is linked in the description if anyone would like to join.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Mr. Rhyme Joe. Leon had one in the anime, and it's based off Charlie Chaplin, if I'm right in saying. A pretty solid Pokemon.
Yeah, all right, Joe, I'll allow this. Plus, it's an ice type too when it's fully evolved, so that should be useful for when we battle Raihan when we get to the HM.
I don't need your permission to use a Pokemon I want in my playthrough, Donald, and this was a viewer's choice too, so there.
Okay, well, in other news, we just ran into Rose again and his maniacal-looking assistant, and they were talking about Galar Energy as usual.
At least try to pronounce the name of the region properly, Barry. But anyway, this city is actually where Raihan's gym is, so Joe, you gotta head west, I believe.
Yeah, I know, Donald, this is the 8th gym's location, which we won't be visiting for quite a while, but looks like I still need to talk to these two before moving on.
This city's name is Hammerlock, not Hammersmith, so my bad. But this looks like a PowerPoint presentation on the Galar Energy boys.
If I wanted a PowerPoint presentation on energy, I'd have gone back to 12th grade physics Obama. I just want Joe to get his ass to the next damn gym already.
Calm your pants down, Donald. I'm working on it, you know. But hey, how about we ask the viewers to give us more Pokemon facts and then we can shout them out?
Good idea, Joe. We haven't done that in a few episodes. So please leave some comments below and let us know the best Pokemon fact you know, specifically about legendary or mythical Pokemon. And we will shout you out in the next episode.
Yeah, and anyone who comments facts about my boy Arceus gets special privileges.
Donald, we won't be giving special privileges to anyone about that, just because Arceus is your favorite Pokemon. But they're free to still comment facts about it since it's a mythical.
It's literally our channel mascot Obama, so I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear anything you just said, bro.
Okay, well, how about you two help me pick out some mad drips for our character instead of fighting over God?
Well, we did tell you to wait until you reached Winden City, Joe, but you go decide to play dress up now.
And he even just wolf whistled at himself, the little creep Obama. We heard that Joe don't think we didn't.
Hey, look who it, guys. I think this is our first interaction with Raihan, the dragon-type gym leader, and apparently he's the strongest gym leader in the world, too.
I'd like to see him battle Claire and then win so she loses again. But then again, she'd probably make him go to the Dragon's Cave and do that dumb quiz.
I'd like to say that although Dragon type is my favorite typing in Pokemon, I still think Volkner from Sinnoh is the strongest gym leader in the world, and I'm sure lots of people will agree with me on that.
Hell yeah, Donald, I agree with that point. Volkner is the GOAT, and he dresses a lot better than Raihan, too. Raihan looks like a sloppy teenager who just got out of bed.
And talking of goats here, we have the hottest character in Pokemon again being Sonya. I forgot how gorgeous she looks, boys.
Obama getting thirsty again, Joe. Maybe get him some moo 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 milk to calm him down a little bit, LMFAO.
I think he'd rather have Sonya's milk, Donald, LMAO. Moo 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 milk won't cut it.
Steady on, Joe. We're trying to keep this child friendly, which is something I'm sure you'd like, but keep the adult jokes to yourself, please.
Hey Barry, this might make you jealous, but a viewer commented a few episodes ago that Raihan and Sonya have a thing going on, and I thought Leon and Sonya were a thing.
The only thing she has, Donald, is a thing with yours truly. Especially when Joe, of all people, is about to beat Raihan's ass.
I'd like to point out that I'll be beating his ass metaphorically and not literally. But anyway, my dudes, here we go, making our way through the next route towards the fairy-type gym, I believe.
And of course, whenever we enter a new route, there's always going to be some random team yell grunts abusing a Pokemon or trainer.
That is becoming a common theme in this game, Donald. I feel like they do it. So we don't forget, Team Yell are actually a thing in this game because even Game Freak knew they messed up with this team.
Yeah, I haven't met anyone who likes them, so if you are one of those rare few people who actually think Team Yell are good, then please leave a comment, and we shall pin it.
Yeah, we'll pin it so everyone else knows you have bad taste in Pokemon evil teams.
Donald, we won't be doing that, thank you very much. We don't condone bullying. Remember, so if you do in fact like Team Yell, then that's totally fine.
It's really not fine, Obama, but yeah, sure, whatever. And Joe has gone and got Larvitar poisoned now, so how about we deal with that?
Hey, I think Larvitar is actually getting super close to evolving Donald, which would be nice to see in this episode.
I concur, Joe, that would be nice to see, and the fact that a battle with Team Yell actually provides us with something useful would be a miracle.
Okay, so from that statement, you agree that Team Yell are utter crap.
I never said they weren't Donald. I just said you shouldn't pick on other people who happen to actually like them.
And I was right, guys. Our cute little Larvitar has evolved into an amazing Pupitar, and it's also almost the same color as the name we gave it.
Yeah, Pupitar is a pretty awesome Pokemon, and now we're only one evolution away from getting the GOAT Tyranitar, which is Godzilla, remember, boys.
I can't believe you just called it Pupitar Donald, but I also think that's hilarious. So henceforth, we shall be calling it Pupitar.
Well, whilst you two continue to insult our team, I'm going to continue to make my way towards the next town, and I can't remember for the life of me what it's called.
Well, Joe, we've just got introduced to the gym leader of that town being Opal right here, and she's some sort of maniac as far as I'm concerned.
I second that, Donald. She has some sort of fetish with the color pink, but her favorite color is actually purple, so yeah.
Oh, I remember her from the anime. She was quite strange, to be honest, boys, but hey, she looks to be around my age, though, which is just lovely, isn't it?
Sorry, Joe, too old for you, buddy, LMFAO. And also, this is the first time we're getting to use Pupitar in the Game Boys. How exciting is this?
Yeah, awesome, Donald, and it just bodied that Clefable like it was nothing. This Pokemon is probably going to be our MVP in this game without a doubt.
Look, this trainer has 2 Cleffables, guys. I bet she has them because they're pink, and she thinks they look cute, but in reality, they look disturbing to me.
Well, this one survived our earthquake, Joe, which means it out for revenge since we killed its friend. And on top of that, you got Pupitar poisoned?
Not for long, Donald. Pupitar has the best ability being shed skin, which means we can remove any status effect we have on it without wasting any items. Such an awesome ability, if you ask me.
It is indeed an awesome ability. Joe, although when it evolves into Tyranitar, it'll probably lose it for another one, and I can't remember which it'll be.
With my godlike powers, Obama, I can put the multi-type ability, which only Arceus has on our Tyranitar. Imagine how awesome that would be.
Yeah, Donald, we won't be doing that, thank you very much. I'm surprised you even suggested it since there can only be one Arceus and he is your favorite Pokemon too.
Joe, I can see you're getting lost here, bro. But all you need to do is head to the right and you'll find the correct path.
The moron can't even navigate a few ladders, and he's going to become the champion for what, like the 5th time now, which is unbelievable.
Hang on, Joe, when the hell did you get this little fella? We didn't see you find a Dreepy.
I've had it since the start of this episode, Barry, and I was surprised you both didn't notice it. But yeah, along with Mime Jr., I also caught a Dreepy, which is shiny, and I named it Blackbird.
All right, I must admit, Blackbird is an awesome name for a Dreepy, Joe, since it's designed like a stealth plane.
Thanks, Donald. I think it's the best name for a Dreepy, and I hope all the viewers will like it too. And I also got it a bit earlier than normal so we could spend more time with it.
All right, what in the actual hell is wrong with this artist guy? He looks like a goddamn psychopath.
You took the words right out my mouth, Obama. This is the model they should have used for the team Yell Grunts or Criminals, but instead they gave it to the artist model.
He's only got a crappy little coughing, though, which Dreepy should be able to easily deal with, although this thing will need a hell of a lot of training.
I must say, Joe, the current move pool on Dreepy is quite bad. Our best move is Infestation, which does nothing. And then we have Paralyze, Heal, and Confuse Ray.
It's not Paralyze Heal, Obama, it's Thunder Wave, you dumbass. And that combined with Confuse Ray is actually pretty good, you know.
Okay, well, currently Obama is right and Dreepy will need to be switch trained until it can learn to fight its own battles.
See, Joe, that's the problem with these gosh darn dragon-type Pokemon. They're only good when they're fully evolved and like level 70, by which point the game has basically been finished for most people, unless you over-level it.
Okay, well, if your rant is over, Barry, I'd like to compliment this little clown for destroying that coughing with one Psybeam.
Yeah, Donald Man is super tough, isn't it? And just wait till it becomes a Mr. Rhyme. Then it'll become even stronger.
I'd like to see that, Joe, because it almost died to a rock slide. But then again, I could compliment how it managed to survive with like 2 health points left.
Correction, Obama, it's now dead, so I think I'll take back everything good I just said about it. LMAO, poor thing is still too weak.
Give it time, boys, and it'll be a fruitful Pokemon for us to use in this game. And by the way, we have to make sure we get the conditions right for it to become a My Rhyme.
I already double-checked that for you, Joe. For Mime Jr. to become a Mr. Rhyme, it has to learn Mimic whilst it's in the Galar Region. And funnily enough, we are in fact in the Galar Region right now.
Oh, I'm sure Joe will find a way to mess that up, Obama, knowing him, and it'll end up evolving into a normal Mr. Mime.
Shut it, Donald. I'm not that much of a dumbass. And anyway, we've made it to the next town with a gym, my dudes. How exciting is this now?
Well, that depends on how well the gym battle goes, Joe, because with your current track record, I'm a little worried.
Well, we do have a psychic type with us now, Barry, so Mime Jr. should be able to do a lot of damage in the gym against B. And if we were playing Shield, then we'd be battling Alistair, remember.
I'm just doing some shopping, boys, since we're very low on supplies, even though the chances of getting paralyzed or something in this gym is very low, but still, you never know.
Yes, be a good little Boy Scout and be prepared, Joseph. And by the way, there are some fighting-type moves which can cause his paralysis sometimes.
Oh yeah, Joe, if you talk to that guy after beating the game, then he'll give you the DNA splicers, which can be used to fuse QREM with Reshiram and Zekrom.
Oh, for God's sake, sorry to cut you off, Donald, but I wasn't expecting a battle with this moron just yet. I thought I could run straight to the gym.
And what in the actual fuck is that Pokemon he's got now? It looks almost as demented as you, Joe.
That Pokemon is Cramorant Donald, and I think it can launch fish out its mouth at us, which is actually another Pokemon.
Okay, well, Joe is actually using some strategy for once and starting this off with Thunder Wave. So good to see you're using your brain, Joe.
Yeah, now our Pupitar is going to wreck this battle up, boys. Just watch. I want to get this guy to become a Tyranitar by the time we get to the 8th gym.
Yeah, Rock Slide should one-shot this thing, Joe, but it's still nice to see Hop expanding on his team, even if he uses weird Pokemon like this one.
And Hop is always saying how we're so smart because we know which moves are super effective against his Pokemon, like we're some sort of idiot.
Doesn't stop you two from calling me one, but hey, look, we're actually learning Mimic, guys, so I guess this battle with Hop was good for something.
Yeah, so now Mime Jr. might evolve at the end of this battle, which is something for us to look forward to.
I actually can't wait to have Blackbird fully evolved into a Dragapult, boys. It's probably up there as one of my absolute favorite dragon types.
Yeah, it's definitely solid, Donald. My least favorite dragon-type Pokemon is probably Druddigon, though. It doesn't even evolve and no one uses it.
I bet you've offended a few people in the comments with that statement, Joe.
Let them get offended, Barry. I don't care. I don't like Druddigon, and its shiny form looks like Donald, too.
Its shiny form is more green than orange, you demented peanut, Joe. And you'll always be a Snorlax or Kamala to me anyway.
Hey, check it out. It's Hop's newest Pokemon, boys, a Toxel. And when this thing evolves, it's actually a really strong Pokemon. I know lots of people love it, actually.
It's got good defenses, too, Barry. It somehow survived my attack with only a few health points left.
Yeah, I guess we could say Hop may have improved ever so slightly, Joe, but only slightly, and that there is about as much a compliment I'll ever give him.
Okay, well, that's Toxel down. I love that little purple fellow, but now it seems he's gone and caught himself one more Pokemon.
Oh, what the hell, he went and caught that snake thing we encountered earlier, which Team Yell were beating up.
Not like it will be a challenge for you anyway, Joe, so stop complaining and crush it.
Hey, it's quite a high level, though, isn't it? Level 30 isn't bad for this thing, and I wasn't paying attention to his other team's level, but this could be his highest.
Well, it somehow survived my direct hit, just like his Toxel did Obama. Either way, another slam or whatever should be enough for this thing to die.
At least we will have a Rillaboom in about 5 more battles' time, depending upon how much you use our Grass Monkey, Joe. And I can't even remember its actual name.
Yeah, the second evolutions are always really forgettable, Donald, but anyway, well done for beating Hop Joe. And now our little clown is evolving.
Okay, it's been a while since I've seen Mr. Rhyme, and this guy looks creepy as hell. No wonder some people are afraid of clowns.
Then everyone should be afraid of you, Donald, and secondly, that isn't Mr. Rhyme, it's Mr. Mime Galar form. We still have to evolve it up one more stage.
And you went and taught it hypnosis, Joe. Which, of course, you would. You do realize it can't use it on you, you know, right?
And how good would life be to have a Pokemon with you to use hypnosis when you need a good nap? That would be like the best thing ever.
The best move to have in real life, Joe, would be judgment, because then I could punish all the fools who disagree with me.
And that's exactly why you don't have that move, Donald. But anyway, I think now's a good time to wrap this episode up, boys.
Yes, I'm Obama, so thanks for watching, everyone. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe button and consider becoming a member if you want to support the channel.
Yeah, next episode we'll be heading straight into the gym, so make sure you pray for us all week so Joe doesn't mess this battle up like the others.
I can't wait for the day you make a big mistake in a battle, Donald, and then we'll never let you hear the end of it.
Never gonna happen, Joe. I'm the GOAT.
Alrighty, Joe, no time for a proper intro because we're going to be battling B and hopefully Opal today, too. So, and subscribe, my beautiful fans.
Yeah, no wasting time today, everyone. So do what Barry said and smash that like button. It really helps us out. And look, Donald, I've got more balls from the ball guy.
Good job, Joe, but that's the only compliment you'll be getting from me for a while until you beat B up big time. Her and her fighting-type Pokemon are tough.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Donald. Remember, B actually beat Ash in the Ultimate Journeys anime, and then they had a draw the second time they battled.
Before all that, boys, what in the actual hell is this gym puzzle? It's like I'm going to be in a bumper car at a festival or something in this thing.
Yeah, I hope you don't get dizzy, Joe, because we're about to be spinning all over the place. Basically, you got to spin the Joy-Con controller around, and then it'll move the thing we're in.
And between each segment, there's, of course, going to be the odd gym battle we'll have to do with some random trainer who's also taking part in the challenge.
Now this guy's actually leading off with a Stuffle from the Alola region. Although it's cute as hell, this little pink fluff ball is going to get decimated by our clown.
That's right, Joe, and we have Psychic on Mr. Mime here, and it'll probably one-shot everything we come across in this place. I just want one gym battle to go well, so this could be it.
Hey, this guy has the full evolution line, which is nice to see. I thought he'd only have Stuffle, and that would be like most boring trainers.
Yeah, but Beware still died, Joe, even though it was quite a high-leveled Pokemon for this point in the game, too.
Okay, more spinning about to do here, Joe. I think this puzzle is the hardest one in the gym and will require you to have some quick reflexes.
I have the reflexes of a max IV speed Deoxys Donald. This puzzle will be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then I can put Ash to shame by beating B in one move each.
Yeah, clearly these are the reflexes of a Speed Deoxys Joe L. Mao. This is more like the reflexes of a Shuckle.
And that was an insult to all Shuckles everywhere, Obama. And by the way, Shuckle is a really good Pokemon too, especially if you teach it Trick Room.
But yeah, did you see that, boys? I just smashed my way through this puzzle quite literally, and now I think we have one trainer battle left before battling B.
That's right, and Trainer Simon here has a Hitmonlee, an amazing Pokemon from Gen 1 who's based off Bruce Lee, if you didn't know.
I think most people knew that, Barry, but on the topic of facts, we want you all to comment your best Generation 4 fact, so that includes Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Heart Gold, and Soul Silver too.
My favorite thing about Heart Gold and Soul Silver is the Arceus event where he starts giving us a PowerPoint presentation on images from Google.
Yeah, I did find that a bit strange the first time I saw it too, Joe. Arceus is so powerful that he can break the fourth wall and bash out a quick Google image search whilst creating another god Pokemon.
That's why he's the GOAT, Barry, but hey, look, Simon has been beat, and now we can head into the main stadium to take on the gym leader.
Just you wait, boys. Mr. Mime has been cleaning up in this place, and I'm so excited to have a gym battle that doesn't end in an almost disaster.
Hey, B, be looking pretty fine too, I must say. I think Sonya is still #1 for me, but this one is a solid 8 as well, I think.
And Obama's still carrying out his crusade to find the hottest girl in the Galar region. But anyway, here we go, so zip your pants back up, Barry.
Okay, our first Pokemon is not even worth talking about because it's going to die in like 10 seconds time. So how about we talk about something else?
Wow, that one shot was solid, Joe. Well done. Although I think Hitmontop's defenses are pretty trash to begin with, and Psychic is super OP anyway.
And her next Pokemon is Pangoro from the Kalos region. I think this guy is an Ursaring ripoff Pokemon, but hey, still pretty decent.
Oh shit, I forgot it's a dark type, and that's going to be super effective against us boys. I may have ruined this battle now.
Okay, and here I thought you'd actually use your brain for once, Joe, but we're 4 gym battles into this game, and you still can't get the basics right, you dumbass.
Hang on, when the hell did you get this guy fully evolved, Joe? I don't remember this happening.
Oh yeah, so this was meant to be a surprise for you all, and I didn't anticipate it coming out in this gym battle since I thought Mr. Mime would sweep in here, but hey ho, here we are, it's Rillaboom.
All right, well, I literally don't even care, Joe, because you went and hyped up Mr. Mime so much before this battle, and now you're stuck using Barry for the rest of it.
Well, at least Pangoro is down and out now, Donald. A few energy balls from our monkey here in B should only have one Pokemon left, which is either Grapplock or Machamp.
Oh, she has a Surfetched instead, Joe. I did not see this coming since she never had one in the anime, although they do tend to change the teams around a lot.
She has a team of 4 Pokemon Obama, so after this one, she'll either have Machamp or Grapplock. Both of which are super tough Pokemon, but personally, I hope it's Machamp.
Hey, Rillaboom has its signature move now, though, guys, and it's called Drum Beating. I really like this move, too, actually, and Rillaboom is actually one of the stronger starter Pokemon, too, did you know?
Well, B's Surfetched is setting up Sword's Dance, Joe. So if you're not careful, it could one-shot us if it uses Acrobatics or something, which would be super effective, too.
Yeah, is that before or after the stupid bird spams detect like a little peasant scumbag it is? I mean, why even do that?
Whenever a Pokemon uses Detect, Donald, it's always trying to stall, but in a normal gameplay, I think it's stupid because it wastes time. However, in the competitive scene, I think it's valid.
That could be true, Joe, I guess. But anyway, we're on to B's final Pokemon now. And by the looks of it, Donald, your wish came true and she's using Machamp instead of Grapplock.
Yeah, good, because I think Grapplock is a much more difficult Pokemon for us to deal with than Machamp, and by US, I mean Joe.
Well, I'm about to Gigantamax our Rillaboom, boys, and I take it she's going to do the same with her Machamp, so let's see who comes out on top here.
Yep, here we go, the ultimate battle for our 4th gym badge, Joe, or whichever one we're on now. And for those who played Shield and battled Alistair, let us know in the comments what you thought of him.
That Machamp reminds me of Groudon and the Weather Trio because of those lines all over its body when it's Gigantamaxed.
I did quite a bit of damage to it as well, Donald, so another move should be enough to take it out unless she throws a full restore at it or something.
Well, whatever move Machamp just used did nothing to us, Joe. So I think you've got this in the bag now, even if the beginning of the battle was an absolute disaster.
Yup, and that's all she heard, boys. Well done, Joe. You brought back the win for us, even though I thought it was all over when we lost Mr. Mime.
Easy peasy, boys, just like I said it would be. And the only thing I have to do is remember all my type matchups properly, and I think it'll be smooth sailing.
Hell yeah, Joe Rillaboom sure did carry in this battle. It goes to show how strong I am. Oh, sorry, I mean how strong it is.
One thing I suggest you do, Joe, is get the amulet coin and stick it on whichever Pokemon is up front so we can make bank in all the next battles we'll be taking part in.
Good shout, Donald, but I don't have an amulet coin, and I also have no idea where to get one, so if any of the viewers do, then leave a comment.
Also, I have some of the items which can boost the power of each type of Pokemon we have, Joe, so using them would be wise too, especially with how you've been battling. You need all the help you can get.
And once again, the love of my life is back on our screens, people. Beautiful Sonia is here, and I'm feeling very beautiful myself.
And I feel like throwing up in my mouth Obama, but anyway, there seems to be some commotion going on behind the gym boys.
All right, what on earth is that monstrosity painted all over the cliff face? It's like a child has come through here with giant crayons and gone mad.
Yo, and our boy Bede is here, and he has a Copper now, which is an interesting Pokemon, although I don't particularly like it.
It looks like he's about to smash into the cliff face with a two-berry. I wonder what the whole story here is then.
Well, looks like you're going to find out after battling with him, Joe. So let's see what the pink fool has for us this time then. I wonder if he's gotten any stronger.
Okay, well his Solosis has evolved into a Duotion now, Donald, so that looks to be a good start. Maybe he'll actually be a real rival to us alongside Marnie.
It's still weak as hell, though, Obama. Another Thunderbolt from Mr. Mime, and this Jelly Belly Pokemon is about to get crushed.
Yeah, but first the guy is going to start spamming super potions, Joe, so get ready for that. Maybe we should get that move which stops items from being used in battle.
Interesting. Bede set up that light screen, and now our special attacking moves are going to be weaker, Joe. So you should switch to physical attacking ones.
Well, we haven't used Umbreon in a while, I think, so I'm sending it out now, since Dark is super effective against Psychic.
So you remember your type matchups in the most pointless battles, but in the important ones like gym battles, Joe, you always forget what's what.
Well, to be fair to Joe just now, he actually did listen to me and used Crunch, which is a physical attacking move and super effective to Solosis, like he said too.
See, boys, I can be quite useful when I need to be. And I've almost beaten this fellow too, so I think this battle is going quite well.
Joe, calm down, dude. You've only taken out one of his Pokemon so far, so it's not like you're winning. Knowing you, he could come out of nowhere and take us out.
Okay, well that's true, but his light screen just wore off, Joe, so now you can start spamming special moves if you even know what they are.
Yeah, I know Barry and his Hatterney Pokemon, or whatever that thing is called, has just been taken out, so now he only has 2 Pokemon left.
Ah, yes, his My Little Pony Pokemon is back, and as we can see, it's not evolved into a Rapidash. And I want to say, even though we take the piss out of this horse, the Galar form is pretty neat.
Look how strong our Umbreon is, boys. It almost took the My Little Pony out in one move, even though he was super effective against us, too.
Yet another crunch should be enough to wipe the pony out, Joe, and that'll be the end of Fairy Wind then. What an annoying move, too, and worst of all, it's pink.
Our Pokemon is getting ever close to level 42, which is good to see. And everyone is almost at the same level as well, which sure makes training easy.
That's true, Obama. And he sent out a Gothorita now as well. I can't remember if he had this Pokemon the last time we battled, but I sure as hell don't like it.
Crunch is enough to kill it, Joe, and that's the end of Bede for now. But he didn't have that elephant Pokemon from earlier in the battle, so who does it belong to?
It must belong to Chairman Rose or something, Donald. He's the type of person who'd have a Copper for sure. Plus, I know it's his from the anime.
And you're right, Obama. Look who shows up right as we beat Bede. And his demonic-looking assistant is always with him, too.
I watched the Pokemon Twilight Wings anime series, Joe, and his assistant started off as a nice, quiet person, and now she has, in fact, turned into a demon. She's more terrifying than anyone else.
Hey, I think Chairman Rose is telling Bede off for using his elephant to destroy that mural on that wall. To be honest, I don't blame Bede for once. It looks more hideous than Donald's face.
I'll have you know that many people have complimented me on my looks, Barry, which is something that can't be said about you.
Well, they've all left now, guys, and I'm left alone here with Sonia, who thinks this mural actually means something. No wonder she isn't a proper professor yet.
I think you just ate your own words, Joe, because Sonya was right. Not only is she hot as hell, but she's also clever too, which makes her even more attractive.
Please cool it with your Sonya Riz game, Barry. We have way more important things to do, like see what on earth is going on with those statues.
Okay, well, clearly what's going on is those statues are the legendary Pokemon on the box art, and they're also the sword and shield. How has nobody figured that out yet?
Because, Joe, I don't think Sonya has access to the box art of the game she's starring in to know what's going on, your fool.
Well, looks like we have to sit through another 10 years worth of dialogue, boys. This is getting quite annoying, I must say. So, Joe, please cut some of it out.
Well, Obama, this is the reason why we're battling 2 gym leaders in this episode, since we didn't actually do anything of use in the last one.
Yeah, you just pranced about getting our team killed and evolving a clown into a bigger clown. That was basically the entirety of the last episode.
Okay, well, as Obama requested, we're here in Ballinlee now, which has got to be one of my all-time favorite towns ever. It's definitely got some cottagecore vibes going on.
And on top of that, Joe, it looks like every building here has RGB all over it because those mushrooms are glowing. I wonder what would happen if we ate them too, LMAO.
I think if we ate those mushrooms, we'd be in for a wild ride, Barry. But hey, since we're here, Joe, the only thing to do is head right into the gym.
Just look how awesome this place is. All the mushrooms glowing in the way the town is set up too. It's all just too much for my tiny little mind to handle.
Well, you better get your tiny little mind in check, Joe, because Marnie has showed up and she might want to battle you again, and if not, then we still need to take on Opal.
Wow, she barely said anything to us, Donald. I guess she's not interested in wasting her time with battling Joe today.
Wow, we just got a love ball. I didn't even know that was a thing. I wonder what it does. But anyway, time to get registered for the gym battle, boys.
The Love Ball has a better chance of catching a Pokemon that has an opposite gender to the Pokemon currently in battle, I think, Joe. And if it doesn't have a gender, then I have no idea what happens.
Okay, time to concentrate, guys, because Opal's gym test is a damn quiz, which means me and you, Donald, are going to have to tell Joe the answers.
I'd like to point out the correct way of saying that is Donald and I. Thought you might want to know that, Barry.
Literally, no one cares about grammar, Joe. We only care about you getting our 6th gym badge here. And if you get any of the questions wrong, our defenses get dropped, so don't mess this up.
Yeah, but either way, we're going to have a few trainer battles to take part in. So what difference does it really make, Donald?
OJ, apparently this is an audition for me to see if I'm good enough to take part in the actual gym battle. I am so confused to what's going on in this place. I swear Opal is batshit insane.
Yeah, we can't deny that, Joe. Opal does seem a little mad. She was mad in the anime as well with her cooking contest episode and her harassing anyone who has pink on them.
Good thing there's absolutely nothing pink about us boys except Mr. Mime, who has a pink face. Maybe we should have covered it up with a balaclava or something.
Yo, Mr. Mime with a balaclava on its face would be the funniest thing ever, Barry. We could call him Gangster Mime.
Yeah, so if any of you people watching are artists, then we'd love to see you make a drawing of Mr. Mime looking like a gangster, and then you can send it to us on Discord.
That Pokemon would be perfect for Jizzy Joe, too, don't you think, Donald? And we haven't seen him for ages either, by the way, so what's going on with that?
Well, Barry, as you all know, I have a split personality, so the side of my brain, which is Jizzy Joe, seems to be in shutdown mode recently. I can't even hear him, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, he better make an appearance when we're going to battle Leon Joe. I don't want you taking on the strongest trainer in the world, remember.
I agree with that, too. Plus, Jizzy Joe is just way cooler and better than you in every single shape and form, Joseph.
How about we focus on battling Opal before you two even think about taking on Leon? And right now, I'm stuck battling this goblin thing, which got me confused.
Well, we managed to get the Ice Beam in and the Goblin died Joe, but that Pokemon is actually really solid. And remember, our bestie Marnie has won.
And now we're battling a Gardevoir, boys. A tough Pokemon for sure, and Diantha's ace too, although luckily we don't have to deal with its Mega Form today.
Well, Ice Beam is like our best move on Mr. Mime since we get the stab bonus on it too. Plus, I think Mr. Rhyme, whenever it evolves, will be able to sweep Raihan's gym.
Raihan won't stand a chance when we get to him, but we still have another battle before that guy Joe, and I have no idea who the 7th gym leader is.
Actually, I forgot too, Donald, but let's go into that battle with no knowledge. So it'll be more fun for Joe, especially when he loses, so we can wind him up.
You two do realize I could just Google who it is behind your backs and then pretend to be surprised when it's time for the 7th gym battle.
Yeah, but knowing you, Joe, you'll probably forget to do any of that by the time this episode is finished anyway, so big deal.
Hey, at least we learnt Stone Edge on our Obsidian, which is a great rock-type move. All we need to do now is find some PP maxes, and then we can boost the total power points of the move.
And even better than that, Barry, I've beaten all the gym trainers in the place, so now I think it's time to take on Opal for the 6th badge.
Let's get this done then, Joseph, and not messing about, please. After this, we'll have 2 more to go, and then we can be claiming yet another Pokemon victory.
Okay, Joe, remember Opal uses fairy types, which means don't be a dumbass and send out Dreepy, who's already weak as hell right now.
For a second, boys, I thought she'd gone to sleep while standing up, which is definitely something you'd do, Joe.
No time to even think about sleep right now, Donnie, old boy. I gotta crush this old wench and her pink Pokemon to prove how good I am to you both.
Alrighty, and her first Pokemon is going to be a Galarian Weezing. A pretty neat Pokemon, actually, and I love its tall smoke tower thingies.
Did you know this Pokemon actually helps the environment, Obama, because it takes in bad air and then releases oxygen, compared to the normal Weezing, which is just big oil if it was a Pokemon?
Instead of ranting about wheezing, Donald, how about you look at how I just one-shot it with Psychic like it was nothing?
Okay, well done, Joe, and now her next Pokemon is a Mawile, which is a really great Pokemon, but if this could Mega Evolve, then I'd have more respect for Opal.
Boys, she's still asking us dumb quiz questions during the battle to throw us off, so don't let her get to you, Joe. Keep your mind focused.
Okay, well, I hit it with a Thunderbolt since I wasn't sure what else to do, but maybe Ice Beam would have been better since we have Stab with it.
And she has Crunch Joe, which is super effective, and it did almost take us out too, so now what's the game plan going to be?
Lucky for you, Barry, our Mr. Mime will be able to take out Mawile with another Thunderbolt, which means this old wench only has 2 Pokemon left. I am so winning this battle.
And well, look who it is, everyone. A Togekiss back to get revenge because of the one I released back when we played Pokemon Heart Gold, which you should all go watch, by the way.
And it did, in fact, get revenge since Mr. Mime got taken out by an ancient power Donald, and by the way, I'm still pissed off about that.
Yeah, well, get over it, Obama. That was our first Pokemon game we played on the channel, and it was almost a year ago, too. Plus, Pupitar here should be able to deal with Togekiss.
Wow, she straight up asked us what her favorite color is now, too, guys. What the hell even is this battle? It's more of a game show than anything else.
How about we talk about the fact that Togekiss has been on the field for like 3 turns now, Joe? And you haven't actually done 1 single damage point to it.
Well, that Stone Edge was pretty decent, Barry, although it somehow survived it, which is complete bullshit. There's no way it should have survived that.
Oh my god, and now it's spamming Draining Kiss to restore its health, and my second Stone Edge attack missed too. What the hell is even going on now?
You'll get it again, Joe, don't worry. This Flying White Pancake has pretty good defenses, so this is to be expected.
If I was the one battling, though, Obama, then I'd have revived Mr. Mime and used Thunderbolt since that move is probably better, and we could get a Paralyze on Togekiss, too.
Okay, well, you're not battling Donald, so shut your mouth and watch now as her last Pokemon dies and it's a goddamn cake.
Technically speaking, Joe, it's a ball of icing or whatever you want to call it, but it does turn into a cake when you Gigantamax it.
And speak of the devil here is said cake. This thing looks even more ridiculous now, and somehow it's Opal's ace Pokemon, too.
The cake just roared at me as well, which was super weird. I bet the designers were high as hell when this thing got made, LMALM.
And that move left us with 16 health points left, Joe, so looks like another Pokemon is going to die, and now she's gone and asked you her age, too.
And Joe was being sweet and said she's 16 years old, but we know that's what he wishes.
Hey, listen, Donald, it's never nice to remind an old woman her age, so I was being polite, and also I did that to throw her off whilst her cake gets crushed.
The only thing that got crushed right now was Pupitar Joe. So yeah, this battle is basically going like the others, with the amount of Pokemon you're getting killed, Joe.
All right, well, I have no idea what to do now, boys, so I'm going to send out Umbreon and see what it can do. I know our blue shiny doggo will sweep this thing.
All we have really to use is Shadow Ball, Joe, and even that isn't doing much, so why don't you just Gigantamax already, you fool?
I think he's waiting for the cake's Gigantamax to end, Donald, so we have an easier chance of sweeping it, but yeah, Joe, you might as well go big now, you know?
And exactly as I planned, the cake went small, so now I have a chance of beating this thing. See, Donald, my strat was a real one, wasn't it?
Considering you got 2 of our Pokemon killed, Joe, I wouldn't exactly call your strat good in any way, shape, or form.
This was all part of the plan, Donald, in my mind anyway. But now Umbreon is confused, which is just great, isn't it? I need to switch out.
And you went and sent out Dreepy, which is exactly what I told you not to do. You big buffoon Joe, why do you do this?
Hey, Dreepy needs the experience Obama because this thing takes 1 billion years to evolve. So how about you look at it from that angle?
Well, you both have points, but with Dreepy's ability, killing this Alcremie will be a lot easier, Obama, since Draining Kiss has been disabled now.
Man, you should have sent out Rillaboom from the beginning, Joe. Until Dreepy and Pupitar evolve, this guy's going to be the MVP for sure. Plus, in the next episode, we should have our final team member, too.
Oh yeah, that's right, everyone. In episode 9, you'll all get to see our final team member, and some of you already know who it'll be. But for those who don't, we won't spoil it for you.
And here comes Gigantamax Rillaboom, everyone. The goated monkey is here to sweep this cake thing off the face of the planet now.
I mean, you could have done this right from the get-go, Joe, and we'd have been done and probably already in the next town right now, but sure, whatever, play like a fool.
Hey, at least he didn't lose the battle barrier, which I think is the most important thing about this episode, LMFAO. And now we have 6 gym badges, boys.
Yeah, that is the most important thing, and now I really need my nap, guys. I feel completely zonked out after dealing with 2 gym battles in one episode.
Well, I feel zonked out after watching how you battle Joe. That's exhausting enough for me, you know, but well done, I guess. Donald's right, we're 6 gym badges in and only need 2 more to take on Leon.
Hey, boys, I just realized the Galar region doesn't have an Elite Four in it. There's only gym battles, and then Leon isn't it?
Kind of yes, Donald, but we're not the only one competing. And remember, after getting 8 gym badges, we don't actually battle Leon right away, but that's going to be a surprise for people who don't know.
And on that note, guys, thank you for watching the episode. Please remember to like and subscribe if you haven't, and check out our other videos below.
Oh, dear Lord Opal is still talking to us, boys. But yeah, as Joe said, thanks for watching, guys, and please become a member if you want to help support the channel so we can continue making videos.
She teleported us Donald, which was nice of her. But yeah, expect part 9 to come out within a week, everyone.
Guess who's back? Back again. It is I. I am back.
If that was meant to be you rapping that Eminem song, Jizzy Joe, then Jesus Christ, you don't deserve to wear those gold chains.
In his defense, Barry, we don't want to get a copyright strike or anything bad again, so it's best if he raps like garbage. But anyway, welcome to the video. Everyone remember to hit that like and subscribe button.
Yeah, boys, we're almost 10 episodes in, and today I hope Joe will make it to the city with the 7th gym today. I bet Jizzy Joe will clean up in that place faster than normal Joe, too.
Oh, trust me, Barry, man, I'm back and primed to wreck the gym leaders. Whoever the 7th guys will feel my wrath. And would you two mind telling me what the hell is going on here?
I think Bede was just attacked by Opal. I did not see that one coming, boys. I think she needs to be locked up with the key thrown away.
Well, it seems she's now questioning him, Donald. This woman is indeed batshit insane, and I agree she should be thrown into the distortion world with the portal key thrown away.
Hey, don't stick her with Giratina for eternity. Poor guy wouldn't want some mad women climbing all over him and dressing him up with pink colors.
Talking of mad, here is Sonia, which Obama is about to be mad about as usual. Although she do be looking quite ravishing today, if I do say so myself, LMFAO.
Hey, I think there was just an explosion, Joe, so you better protect my dear Sonia. She must be protected at all costs.
It was probably some Gigantamax Pokemon in a Battleberry calm down. I would have thought those kind of sounds would be common in Galar with all the Pokemon going giant size like that.
That could also be true, Joe, but I don't think that sound was one of a Gigantamax Pokemon and more like a bomb going off or something. But hey, it's not like Chairman Rose has an underground power plant that could explode at any point, is it?
Hold that thought, Donald. But anyway, Leon has showed me to see what's going on, too. So I guess he's just wandering about, doing nothing as usual.
He's doing more than our rival ever is, though. I bet the guy still has weak-ass Pokemon like always. I wonder if any of his Pokemon even evolved since the last time I battled him.
Some have, Joe, but looks like we're going to meet him outside the town for a battle so you can see for yourself which new Pokemon he is, not that it should be a challenge for you anyway.
Well, the next gym definitely won't be difficult, so I guess I could use this battle with Hop as a warm-up one. Although I bet I'd break more of a sweat if I battled a level 1 Magikarp.
And his first Pokemon is a Trevenant from the Kalos region. A solid Pokemon, actually, and it's a ghost and grass type as well.
Okay, I can't even remember him having this since the last time we battled him, but either way, it's an easy Pokemon for us to take out, especially with Mr. Mime.
Hey, Hop just said the way I battle reminds him of Leon, which is clearly not true because I'm far superior than Leon ever is and ever will be too. Leon doesn't even have 1 gold chain whilst I have 5.
Okay, and his second Pokemon he has now is a Heatmer, a solid Pokemon from the Unova region. I swear this guy has Pokemon from almost everywhere by the looks of it.
Heatmore is a good Pokemon, yeah, Donald, and its stats are pretty good right away since it doesn't evolve. Although it would be cool if they gave it one.
He has a team of 5 Pokemon now, though, and the last time I battled him, he had like 3. At least our boy here is developing his team and using pretty decent Pokemon too, unlike the other rivals we faced.
We need people to make a list of some of the best rivals in the Pokemon series, boys. I think Blue would probably be at the top of that.
Yeah, Blue would definitely be at the top of that list, Donald, and then I'd maybe put Hugh or Barry next. They're both pretty decent rivals as well.
Hey, check it out, you two. I am really cleaning up in this battle. Hop evolved his small electric doggo into that Bolton, which was weak as hell anyway.
My blood pressure is always lower when Jizzy Joe is in the videos, Obama. I don't know about you. It always feels good to know we will actually win some battles, LMAO.
True that, Donald, I agree. And our Mr. Mime has literally taken out his entire team with the move pool we have on it. And I think we have you to thank for that, too.
Okay, well, you spoke too soon, Obama. I blame its death on you. But either way, we'll still win.
We always have Rillaboom to clean up any spilt milk, boys. It's definitely going to be the MVP of this game for sure. And then when we've beaten every game, we should make a video showing off the best Pokemon we used.
Actually, Donald, we have a plan for a different type of video when this series is done, which we'll release to members first. So if you want to have a sneak peek, then consider joining the channel.
Hey, I don't know anything about this video, Obama, so you better give me heads up about it so I can start writing out the script.
Unfortunately, Jizzy Joe will probably have your counterpart dumbass in that video, since we will need to hear his ridiculous opinions, which is actually a little clue about what that video will be.
And I think that's a good point for you to stop talking, Donald, before you give anything else away. And instead we can talk about the fact that we just got sat on by a Snorlax.
Yeah, our man here has a Snorlax now too, and if the normal Joe was here, then I'd have made some joke about how they're both the same, since all they do is sleep.
And with that, I just beat our rival yet again, everyone. What a clean sweep of a battle this was up until Barry jinxed my ass, and now we have to go revive Mr. Mime.
And in other news, our Umbreon is learning Dark Pulse, which is a solid Dark-type move, although Umbreon has never been known to have good attacking stats.
Yeah, but did you see its special defense, Obama? It was mad high, just like how I'll be after this series is done with Joe playing.
Just to clarify, that's the other Joe and not your boy Jizzy Gangster Rapper Joe who's playing the game right now.
All right, I think Hop did you a solid and revived our team, so that was nice of him, and now the dude is telling us to head to the next town, being Circhester, where our next gym badge is.
And with that slick transition, we're already almost here, boys. I want to head straight into that gym with Rillaboom and destroy it, Jizzy Joe.
Yeah, I want to do that too, Obama. I feel like there's nothing else for us to do here, but if we have missed any cool items or anything of interest, then please leave a comment below.
And talking of comments, we have to give a shout out to the viewer in the last episode who gave us the coolest fact in our opinion.
That's right, Donnie, and the shout out for this video goes to Ryuga527 with this fact about spiky-eared Pikachu being one of the rarest Pokemon ever.
It's so rare that I haven't even heard about it, Obama, so could one of you please tell me some information about it whilst we get on with this gym challenge?
I can tell you about it, Joe, since I have like 100 of them in my Pokemon bank storage system, and don't even ask how I did that because it's confidential.
Okay, sweet, we just got a moonball from the ball guy who's always a pleasure to deal with, but yeah, go on, Donald. Please tell us about spiky-eared Pichu.
Well, Barry, it was only ever available in Heart Gold and Soul Silver with an event, and you can't even trade it out of there, so that's what makes it even rarer.
If you can't take it out of those games, Donald, then how did you get it into your Pokemon bank storage system?
I told you not to ask me questions about it, Joe, because it's all off the books confidential stuff, bro. And that also concludes my TED Talk on spiky-eared Pikachu.
And now we can begin the gym challenge, boys. So basically, in this challenge, for the people who couldn't be bothered to read everything, all we have to do is not fall into the pitfall traps.
And you go and jinx me again, Barry, with your comments. The first thing I go and do is fall into one, but at least this shows everyone following along what not to do.
Oh yeah, we've seen so many people comment that they've been playing the game along with us. But please bear in mind, this isn't a walkthrough and we're not very good at the game either.
Yeah, if anything, we ask the viewers for tips about the game since most of them know way more than we do, but it's still all fun in the end.
And the first trainer in this gym has a boulder, a solid Pokemon, and when it evolves into a Gigalith, it's even cooler.
Gigalith is definitely a cool Pokemon, Joe, but there is nothing cool about Pokemon getting stuck behind trade evolutions, especially if you have no friends.
Yeah, and the only friends we have are each other and Joe, and I don't trust Donald to trade the Pokemon we want to evolve back with us.
Well, apparently Jizzy Joe is navigating just as well as normal Joe does with all the falling he's doing in the gym right now.
Hey, I made it past the first section, didn't I, Donald? So you got to cut me some slack here, bro. I think I did really well there, you know.
Well, that was only the first stage, Joe, and now this one is even bigger, look. You're going to have to navigate and take it all really slow so we don't end up going back to the start.
And as you said, all that, Barry, he fell down 2 holes in a space of about 10 seconds. So, yeah, this is going to go well, isn't it?
Oh my God, this is so frustrating, boys. And it doesn't help that I have you two blabbering in my ears telling me what to do.
That's because you're trash at navigating, dude. I told you in the beginning you got to take it nice and slow to begin with. Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
At least he's made it to the next trainer battle, Barry, and this time we're battling a Crustle, which is a Pokémon from the Unova region. Sealan had this in the anime, and it was as solid as a rock.
This certainly wasn't as solid as a rock, Donald. I one-shot it with Energy Ball like it was nothing. But I still like the Pokémon.
The one thing I like about this whole gym, guys, is the fact that none of the opponents have the sturdy ability, which means we aren't wasting time with these battles.
Yeah, please stop talking, Obama, because you've probably gone and jinxed that as well now.
All right, trainer battle number 3 in the gym. And let's see what our boy Oliver has here.
Oh, hey, Joe, you got to be careful with this Pokemon because even though it's a rock type, it's also a fire type too, which means our monkey could get taken out.
Thanks for that heads up, Obama, but I doubt this particular one is the one we'll need to worry about. I have a feeling the gym leader will have one of these to counter grass-type Pokemon.
Well, you say that, Joe, but it won't do very well against water types, so I bet the gym leader will have something interesting in store for us.
And here we go again with the falling down, boys. This is seriously starting to get old, now you know.
Well, maybe if you'd pay more attention to the dowsing rods, Joe, this wouldn't be happening as often. They're literally warning you where each hole is, yet you keep falling into them.
Okay, wow, he made it finally, but this last sector is the absolute worst, guys. There's like this sandstorm covering the whole thing, which means Joe will be falling a lot as usual.
Well, it's not helping that I have these super cool sunglasses on, boys, but I can't take them off, otherwise I'll look like a peasant.
It's either look like a peasant for a few seconds, Joe, or spend the rest of your life falling down into these holes.
You keep saying holes, Obama, and it's reminding me of that stupid book we had to read in English class, remember? About that guy who was sent into the desert to dig holes for some reason.
Hit the like button if you read that book too and know what we're talking about. That book literally made me want to find a cliff and jump off it.
Hey, I actually liked that book a lot, boys. The world building and everything in it was so good, and I really connected with the characters, too.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't you, Obama, LMFAO? But anyway, Joe finally found a trainer in this sandstorm, so let's clean up this one too, buddy.
Yep, Trainer Wendy here has sent out another awesome Pokemon being Sudowoodo, but sadly it's going to die just like all its brethren in here.
Oh, for God's sake, here we go with Sturdy. Me and my big mouth is at it again with the jinxing. I must have psychic powers or something, boys.
And that rock slide actually did a significant amount of damage to us, Obama, so once again, thanks to you, we're losing.
It's fine, Donald. I'll get it now with another energy ball. And hopefully after this trainer, we won't have any more to deal with except the gym leader.
I'd maybe swap out Energy Ball for a more physical attacking move, Joe, since our attack on Rillaboom is much higher than our special.
That's the most useful thing you've said in this entire video, Obama. Holy hell. But yeah, Jizzy Joe, you better get on that. And if you don't, then I can always call up the Russians to swap some moves out.
I'm really struggling to get through here, Donald, let alone worry about what moves to teach Rillaboom right now.
Well, you're actually listening to me, Joe, and following what the dowsing rods are showing you. So hopefully all the falling is over for now.
Oh my God, we've almost made it through this god-awful gym puzzle, everyone. This has to be in the top 3 worst gym puzzles in any Pokemon game ever.
Hey, that's a good question for the viewers too, Donald. Please leave a comment below letting us know which gym puzzle you think is the worst out of every game.
Hell yeah, guys, I did it. We've made it to the end, and now it's time to take on the gym leader, who I still have no idea what his name is.
Well, we're about to find out, Joe, so let's get the show on the road and crush him with Rillaboom. And then we'll get our 6th gym badge, I think.
Okay, so this guy is called Gordy, apparently, boys, and looks like he's also trying to upstage you with those sunglasses.
First of all, that's not how you pronounce his name, Obama. And second of all, this guy looks like something from Terminator.
Yeah, I think we can all agree here who has the better fashion sense in this gym battle, as well as whose Pokemon is the strongest too.
Well, his first Pokemon is in fact weak to grass and 8 times weak as well, since that barbacle Pokemon is water and rock type.
And what a great way to start this gym battle off, Jizzy Joe. We one-shot that barnacle thing into oblivion, but now let's see what he has in store for us.
Okay, Mr. Terminator dude has sent out a Shuckle. I never expected a gym leader to use one of these, but here we are.
And as expected, it managed to tank our energy ball, Joe. This Pokemon has God-tier defensive stats, and then if you combine it with Trick Room, it's pretty nasty.
I highly doubt the gym leader will have a Trick Room, Shuckle Donald, and if it did do that, then its defenses would be weak, meaning we could easily one-hit KO it.
Well, this next move should be enough to deal with Shuckle Boys, which means we're 3/4 of the way through this battle.
We're halfway through the battle, Joe, you dummy. Like normal Joe Biden, Jizzy Joe can also apparently not count to 4.
At least he can battle like a proper champion Donald, unlike normal Joe, who battles worse than youngster Joey.
Hey, hang on a sec, boys. The stone Pokemon thing just used Wonder Room, and I missed the message telling us what it does.
Something to do with swapping the defense and special defense around Joe. It's probably not a big deal considering you took that guy out in one move.
And look what his last Pokemon is, Joe. I told you the gym leader might have one of these Fire Rock type things. And you didn't listen.
And it's level 42 as well. It's stronger than our entire team, but I doubt I'll lose to this thing, even though I know he's going to Gigantamax it.
And you decide to let your ego get the better of you, Jizzy Joe, and you decide not to Gigantamax whilst you let the gym leader.
Yeah, I agree with Donald Joe. You should have maybe Gigantamaxed earlier unless you're doing the strat of waiting a turn or two.
Have faith in me, boys. I got this. And did you see how much damage Rillaboom did to that Colossal in normal form?
That's fine, Joe, but please Gigantamax Rillaboom. We know you're a good trainer and all that, but I wouldn't risk it.
Nah, I trust Jizzy Joe to do the right thing, Donald. We're almost done here, and he's not stupid enough to let all our hard work go to waste.
Okay, I'll listen to you both since your blabbering will only piss me off, and also Rillaboom was about to get taken out too.
I feel like out of every Pokemon on our team so far, we've seen Rillaboom Gigantamax the most because it's just so goated.
Wow, and that Colossal somehow survived that hit too. I swear I'll be annoyed if Gym Leader uses a Hyper Potion or something.
Nah, he's just trying to take us out with Fire-type moves, even though this is a Rock-type gym, which makes no sense. I swear the last guy we battled was the Fire Leader of Galar.
Okay, and he did in fact take out Rillaboom, which I didn't see coming, holy hell. So now what's the plan, Joe?
Well, we have our trusty old shiny Pupitar to deal with this cold Pokemon thing. To be honest, I thought we could have won the battle with Rillaboom too.
Well, it's not your fault the gym leader was having an identity crisis, Joe, and decided to become the second Fire-type leader of Galar.
And that concludes the battle, boys. Well done, Jizzy Joe. You dealt with this gym the best you could, and we're glad to have our 6th or 7th gym badge now, too.
Yeah, I think this guy was the 6th gym leader of the Galar Region, Donald, which means we only have 2 left. I don't know if I'll be here for them, but let's enjoy this W.
AW indeed. Joe, well done. You proved you're the better trainer than this idiot gym leader, and also you do definitely have better fashion sense than him as well, LML.
Okay, and with that, let's end the episode here, everyone. So thank you for watching, and please remember to hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed my appearance in the episode, and hopefully I'll be back again soon. This game is really fun.
And it seems like Sonia wants to see us too, so that's the first thing we'll be doing in part 10. Everyone, check out the playlist in the description if you want to see our other content too.
All right, everyone, here we go, jumping right into part 10 of Pokemon Sword, and we have Sonia looking as beautiful as ever on our screens.
And I'm back today too, everyone, so I hope you all miss me. Apparently Jizzy Joe took over in the last episode, whatever that was about. But it seems we're kicking this episode off in a steakhouse.
That's right, Joe. Here we are in a steakhouse. And please also remember to like and subscribe as well. Everyone to help us grow the channel. We're almost at 20,000 subscribers.
That is an insane number for us, and we hope to reach it very soon. But in other news, I have, in fact, got the last member for our team, boys.
Yeah, to the few people who were waiting for the final team member, we're sorry it took this long, but we hope you'll all enjoy it when you see it.
I think we're going to see it soon, Donald. But anyway, Sonia is taking us around Circhester here to learn more about the ancient heroes and the Sword and Shield Pokemon too.
As much as we love her, she does love to talk, and we don't have time for that since we have to become the champions of yet another region.
Okay, well, before we leave Donald, this guy can teach Draco Meteor to one of our Dragon-type Pokemon, and since Dreepy is the weakest, he's going to learn it.
Oh yeah, Draco Meteor is a solid move, Joe, except it can lower our special attack a lot, so be careful when using it.
Hey, Joe, how about you show everyone the new Pokemon we have for the team up close? I think that would be nice.
Okay, well, here it is, everyone. This is Dracovish, and we were requested to give it a nickname by someone a long time ago whose friend was sick. So if that viewer is still watching, then please let us know.
Yeah, we haven't forgotten about that viewer, except we did forget the nickname, which I personally blame Joe for.
One thing I'd like someone to tell us about is what the hell is the purpose of all these shapes? Like, what do they even achieve?
Yeah, I'd also like to know that, Donald, if I press the X button, it allows me to change the markings, but I have no idea what it does.
Oh yeah, one of our other Pokemon evolved in between the last episode and this one, which I'm sure Joe will be happy to show off later as well.
Some people probably saw it as I was switching between the menus, but anyway, boys, I think it's time we bounce and head on to Spikemuth City, where our 7th gym badge is.
Yes, Spikemuth is the dark-type gym, and I can give you some interesting facts about that place if you both want to hear them.
You're going to tell us anyway, Donald, so why bother asking in the first place?
Because I'm a gentleman, and yeah, I'm going to tell you anyway. So the first fact is the Spikemuth gym doesn't allow you to Dynamax in it.
Oh yeah, I heard about that in the anime, Donald. Apparently there isn't a power spot there or something to that effect, which is why no one really goes there to begin with.
And talking of Spikemouth, here are some of its residents causing trouble as usual, and it seems these two hooligans want to make this Pokemon swim.
Well, I'm about to make them swim with the fishes if they keep this Pokemon abuse up Barry. I'll chuck them in that ocean and hope a Sharpedo eats them.
Okay, well, they want to battle us now, and this is a good chance to show off Dracovish to everyone. Its shiny form is all dark gray and looks really neat.
Yeah, except it's weak as hell, Joe, and only has Bite as its strongest move. The other 3 moves aren't very helpful, considering Dracovish is more of a physical attacker.
Yeah, well, this fellow has the strong jaw ability Barry, which means biting moves do way more damage. So all we really need is Crunch, and it would be cool if there was a move called Dragon Fang or something too.
That would be cool, Joe, except the Dragon Fang is an item to boost Dragon-type moves, although I see your point. It's a bit weird this guy has strong jaw, but no stab moves to back it up with.
There's probably a reason for that, Donald. It would be quite broken if it had strong jaw and then a stab move on top of that too.
Okay, well, whilst you battle this fool Joe, how about we give a shout out to the viewer with a cool Pokemon fact from the last episode?
That's right, Barry, and the winner without a doubt for this shout-out is Bananian1337 with this absolutely outrageous fact about Golisopod and Graplox eating each other.
All right, yeah, that fact is straight out of an R-rated movie or something. I did not expect that level of violence from a Pokemon game of all things.
Oh, hey, look! It's our newly evolved Pokemon, everyone! Mr. Rhyme, which Joe evolved by mistake off screen, but here it is anyway.
Okay, thank you, Obama, for interrupting our shout-out, but if you'd like to get a shout-out in the next episode, then please keep these Pokemon facts coming, except this time, we'd like some facts about legendary Pokemon.
Yeah, that's right, we love Legendaries, so please drop us some facts about your favorite ones. And now these grunts have been dealt with, we can finally move on towards Spikemuth.
Okay, so this is a new feature in these games in which Rotom can now possess bicycles, and we can use them as boats, which I think is silly.
Yeah, if they added this in, then we should have got a Rotom Bicycle as an actual Pokemon to use in battle. It could have been Electric Steel or something I don't know.
Hey, that would have been pretty cool, actually, Donald. Nice idea, except a bicycle as a Pokemon probably wouldn't have gone down too well with the fans.
Oh my god, it's a Graplock Joe. Get away from this thing before it eats our whole team, holy hell.
Yeah, those things actively chase us whilst we're out on the water, which is enough for me to say a big nope to being here.
Okay, well, thankfully we didn't need to stay out on the water for too long, although you could have maybe done a little exploring or something, Joe.
I think he wants to just get to Spikemuth as quick as possible, Barry, which I don't blame him for. It's probably the worst gym in the series, but Pierce, who's the leader, is actually quite strong.
Okay, well, here we are, guys. I made it, but Marnie has shown up first, and she wants to battle us. The only person who we've considered as our actual rival in this game.
Yeah, Marnie is cool, Joe, and she's leading off with a Leopard, a Pokemon from Unova, and one which we think is absolute trash.
Well, she's quite confident she's going to beat us, Joe, so don't mess this up, please. You should use this as the warm-up battle for the gym.
Well, I think this is the perfect time to show everyone how good Mr. Rhyme is Donald, since we have Dazzling Gleam on it, which is super effective to these fools.
It's a good Pokemon, Joe, except its defenses are not the best. So just be careful how you use it. Pokemon with high attack stats tend to have low defenses, in my opinion.
Yeah, but look how adorable he is with his tippy taps Obama. He's dancing away like this battle is High School Musical or something.
Oh, I love that movie series, Donald. I know all the lyrics to every song in it.
Oh, Jesus, well, don't tell Jizzy Joe that. He's into gangster rap, which I think would conflict with High School Musical.
And I'd like to point out that Leopard was on the field for way longer than it should have been, Joe. That Pokemon is so annoying and could have taken us out if you weren't careful.
Yeah, I know, Donald, but from here on out, it's going to be smooth sailing for us. This Scrafty, along with everything else, is going to be sent to the void.
Wow, well, for once, Joe, you actually meant it, so good job. Now you just have to keep that momentum up with the other Pokemon.
Well, she has a Toxicroak now, boys. An awesome Pokemon for sure, and sometimes I wish Brock had evolved his Krogunk into one before the anime series ended.
His Krogunk was a part of the plot, though, Donald, since he stabbed him with Poison Sting whenever Brock started hitting on some random girl, LMFAO.
My favorite time when a Pokemon attacks a human is in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, where Lance gets his Dragonite to attack that Team Rocket guy in Mahogany Town in Johto.
Oh yeah, that was definitely the best. Lance got his Dragonite to blast that guy with a Hyper Beam, which should have killed him, but somehow didn't.
And I've beaten Marnie again, my boys. What an easy battle it was after her Leopard got taken out. I think this will be how the gym battle will go too, since dealing with dark types seems to be a cinch for me.
Right, well, we'll see about that, Joe, but anyway, here we are in the most depressing city in the history of Pokemon. I mean, just look at this place.
I love how the Pokemon Center is so bright and nice and normal, and even Nurse Joy looks happy, but as soon as we step outside, it looks like a goddamn slum.
Yeah, this is Peasant Central, Donald, but anyway, I'm going to swap Mr. Rhyme to the front of the party for this battle, and then we can get the gym challenge started.
Okay, as a viewer pointed out in the last episode when we asked about the worst gym puzzles, Joe, this one was up there for sure because it's literally just a straight line with some battles added in.
Yeah, it's quite dull, to be honest. There's a few double battles, I think, but other than that, this place is very boring.
And here we go. So yeah, Joe, this place can actually be very tough, so please don't go in with your usual cocky attitude like before, because if we lose, I'll be the one to battle Pierce.
Well, if all we'll be dealing with in this place is a bunch of Linones like this one, then I don't think we have anything to worry about, is it, Donald?
Joe, just shut the hell up and win this thing, please. I will rage out at you, I seriously mean it, and a viewer even warned us about Pierce in the last episode, too.
Okay, well, one-shotting that Lanoon won't help Joe's attitude drop in the cockiness department, but anyway, it was a good start to say the least.
I'll just let Joe do whatever he wants, and when he inevitably messes this up, he'll be on a timeout for a few episodes, and he can go sit in the corner and think about what he's done.
The only person who's going to be sitting in the corner is Pierce, Donald. The guy can't even Gigantamax you mentioned earlier, so this battle will probably be even easier.
Oh dear, well, for your sake, Joe, let's hope so. Now, after those two fools have done their cartwheeling, we can move on to the next section of this gym.
Yeah, this battle now is going to be the double battle which Obama mentioned earlier, Joe, so get ready. I think it's the final battle before the gym leader, too, actually.
Well, they only have one Pokemon each, Donald, so how hard can it be, really? We're battling a Drapion, which is a new one, but then they have another Leopard, which is my only threat.
Well, the good thing is both those moves you use can hit both Pokemon at the same time, which means we may be able to clean up in here rather quickly.
Let's hope so. And for the love of God, Joe, I hope you bought some revives and hyper potions and anything else you'll need for this gym battle.
Oh, look, the Drapion survived my hit, boys, but another shot should do it. And then you two can watch my crush Pierce like he's a pea in a pod.
He ignored your question, Barry, which means Joe either forget to stock up on items or he thinks he's some god trainer who can win anything without the right items to help back him up.
Well, I think we're about to find out how well he does, Donald, since it's time to finally battle the main man himself.
Looks like he's having a rock concert, guys, and I'm just going to have to cut him off for our battle. I bet he can't even sing either.
I literally can't hear any words coming out his mouth, so yeah, you're probably right, Joe. But anyway, let's get this show on the road.
I'd like to point out how his posture is absolutely terrible, too, by the way. He needs to stand up straight and stop rolling his shoulders.
I don't think he really cares, Obama. He's a gym leader, and you're just a loser to him, LMAO.
Technically speaking, Joe, I'm a multi-award-winning Pokemon champion from a number of regions such as Hoenn and Alola.
We all beg to differ about Alola, but sure, anyway, this battle is kicking off with a Scrafty, and Joe has sent out a Rock-type, the idiot.
And that thing just lowered my attack too, but no need to worry, as Dawn says. I will still beat this yellow punk.
Oh, I can already tell this battle is going to be so annoying since that Scrafty started off by using Fake Out like that.
And now it's going to try kill us with Payback Joe. You got to be careful with Dark-type Pokemon because they always use sneaky, tricky moves like that one.
Okay, I'm probably going to die to this brick break now. Maybe sending out this guy was a mistake in hindsight.
Oh, no shit, Joseph, you big buffoon. And I know you don't have any revives either. Do you? So our Poopitar won't be getting any experience now.
Let's look at it from the positive side, Barry, since we get a free switch into Mr. Rhyme. At least who should be able to do a lot of damage here.
All right, but like I said earlier, it also has crap defenses, Donald, and knowing Joe, he would somehow get it taken out against a tackle attack or something.
Relax, Obama, go eat a banana or whatever it is you do when you get stressed out. And now I'm battling a Malamar, which I thought was a water type.
This Pokemon is from Kalos Joe and is pure evil. I remember that anime episode where they literally started mind controlling everyone to take over the world.
Donald, look at what just happened. The moronic idiot with an extra chromosome just got our star player in this battle taken out already.
Okay, yes, sending out a psychic type in this battle was also not the best move by me, but don't worry, Barry. This time I know for sure I'll win with the monkey.
I think you only took out Malamar since it was already close to death, Joe, but anyway, at least that thing is dead now.
Okay, his next Pokemon is an Obstagoon, which is the final evolution of the Lanoon line, I think. We haven't seen this Pokemon yet, Joe, so I can't tell you much about it.
It's okay, Barry. I know it's a dark type, and that's all I really need to know to win against this Badger thing.
Joe, you Muppet, I warned you about dark type moves. Now we just got hit with a counter and your favorite monkey is about to die.
And the Grassy Surge barely healed us at all. So whoever decided having this ability is good is clearly a fool.
Okay, that viewer who said this battle was tough was maybe right actually, but then again, we can't be 100% sure since this is Joe playing.
Okay, now, this is starting to get a little bad since our MVP Pokemon Monkey got taken out. And now I have no idea what to do.
Well, Joe, if it helps, we always have Umbreon to come out and save the day since it's a dark type itself, so his moves won't do much damage to us.
I knew this battle would go like this, but no one ever listens to me. Plus, I think Joe barely did any useful training before this battle, which hasn't helped us.
That Grassy Surge has healed so much of that Obstagoon's health already, so yeah, that ability is garbage and needs to be changed down.
Wow, that stomp attack did absolutely nothing to Obstagoon, and it was a critical hit too. How the hell are we supposed to win against this thing?
Time to pray to our Lord Almighty Arceus Donald. He's your favorite Pokemon, so put in a good word for us, would you please?
Arceus would probably look at Joe and roll his red eyes at him. I mean, if I was him, I'd definitely do that.
Okay, this is good, boys. I got the paralysis on Obstagoon, which means he might not be able to attack us.
Wow, you finally beat it, Joe. This guy was tough for sure, but I think without Rillaboom's ability, this would have gone a lot quicker.
Yeah, we know Barry, but actually I am pretty sure it's helped us out before, and maybe it boosts grass-type moves as well as healing.
Okay, Joseph, this Skuntank is his last Pokemon, I think, and we barely have any left ourselves. No thanks to you, so please don't lose.
Right now, this is a 1.5 Pokemon battle since we have this Dracovish who's almost dead and then Umbreon.
Okay, so Dragon Breath did absolutely nothing to Skuntank, boys, and I thought we'd get a little more damage in than that, and now we're getting poisoned.
Yeah, the guy isn't even bothering to use Dark-type moves against us, Joe. He's resorted to using Poison-type ones, and Toxic is really annoying, too.
All right, this is it, boys, the final run. We only have Umbreon left, which, as you mentioned earlier, is a dark type itself, so should be able to tank some hits.
And on top of that, Joe, it has godly defenses to boot, so I'm quite confident we'll win. Although the guy did take out every other team member of ours.
And the little guy loves us so much he avoided that Screech attack. But not surprisingly, we have no moves that will do effective damage.
Yeah, at this point, Donald, I just got to keep hammering away at the guy until his skunk thing faints. It's the only option we really have at this point, isn't it?
Oh, well, would you look at that. Our Umbreon loves us so much, the little fellow managed to get a critical hit in.
Okay, it's official, boys. Umbreon is now the MVP of this game after that. Even Rillaboom, who we've had from day one, doesn't love us as much as this guy or girl, I should say.
And that's how it's done, boys. It was definitely the most difficult battle we've had in a long time, actually, but at least we got our 7th gym badge now.
Yep, Joe, we have 7 down and 1 to go. The next gym leader is Raihan 2 with his dragon types, and for the love of God, will you please evolve Dreepy before we battle him?
Hey, look, we got a uniform perfect for you, Barry LMFAO, but anyway, yeah, he has a point, Joe. That Dreepy needs some major training right now.
I'll get on that too. I don't think we're going to be battling Raihan for a while, though, since we have the story to finish first, and we also don't officially know who the bad guy is either.
Joe, this game has been out for like 12 billion years, bro, so if anyone still doesn't know who it is, then they can't blame us for spoiling it.
And we just got the TM for Snarl, which is probably something we'll never use. And on that note, how about we wrap this episode up, boys?
Good idea, Barry. So thank you for watching, everyone. We hope you enjoyed part 10, and if you want to help support our channel, then please consider becoming a member.
Oh, look, Leon has shown up to save the day, guys. But yeah, members of the channel get early access to our videos and sneak peeks of what's to come too.
Looks like we'll be off saving the world in part 11, everyone, so we shall see you all then. We hope you have a lovely day with whatever you're doing, and expect a compilation episode to come out next.
Alrighty, ladies and gentle beings, here we are in episode 11 of Pokemon Sword. Please remember to like and subscribe if you want to help support our work.
Yeah, that's right, Donald. And I have 2 new Pokemon to show you today as I did some training off screen after the disaster that was Pierce's gym.
Wow, so our boy finally got some Pokemon evolved, then I take it. I damn well hope so, Joe, because today the main goal is going to be taking on Raihan.
Well, we have that to do, Barry, but also, if you remember in the last episode, Leon showed up and asked us to help him stop Pokemon that have been rampaging throughout Galar.
I think Obama's going to be rampaging throughout Galar too when I tell him that Raihan has been smashing his girl Sonya LMFAO.
Hey, that better not be true, Joe. Sonya's already spoken for and she's going to be mine.
Stop simping over a bunch of colored polygons in the shape of a women, Obama, you freak. And instead take a look at our new Tyranitar, which Joe has finally evolved.
Yeah, this guy's a beast, boys, and everyone loves him. Although we have to change its name at the next Pokemon Center because a viewer asked us to a long time ago, and we keep our promises.
And we also need to change the name of our Dracovish whilst we're there too, Joe. Another viewer requested us to do that as well a long time ago, so don't forget.
I just want you both to know I'm not happy about this Sonya situation. But at the end of the day, she's just a bunch of shapes, I guess, so I think I can move on.
If I had a husband for a wife, I'd also be looking elsewhere, Obama, but lucky for me, Melania is a solid 10, so I don't LMAO.
Damn, shots fired, and I saw what you did there, Donald. Very good play on words, my friend, but anyway, this was Tyranitar's test battle before Raihan, and I think it went super well.
Yeah, there's no way Tyranitar is going to die, boys. Even with Joe playing, I just can't see that happening. Also, Joe Raihan seems to use a weather team, according to our commenters, to bear that in mind, too.
Hey, he can use a goddamn Dialga for all I care, Donald. Raihan needs to be destroyed and put in his place so Sonya stops seeing him.
And yeah, you're clearly able to move on, aren't you, Obama? But anyway, here we are at the Name Raider Boys. And I like that he's in every Pokemon Center in this game instead of some random building.
True, Joe. It's very helpful having him everywhere all at once. And then after you've done this, we can take on the 8th and final gym of this game.
Oh, hey, Joe, I just got a sneak peek at the second Pokemon you evolved, being our Dreepy, which is now a Pokemon I cannot remember the name of for the life of me.
Okay, well, that's done, boys. You'll have to wait for the battle to see what our new Pokemon are going to be called. But I'm sure the viewers will be happy, and now we can battle Raihan.
Yeah, I just want to say you can expect this episode to be a little shorter than usual because of how the story progresses after this gym, but we hope no one minds.
I don't see it as a problem, really, Donald. Plus, the story only starts getting good after we get our 8th gym badge anyway, so let's see what happens.
All right, we've run into the whole gang, it seems, outside the gym. I guess Leon must have dealt with all the rampaging Pokemon without our help, so why he asked us to begin with is a little weird.
Even Magnolia showed up, boys. I forgot she even existed in this game because we haven't seen her since like episode 1 or 2 way back when.
And they're all still going on about the darkest day, which is something I think we should be focused on, but instead all they want us to do is ignore the destruction of the world and go take on a gym.
Hey, remember, Barry, we're just a 10-year-old kid at the end of the day, so we should really leave all that crap to the adults.
You just want to have Pokemon battles and not do anything else, Donald? Maybe you should do some videos taking on people in the battle towers across the various regions since you don't care about anything else.
You know what, Joe? I just might do that. We actually had a suggestion to do that from a viewer a while ago, and it's something I've been looking into.
Okay, it's focus time now, boys, because Raihan is waiting for us with his Steel-type Dragon Pokemon, which is something I don't think we've seen before.
We still need to do the gym challenge for Obama, so let's see what he has in store for us in this one.
Well, Joe, this gym battle is super easy and pointless and not even difficult because all you have to do is take on those 3 trainers and win.
Okay, well, if that's the gym battle, then our Tyranitar should be able to sweep through this place without a problem.
Oh, wait, guys, it looks like this is a double battle. So I guess one of the Pokemon is only there to set the other one up for something.
Okay, well, that's pretty obvious, Obama. Why else would someone use a Pelipper in the 8th gym and a Dragon-type gym at that?
Hey, I want to know why the Pelipper's rain ability has overwritten my Tyranitar's Sandstream ability. If someone knows, then please comment that.
Talking about commenting. Joe, in the last episode, we asked you all to give us your best legendary Pokemon fact. And the winner for this shout-out goes to the viewer on the screen right now.
Yeah, Indian Jables here commented on how Palkia's roar has been used in other movies for other creatures, which is pretty interesting.
Technically, Joe, it's the other way around since that viewer said its roar was in the Godzilla movie from 1991 and Palkia didn't exist then.
And technically, Donald, no one likes a smartass. But you do have a point, too. Anyway, the next double battle we have is with a Ninetales and a Tortonator.
Okay, now look, guys, our Tyranitar's Sandstream ability has overwritten that Ninetales' drought ability. This doesn't make any sense.
Why trouble your tiny little brain with things that are beyond your comprehension, Joseph, and instead focus on not losing?
Using Mr. Rhyme against two fire types is a dumb decision, by the way, Joe. You should have just used Earthquake instead.
Not Barry Stone Edge is the way to go when it hits. I love Stone Edge. It's actually one of my top 10 best rock-type moves ever.
Only someone as sad as you would create a top 10 list of rock-type moves, Joe. But since you mentioned it, what's number one?
Oh, well, Donald, my number one top rock-type move probably has to go to Continental Crush. That Z move on our Lycanroc saved Obama a lot back in our Ultra Sun playthrough.
And as usual, you haven't bothered to get any healing items, Joe. For the love of God, when we enter the Champion League, can you please buy some?
Yeah, even for this battle with Raihan, you should have Joe. Especially considering we almost got destroyed by Pierce in the last episode.
Nah, boys, this makes it way more exciting and fun, and more importantly, will teach me to be more strategic in battles.
Yeah, he has a point there, Donald, to be fair. Joe is the worst amongst the three of us, although I'm sure you'll both beg to differ on that point.
Yeah, we all know you're the worst, Barry, and I don't think it's even possible for you to redeem yourself now unless you beat Emerald Kaizen blindfolded and without losing a battle.
Hey, talking of Obama, guys, I'm now battling an Obamsno. That fat fellow reminds me of the one we used in Pokemon Platinum.
Yeah, and how crap Abomasnow's defenses are because it always got killed most of the time.
Well, this Obamas now is a female one Obama, so maybe you two can get together and leave Sonya for me.
In Barry's defense, though, Donald, Abomasnow has terrible defenses, even though its attack stats are pretty good, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, I don't understand why this trainer even uses an Ice-type Pokemon in a Dragon-type gym. That's so weird, unless it's just here for its ability.
That's why it's here, Donald. But if anything, it worked in our favor. Since Mr. Rhyme is also an Ice type, so our moves got boosted.
All right, my guys, that concludes the trainer battles. They were easier than I thought, and everyone in the comments said this would be difficult.
No, Joe, they said the battle with Raihan would be difficult, you dingus. And speak of the devil, we have to battle him now, so don't mess this up.
Nah, man, this guy's gonna get wrecked, just watch. Him and his bad fashion sense will be crying by the time I'm done with him.
Yeah, something about his top really gets on my nerves and triggers my OCD. I have to close my eyes, it's just infuriating to look at.
Okay, so some viewers let us know that this guy could actually be the champion in other regions because he's that strong, but instead he stays here to try beat Leon. So good luck, Joe.
All right, good to know, Donald, not that it will matter, and his first two Pokemon is a Flygon and Gigalith. And it's a double battle, too.
I don't think we've had a double battle in a gym battle since Tate and Liza in the Hoenn region, although I could be forgetting about someone else.
Hey boys, so how's the battle going with Raihan? I've been following your journey so far, Joe. Well done for making it to the 8th gym.
Oh my God, and I thought we could make it through an entire series without any unwanted guests, but I guess I was wrong. What are you doing here, Hillary?
I thought I'd stop by your gaming room, boys, and see how the game was going since I have nothing going on right now, and looks like I stopped by at an exciting time.
Yeah, well, not exciting for us, Hillary. And by us, I mean Donald and myself, because Joe is about to get two of our strongest Pokemon killed.
Okay, I didn't expect them to die this soon into the battle, guys. I'm sorry, but hey, Hillary could be the good luck charm I need right now.
Oh boy, yeah, I think you do need some luck right now, Joe. How did you get a Tyranitar and Mr. Rhyme killed so fast, too?
Yeah, welcome to our world. We've been wondering that same thing, too, since basically episode 3 or whenever the first gym was.
Hillary, if you can somehow help Joe beat Raihan, the strongest gym leader ever, then you're more than welcome to stay here, but I still want you gone when the episode is done, too.
Nah, Donald, I think Joe's got this. And by the way, I'm loving the shiny Pokemon, too. Whoever got these must be some really cool trainer.
Actually, it was Donald who got most of them, Hillary. Actually, he got all of them in this playthrough and every other one we've done as well.
Oh, well then, I think they look ridiculous.
Says the person wearing sunglasses indoors while staring at a computer screen.
Hey, I am also wearing sunglasses whilst also sitting in the Beast Donald. But as you can see, I'm currently at an airport recording this, so there's that.
Instead of talking about your corrupted fashion sense, how about we beat this guy Joe, since your so-called lucky charm is here? And this guy isn't even using dragon types now.
Raihan is definitely having an identity crisis here. You know we bully Claire for being a little Karen when she loses her gym battle, but at least her team actually consists of dragon types.
Yeah, no wonder Joe is finding this difficult. Raihan's a little cheater for sure.
Well, it's not my fault this guy is now using a ground type or whatever that snake Pokemon thing is. And then he had a rock type before that, so yeah, this isn't exactly fair.
Okay, well, his ace is on the field now, Joe, which is that Duraludon, and he's probably going to be Dynamaxing that too.
Joe, the best thing for you to do here is Gigantamax our Dracovish so we can go Dragon type against Dragon type.
I also have Draco Meteor on our Blackbird Pokemon too, so we can use that move to deal a crap ton of damage as well.
Yeah, Donald's right, Joe. I think Gigantamaxing is your best bet here. Crush this little cheater into oblivion.
His Pokemon looks so stupid, by the way. It looks like a tower block more than a Pokemon, and like some kid had come along and drawn small eyes at the top.
Dragon types are my favorite for sure, but I gotta agree with you on that point, Barry. Duraludon is not the best looking Pokemon, but its typing is cool, being Dragon and Steel.
A Steel-type dragon should have been introduced into the series a lot sooner than Gen 7 or whatever this version is. To be honest, I don't even know the name of this game you're playing.
It's Pokemon Sword Hillary. You said you were following along. But I guess you were one of those people who skipped this game entirely.
Donald, I didn't play anything after like Gen 5, bro. That was peak Pokemon, and then it was all downhill from there in my view.
Okay, well, we're on to the last run now, everyone. Raihan only has one Pokemon left, and we still have a few, actually.
The most annoying thing he's done is paralyze Dracovish, but yeah, other than that, this battle went a hell of a lot better than the 7th gym battle did in the last episode.
Yeah, so now you just gotta hold on here, Joe, and spam all the dragon attack moves you can until his tower block is dead.
Well, this battle clearly went better than you three expected because of me. I bet if I wasn't here, you'd have lost by now, Joe.
I highly doubt that with a capital H, but anyway, this guy is using a move which reduces our power points, Joe, so now we basically have a time limit on killing this thing.
Now, Donald, we got this. Joe can't lose at this point since we still have the other members on our team, although I won't be holding my breath.
And boom, there it is, boys. I did it. Joe Biden, got our 8th and final gym badge in the Galar region.
Yeah, congrats, Joe. You did really well, even if you used the Hillary charm to beat him.
Oh man, how I wish Hillary would meet the new Jizzy Joe. That would put her in her place, but anyway, yeah, well done, Joseph. You did good, bro.
Thanks, Donnie, my dude. This was indeed a very annoying battle. It was more annoying than difficult, if anything, but I'm pleased we're done here.
And now that you've sealed your win with a handshake and a selfie, Joe, we can get back on to the more important thing, which is battling Leon and taking on the bad guy of the game.
And also, Hillary, feel free to leave now as well. And by that I mean actually leave, because you don't have a choice.
Well, before I go, I just wanted to let the viewers know to check out your Patreon link in the video description if they want, as well as to remember to hit that like and subscribe button.
All right, those would indeed be very helpful things to do, but anyway, please leave.
There is a nicer way of saying that, Donald, but anyway, thanks for stopping by, Hillary. Your presence is always welcome here, even if the ape says otherwise.
Okay, and I just got the level ball from the ball guy, which is always fun to do. With that, I guess it means we're getting close to the end of this series, guys.
Oh, and Sonia and her grandmother are here to celebrate our victory too, boys, and I bet Barry is getting jealous since she's actually praising Joe.
Hot damn, I think we're about to see her get an evolution of her own boys. My little Sonia is now Professor Sonia, and I bet she could teach me a few things.
And the simping begins once again to the surprise of nobody. I actually forgot about this part in the game, but I don't get why she's a professor when we did all the work for her.
Technically, myself and Jizzy Joe did all the work for her, so surely I also get to wear a white lab coat too or something.
You don't need a white anything, Joe, but on that note, we're going to end this episode here, boys. It's been a shorter one, but we hope you still enjoyed it and look forward to part 12.
Yeah, I don't even know what to expect in the next episode, Obama, so this is going to be interesting for Joe to play, or maybe it'll be Jizzy Joe. I hope it will be.
Before we go, you can actually get a soothe bell in this house, guys. I think that's a nice item to get before ending the episode.
Yeah, a soothe bell can help to increase the friendship of Pokemon, and maybe it can also help our friendship, too.
Don't you start getting sentimental with me, Barry. We haven't got time for that shit. But see you all in the next one, everyone.
Okay, boys and girls and everyone who love us. We first off want to say a big thank you for helping our channel reach 20,000 subscribers the other day.
Yeah, hang on before all that. How badly optimized is this game that those people just despawn and then respawn back like that? Holy hell.
Yeah, please ignore Donald for cutting Obama off. We are super grateful for all your support, and you all continue enjoying our channel and its content for as long as we can make it.
Yes, that's right, Joe. Donald being rude as usual. But anyway, in this episode, I think our main goal is to train our team up and make it to the Pokemon Championships, boys.
I actually am very happy for our channel reaching 20,000 subs. It's pretty mad to think about. And we hope you'll all continue to support us by hitting that subscribe button and checking out our Patreon linked in the video description.
Yes, so for now, we've decided not to do the DLC for this game. We'll most likely come back to it later, like with the Black Tower, Battle Tree, and the other games, and make a separate series for that, although it's not 100% yet.
Yeah, so that's basically the main news out of the way. And we just took the train to Winden, guys, which is actually based off the city of London in the United Kingdom.
Well, actually, Obama, we just took the train to some random area in Galar, and now we have to make our way through a snowy route whilst getting chased by a Glalie.
Oh man, this Glalie so has it out for me, guys. But I do really like it, although Frostlass is more my type of Pokemon, to be honest.
And that leads me on to the question for this video, which is, please leave a comment letting us know what your favorite ice-type Pokemon is. Everyone, I think mine has to be Q-Rem.
And of course, Joe would put our dragon type up front in a route which is entirely fully of ice type Pokemon. I mean, it wouldn't expect any less now.
Well, Donald, it needs the goddamn experience because it's the only Pokemon that has yet to evolve, and we're basically going to be at the Elite Four by the end of this video.
This game doesn't have an Elite Four, Joe, because Galar as a region doesn't have one at all. We're basically going to be competing in a tournament kind of like the one in Black and White 2.
That's right, Donald. This place has a very similar end game to Pokemon Black and White 2 with regards to the Pokemon World Tournament. And I expect Joe to win everything.
Maybe you two were right about sending out Dragapult here, but it really needs the experience. I mean, what else am I supposed to do here, especially since this game is almost finished, isn't it?
You could have spent more time training them up off screen, Joe, but you were too busy sleeping with balls of ice cream in your mouth or something, I bet.
And now we're getting wrecked by a Gardevoir too. Joe, I have a feeling this route is going to be like the Victory Road of Galar, since the trainers here are quite tough.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Since then, our whole team can get up some levels before the championships. And I want them to be super strong because the last 3 gym battles we've had have been terrible.
Okay, wow, this hiker dude just spawned in out of nowhere too. It's like the game has trouble rendering people in until right at the last minute where we're unable to avoid a battle with them.
Donald, of all the things to complain about, you always pick the most ridiculous ones. And anyway, this isn't game-breaking, unlike what we encountered in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
I saw lots of comments from viewers stating how those have been fixed now, Obama, so we could potentially go back to that series if everyone would like us to. Maybe we could make a poll later.
Fine, Joe, you can go make your poll and see what everyone thinks. But we still have that Nuzlocke of Pokemon Storm Silver to do as well, which I'd find more fun.
Nuzlocks are definitely the most fun thing about Pokemon games, Obama. I'll agree with you on that. But we also have to play every mainline game at some point to say we completed them all.
Yeah, we do have to do that, Donald. And then we can make a video showing off the teams we used and see which one everyone thought was the overall best.
That's easy, Joe, because the best team we used was the one where I beat the entire Elite Four with my Arceus in Pokemon Platinum. Our team consisted of 1 Pokemon, and it was the best team ever.
There's no I in Team Donald, and your so-called team was literally God himself, which everyone knows you simp for so much, so you made it our channel mascot.
Yeah, because who doesn't love Arceus Obama? He's the most overpowered Pokemon in the lore, at least, and I bet in the games he could be too if he's built properly.
Okay, guys, this Steelix is really giving me some trouble. It's not that I can't beat it, but it's just taking ages to take out, and I've now gone through 3 Pokemon to try kill it.
Well, we have some solid moves on our starter Pokemon now, thanks to a lovely viewer who commented that we should teach it Wood Hammer and Acrobatics, which is like Leon's, one in the anime.
That's right, our starter Pokemon is the most cracked thing ever. And the hiker is now sending out a Mudsdale from the Alola region.
And another Woodhammer is all you need to take out this horse thing. I remember watching Obama battle this Pokemon in our Ultra Sun playthrough, which you should all check out, by the way, and he probably lost to it too.
Yeah, that's the issue with the internet, Joe. My failure, which was Pokemon Ultra Sun, has now been immortalized for the world to see on YouTube.
Yeah, whenever I play Pokemon by myself and have a few bad battles, Obama, I then remember you exist and suddenly I don't feel so bad about myself.
All right, that was pretty toxic, Donald LMFAO, but also a fair point to make as well, since Obama is the worst trainer to exist ever. And in other news, we have a whole route of Mr. Mime here.
And there's also an Obama Snow at the end too, Joe. It's like the one we used in Pokemon Platinum, which we named after Obama.
Hey, that Obama Snow saved us a bunch, Donald, remember. It's a solid Pokemon, and one day I'd like to use its Mega Evolution form, too.
Well, one time I decide not to use anymore Max Repels, I suddenly get swarmed by like 30 Pokemon all at once.
Just keep running, Joe. We're getting ever closer to Wyndon now, and by the way, at some point you should pay a visit to the clothes shop there and pick up some new drips.
Wow, that Sneasel actually chased you down, Joe, like the little rat it is, holy hell. It did like a full Naruto run at you, too.
I remember the time that one punk did that outside Area 52 when they all tried to storm at boys. That was pretty funny, not gonna lie.
You dumbass Joe, it's Area 51. But yeah, it was still really funny. LMAO, I was watching Naruto at the time as well, so it made me feel very happy to see.
Except those soldiers could have opened fire on that crowd, boys, which really wouldn't have been funny. But anyway, back to this little war of yours, Joe. We're battling a Corviknight now.
Yeah, and the best thing I can do to it is use Phantom Force, which one of our members suggested we teach the Dragapult, so thank you to Mr. Alexander for that useful tip.
Yes, thank you, Alex, if you don't mind me calling you that. He also gave us movesets for Mr. Rhyme and Umbreon too, Joe, so I hope you listen to him.
I feel like the problem with our little dragon here is it's too weak right now to really do much, guys. Joe either has to really give it a good training or just get it addicted to rare candies.
Rare candies can actually make Pokemon weaker if you use too many Obama, and that would only make our dragon even worse. So why would you recommend that to me?
That's not true, though, Joe. Rare candies can only make a Pokemon weaker if you were to use like 90 of them or something. I think Barry only wants you to use enough so that this guy evolves.
Nah, we won't be doing that either, Donald. I'd rather train this guy up properly because every IV we get has to count.
I really feel like you have no idea how IVs work, Joe. Maybe a viewer could leave a comment about IVs and EVs, since you won't believe anything we say about it.
Yeah, if a viewer did that, then I'd listen to them, but I don't trust Donald especially. He's probably sabotaging my playthrough so he has an excuse to take over.
Oh, hang on, guys. This hiker is called Donald. Now, this is just blasphemous because he doesn't even look like a Donald.
Of all the characters they gave your name to, though it could be worse, I mean, imagine if you were a youngster or something.
Nah, this is just as bad, Obama. I mean, they could have named an ace trainer or even a veteran after me. Because I am indeed a veteran Pokemon trainer since the Red and Blue days.
The only thing you're a so-called veteran in, Donald, is glitching yourself a level 100 Nidoking because you couldn't be bothered to do any proper training like I do.
Yeah, he's got you there, Donald. We all saw you do that. You also got a Celebi and a Mew, too.
Yeah, how about you instead talk about the fact that Joe got Dragapult killed to a Gigalith by someone who's copied my identity?
You're crying over a bunch of polygons, Donald, like you always tell me not to do, but anyway, Mr. Rhyme will come in clutch here to save the day as usual. I love this guy so much.
And the last Pokemon this imposter Donald has sent out is a Raiden, which is super interesting, actually. I think it would have been a lot cooler, though, if he had sent out a Rhyperior instead.
All right, thank God you beat this little punk Joe, and I mean, just look at his ridiculous face. How can something that ugly be called Donald?
I ask myself that same question every day when I look at you, but here we are still.
Ouch, even I felt that from this side of the couch, Joe. That was like a gentle slap in the face, enough to be felt but not hurt.
Okay, and with that, Joe's finally made it to the final city in the Galar region where the real show will begin, so I think the best thing to do, Joe, is heal up your Pokemon and head for the main stadium.
I really like getting these cool cinematics whenever we enter a new city, boys. It's nice to see all the major landmarks which we could visit.
Well, I'm going to break the fourth wall here a little and let you both know that Discoml, who is the creator of us, is actually British, and he doesn't approve of Wyndon.
Well, I don't approve of this white jacket he's making me wear today, but you don't see me complaining Obama. I prefer blue, so if you could tell him that, then I'd be grateful.
Okay, look, you two, I'm going to be buying some proper healing items before we head for the stadium. Mainly just revives and some full restores since we have a shit ton of money.
Wow, it only took you to get to the end of the game to buy healing items, Joe, which is actually amazing considering you've made it this far on like 3 super potions and some revives.
That's because I'm such a great player, Obama, so yeah, why are you even surprised by that? I beat Pierce and Raihan easily, remember.
Your dementia must be at it again, Joe, because that's definitely not how it went from our point of view, but sure, whatever makes you happy.
And with that, we're heading down Pokemon's version of Oxford Street or whatever this is supposed to be to get to Wembley Stadium, which is where the main championship showdown is.
I love how people just keep spawning in like that when I get closer to them. I don't remember this happening in the beginning of the game, but it's happening a lot now.
Worry about game mechanics later, Joe, because we finally made it to the pinnacle of this Pokemon game, and we need full concentration mode.
And wow, I guess we're going to be jumping right into our first battle as well, everyone. I thought there'd be some sort of opening ceremony, but I guess not.
No time for that shizzle Obama. The first battle we have as well is with our favorite Marnie, and she's probably going to have a super strong team now, not that she's given us much trouble lately.
And she's dropping some big war talk right there, too, Joe. She's going to kick your butt, apparently, so instead, you better kick hers. Not literally, though.
Yeah, we really don't need any more of that going on. But anyway, the first battle begins, and it's us against a Layperd.
Please don't laugh like that ever again, Obama. It sounded very cursed, but anyway, she wants to win and become champion, so people visit her peasant hometown more.
Okay, damn, Joe, you one-shot her first Pokemon like it was nothing. I guess you did end up doing some training in the end to help our team get a little stronger.
That's an excellent first start right there, Joe buddy. So let's keep this momentum up and take out her Scrafty too.
Yeah, so I did indeed swap Draco Meteor with Dragon Darts, everyone, as I didn't like the huge special attack drop we get when using Draco Meteor.
That's totally fine, Joe, since you don't have enough skill to use a move like Draco Meteor, so leave something like that for the professionals, being me.
Well, Joe's on a roll currently, Donald. Marnie is now using her third Pokemon already being Toxicroak, so I think he's definitely going to win the whole thing.
Well, I wouldn't hold your breath, Obama, but I guess you would be better at doing that than I would.
I have no idea what you mean by that, Donald, but anyway, how about you provide some useful commentary to the viewers of Joe's battle?
Okay, well, something I'd like to know is how the hell can Toxicroak get a toxic attack into our Dragapult when it's using Phantom Force and basically in a different dimension?
Yeah, I saw that too and was wondering the same thing. It's like when Giratina uses Shadow Force, you can't get a status move on it, can you?
I'm not sure about that, Joe, but you raise a good question, which I'm sure a viewer can tell us about. And talking of which, don't we have a shout out to give?
Well, a certain viewer has a question directed to me apparently, and they've been very patient, so I will now respond to them. Here is the viewer in question who's asked me, how did Arceus' egg come about?
Yes, thank you to GT Dragon for your comment, and it appears the viewers are asking us questions now, boys.
Yeah, anyway, Joe, to answer their question, we have to take a good look at Arceus himself and his almighty power and coolness of his looks, and from there, determine what could be even cooler to have laid his egg.
And the answer to their question is what exactly, Donald?
Well, Barry, if we take the multiverse theory into account, it means there must be a Donald, Joe, and Obama in the Pokemon universe, meaning I must have been the one to lay Arceus' egg. It's the only reasonable explanation.
So you're telling me you're the one to have laid Arceus' egg, Donald?
Well, it clearly wasn't you, was it, Obama, for obvious reasons?
Okay, but if Arceus is holding a dark-type plate, then it could have been Obama, right?
Oh my God, would you two please stop? This is getting ridiculous. How about we focus back to the battle since Joe just got one of our team killed?
Don't blame us, Obama, when you were the one pushing for me to answer our lovely viewer's question.
He's just mad because I had a point on that dark-type plate for Arceus thing. But anyway, boys, I think I just beat Marnie in the first battle of this championship.
Well, thank God for that, because it means this episode can end and I can go boil my head after listening to the completely warped logic which exists in both your brains.
Well, whilst Obama goes to do that, I'd like to give a quick shout out to the members on our channel who help support us. So a very big thank you to the people you can see on the screen right now.
Wow, I guess Obama really did just teleport off somewhere. But anyway, thanks to those members. And if you'd like to help support our work too, then please hit that join button.
I'm still here, you fools, since I'm not a rude little shit like you two are. But anyway, I think that this basically concludes part 12, everyone. Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. We hope you enjoyed this episode, and I'm personally very sorry to that viewer for taking so long to get back to your question.
I bet they're very happy now, though, Donald, and with that, I guess we'll see you all in part 13, where I will be taking on the rest of these peasants in the championship Pokemon tournament. Hey everyone, your boy Jizzy Joe Biden is back at it again with the hijacking of this episode since my counterpart is a complete moron.
Well, thank God for that, Donald. We might actually have a proper battle here without losing any Pokemon in this episode for once.
Yeah, boy, have I been looking forward to seeing Jizzy Joe Biden back in the series, and perfect timing too, because we're in the championships now.
Yeah, so please remember to subscribe and like the video if you want to help support our work, and consider becoming a member on Patreon and YouTube if you like too.
Alrighty, looks like we're already battling the main rival of this game, being Hop. And I didn't expect to battle him so soon either, guys.
Yeah, Hop, who's the most pointless and dumb rival we have in the entire game, Jizzy Joe. So do the usual and crush this peasant.
Yeah, I will, Donald. And I checked the team before we started, and it finally seems you guys managed to evolve the entire party up to their final stages.
Yeah, well, Joe mostly did that, but anyway, you'll be able to utilize them to their full potential now. And don't forget you can Gigantamax if you need to.
I'd just like to say that you might all notice a slight change in our voices for this episode, which is because we're experimenting with some things.
Yeah, that's right. It's not really a big piece of news, but we know some of you with sharp hearing will be able to tell.
And with that out the way, Jizzy Joe, what's your strat gonna be for beating Hop into oblivion?
Well, Obama, my plan is to spam Dragon Dance as much as I can, and then use Dragon Darts, because with that combo, I should be able to one-shot Hop's whole team.
Yeah, solid plan, my guy. I love to see proper, useful plays like this, unlike with normal Joe, who just sit here like a Wally crying to us about what to do.
Okay, but I think you're kind of overdoing it right now, Jizzy Joe. His team is weak as hell anyway, so no need to keep using Dragon Dance like that.
Nah, like in the Scouts, Barry, you gotta be prepared for anything, and by raising my attack and speed like this, I should be prepared for any outcome.
As much as I agree with you, buddy, you gotta think about the viewers who might get bored of you using the same move constantly. And as you said, this guy is weak as hell anyway.
Yeah, our boy Dragapult here is strong as hell now too, so just use one Dragon Darts or something to get this sheep thing taken care of.
Oh my god, after all that, this stupid cotton ball thing somehow survived an attack from our super overpowered dragon.
No, it didn't, Donald, bro. Remember, Dragon Darts hits twice in a row, and each one does like 50 damage points, I think, as well.
Yeah, no need to worry, Donald. Jizzy Joe has this in the bag already, and now our boy Hop has sent out a Snorlax, which is a pretty solid Pokemon, actually.
Yeah, that's all true. But we only have Dragon Darts and Phantom Force as our physical attacking moves, when having something like Dragon Rush would have been a better combination with Dragon Dance.
Okay, well, since you keep talking about dragons, Donald, how about we get our viewers to comment their favorite dragon-type Pokemon, which we can shout out in the next episode.
Good idea, Barry. And in the last episode, we asked everyone to shout out their favorite ice types, which we received a lot of comments of.
That's right, and the viewer who gets a shout-out in this episode is who you're seeing on the screen right now, and whose name I have no idea how to pronounce.
It's literally Sand Distress, Barry, you moron. Not that difficult, and I even have sunglasses on.
Oh yeah, well anyway, this viewer chose Lapras as their favorite ice types, and we think Lapras was probably the most common ice type people commented about.
Okay, sorry, dude. I gotta interrupt you here, because what the hell is this Pokemon?
This little fella reminds me of something like a sea urchin or Donald, and it's super cute too, and a shame that I have to kill it.
Yeah, it's definitely based off a sea urchin with eyes and a bright yellow nose, which looks like a butt, if anyone noticed.
And yeah, that makes me feel super glad we didn't use that sea urchin butt Pokemon on our team, boys. Which you can thank me for, since I've basically built this team we're using.
Technically, Donald, the viewers had a lot of input on the Pokemon we used in this playthrough. You only got their shiny versions because you're an elitist.
The Pokemon in this team shine almost as bright as the gold chains I have around my neck, Obama. So I'm not going to complain about that at all.
Okay, Jizzy Joe, it seems Hop is on to his final Pokemon, and of course it's his starter. And he's gone and Gigantamaxed it too.
Yeah, Gigantamax just stalls out a battle in my view. Because if this guy was normal sized, we'd have beaten Hop already.
Damn, he has ice-type moves though, so I gotta be careful, guys. I can't let Dragapult die at this point in the battle.
Well, you used Dragon Dance so much in the beginning, Jizzy Joe, that one Dragon Darts move should be enough to kill this guy.
Yeah, and since you battled Hop with only Dragapult, Joe, you probably shouldn't use him going forward since he's completely overpowered.
Well, that's the end of that, guys. Our rival Hop has been beaten yet again with his shitty team, so maybe he should go home and reconsider his life choices.
Okay, hot damn, there's no need to go in that hard on the poor guy, Joe, even though I know we probably all agree with you.
There absolutely is a need to go in that hard on him, Obama. The guy needs to learn he's a good-for-nothing little peasant who doesn't deserve to be a Pokemon trainer.
And check out the huge crowd I've got here waiting for me too, guys. They already know I'm the champ, and my next victim is going to be Leon.
Okay, Joe, we won't be talking like that. Thanks very much. It's not like you're going to be attacking Leon himself, isn't it? And just because you're dressed like a gangster doesn't mean you are one.
Yeah, Jizzy Joe, just stick to your superior battling skills and rapping, whatever that may sound like.
And because I'm such a real G and famous, they already want to interview me before the finals begin, guys. See, I've only been in this episode for like 5 minutes and everyone loves me already.
Yeah, well, we don't have time for any of your fancy little interviews, Joe. You need to rest up and then head back out to finish the finals, which will involve battling gym leaders.
And talking of which, Pierce has just showed up probably to remind us how he almost nuked our entire team, but I still like the guy.
Ah, so this is the fellow who almost beat you in a Pokemon battle then. Is it Donald? Well, don't worry, because the professional is here now to handle people like this.
Actually, it looks like we won't be heading to the finals right now, guys. Apparently, Leon has gone to Rose Tower and is having some sort of meeting with him there.
Wow, the fool actually went and named a building after himself? What kind of self-centered, egotistical buffoon would do something like that?
Yeah, we wonder Donald, but anyway, Marnie has showed up now as well, and I guess she wants to follow us like a little sheep.
Oh, God, it's that demonic secretary again, boys. I hate it whenever she shows up like this. She would make the perfect Sith Lord, if you ask me.
Oh, and she's gone and converted some of the league staff to her little rose cult by the looks of it, Jizzy Joe. So you need to hunt them down and beat them.
Wow, and I'm even going to get some cheering, whilst I battle from Marnie and Team Yell too. Not that I'd actually need any help.
Okay, so that guy we just saw is hiding around here somewhere, Joe, and you need to try find him, I think.
Well, it doesn't help that there's also a bunch of league staff which look exactly like the evil one just chilling around here too, so how are we supposed to know who the evil one is?
Well, Donald, we use the age-old tactic of talking to everyone in the city until we find the right person, which you could argue might take a while. But then again, you have me, so it's all good.
That literally makes no sense at all, Joe, but yeah, sure, whatever floats your boat, I guess. Just hurry up with this so I can see this so-called Rose Tower.
Donald only wants to see the Rose Tower so he can get some inspiration for his next building. Isn't that right, Donald?
Well, either way, we have to go there anyway, Barry, so let's just find this loser who thinks joining the Rose Cult is a good idea and crush him into oblivion.
Oh, and speak of the devil, this guy staring at a wall doesn't look suspicious at all, so it must be him, Jizzy Joe, and of course we're going to have to battle him too.
All right, so he's actually gone and sent out the Galar version of Meowth, which I never like, to be honest. It has the most horrible-looking beard I've ever seen.
At least that Meowth can actually grow a beard, Obama. I've seen more hair on the face of a teenager than I have on your face.
All right, please never say anything like that again and focus on the battle instead, bro. We have an extremely superpowered Dragapult here versus his level 40-something Pokemon.
And his second Pokemon is a Durant, boys. This little guy is from Gen 5. And I've personally never used one and never will because it's trash.
Hey, that's something we can agree on, Barry. I never liked Durant either, and it's a steel type, which is a little weird for an ant. They should have made it a ground type or something.
Its typing is fine, Joe, but the Pokemon in general is just not that great, and I doubt anyone has properly used one unless they did for a challenge or they were being forced to.
Okay, Joe, the guy has run off, so I guess you gotta go find him again. I think this happened 3 times in total, so we have to basically battle a full team of 6 Pokemon here.
I can battle 10 trillion Pokemon all at once if I have to, Barry. These polygon-shaped humans have nothing on someone with the power I have within me. I feel like I'm on Super Saiyan 20 right now.
Okay, yeah, I think you're pushing it a little on your power trip, Joe, but at least you found the guy again a lot faster than the last time.
And he has a Mawile too, Donald, which is now a fairy type if I remember correctly. This thing can also mega evolve, but obviously they ditched that gimmick in this game for a worse one.
Joe, I believe something is only a gimmick if you don't use it, and everyone used Mega Evolution, so called it a gimmick isn't exactly the right word to use.
Yeah, and I prefer Mega Evolution over all the other so-called gimmicks the Pokemon Company has come out with. Obama. Mega Evolution was the best because it gave weaker Pokemon the chance to be useful.
That's true, Donald, but it also made strong Pokemon so broken that they have to be banned, and I'm of course talking about our boy Mega Rayquaza. I mean, his Mega Evolution is undoubtedly the most cracked thing to exist, but was it actually necessary?
You heard it first here, everyone. Obama himself says he doesn't like Mega Rayquaza.
You demented Beansprout, Joe. I never said that. My point was, which many people will agree on, is the fact that the already OP Pokemon have now become even more so.
Yeah, and so, what, Barry? We only like strong Pokemon around here. Thank you very much. All weak Pokemon don't belong in any team I use, but I would happily use a Mega Beedrill or Metagross.
You would use normal Metagross perfectly fine, Donald, let alone its Mega form, which I do like a lot, by the way.
Yeah, and now you're trying to backtrack on your previous point about hating mega Pokemon. It's fine, dude. We know how you really feel. And anyway, I've basically beaten this guy now, too.
Yep, you have Jizzy Joe, well done. And I think that's the last time we have to deal with this doofus, at least for now. But let's see.
I feel like the whole evil villain aspect of Pokemon just dropped at this point in the game series, guys, don't you think?
Yeah, that could be true, Obama. My favorite team is Team Galactic because they all have funky hair colors, and if I had more hair, then I'd dye it blue.
Hang on before you do that, Joe. What on earth is going on here? More of those grunts have just appeared, and they're blocking our path to Rose Tower.
You said we dealt with them, Donald, so now what's all this then? Are you conspiring with Mr. Rose or something, bucko?
Why would I conspire with a CEO who walks about with shorts on and a bad haircut?
How about you take a look in a mirror and ask yourself that same question, Donald? But anyway, it looks like Pierce is holding a random gig in the middle of this train station to get them to move.
Yeah, why don't you join him, Jizzy Joe, and you can drop some mad bars in between his singing or something whilst Donald and I deal with Mr. Rose.
I just want to clarify that Pierce wasn't even singing right here. He was just mouthing some random crap and no sound was coming out.
At least when I rap, you can at least hear my bars, even if they're utter trash. But anyway, with Pierce's help, we managed to barge our way through those grunts.
Yeah, and this is the famous Rose Tower we've been talking about, so tell us, Donald, what do you think of it?
Well, Barry, I got a good look at it just now from that panorama shot, and I feel like they just ripped this building off from Kalos with Lumiose Tower, if you remember that.
Yeah, something about this place definitely has Lumiose Tower vibes for sure, but with extra blue added to it. However, this interior is absolutely gorgeous, if you ask me.
Black is best. As I always say, Jizzy Joe, and maybe you should convert your Trump Tower to look like this, Donald. I never liked Rose, but he sure has some good design sense.
Oh, holy hell, looks like we have more of these grunts to deal with now, boys. And I can't tell if this is the same fella from before, but either way, we gotta crush them all, Joe.
This will be an easy W for me, Donald, because Mr. Rhyme here is unstoppable. No wonder Leon had one on his team.
Well, I actually know the real reason why Leon was considered the strongest trainer in the world, boys. And it's such a dumb reason.
Yeah, we all know, Barry, and the obvious answer is plot armor, because there is no other reason than that.
Well, I also know the reason, Obama, and it's because Leon is constantly changing his movesets for his Pokemon. So obviously that would make him OP.
And looks like we have another double battle here, boys. And whilst this is going on, I'd like to announce that we recently opened up a merch store.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot about that, Barry. But yeah, as he said, we have a new merch store if you'd like to check out with only one design at the moment. But we're open to suggestions.
I think Discoml should make a Jizzy Joe design. I'd definitely get me one of those.
That's actually not a half bad idea, but let's see. Anyway, feel free to check it out, dear viewers. But for now, let's get back to this battle.
Okay, so this double battle should have been over by now, Joe, since you're basically the champion, but all I see is you getting carried by Hop's crappy sheep thing.
Right, well, first of all, that sheep is actually a ram, Obama. And secondly, the only one doing the so-called carrying is me, because I'm Jizzy Joe.
You can be a fruit and nut bar for all I care, buddy, but you're still letting that loser rival of ours do most of the work.
Just relax and take a chill pill, Donald. I got this. I'm mentally preparing myself for the battle with Leon we have coming up, which is more important than crying over this, if you ask me.
Fine, whatever, Jizzy Joe, we trust you. At least it's you and not the other one, but still these battles are so easy.
I feel like the Pokemon games should ask you what difficulty you'd like to play the game in, boys. Like the hard mode should be max the 4s and EVs on everything, like an Emerald Kaizo.
Or a death sentence mode, where you basically have a bunch of Cynthias to deal with. That would be so fun, don't you all think?
Hang on, guys. I think Oleana has turned into a literal demon now. That is one bitchy-looking face, holy hell.
Imagine waking up in the morning and seeing that just staring at you. I think I might poop my pants and then cry.
Okay, well, she's leading off with a Frostlass Donald, which is actually an awesome Pokemon.
Yeah, this is a ghost and ice-type Pokemon, but with Mr. Rhyme, I think we can take it, and it also looks like this building is a Dynamax spot, too.
I doubt I'll need to even Dynamax in this battle, though. I mean, how hard can she even be to deal with? This whole game could have been beaten with a blindfold on, if you ask me.
Well, you one-shot Frostlass Jizzy Joe, but Oleana is now calling you cheeky for hurting her so-called partner. I mean, maybe she should have used a better Pokemon instead, the dumb fool.
All right, so her next Pokemon wasn't one I was expecting, but either way, this is Salazzle from the Alola region.
How many times did this Pokemon kill your entire team in that playthrough, then Obama Elamau?
Damn, Jizzy Joe went in hard there again, but rightly so in my opinion.
Okay, from my point of view, that was kind of uncalled for, but regardless, I'm sure I died to Salazale quite a few times, Joe.
Yeah, to the surprise of absolutely no one. But anyway, her next Pokemon is a Melodic, which is another absolutely solid Mon for sure.
Yeah, this thing has amazing defense stats, and it proved it just now by somehow surviving a super effective Thunderbolt attack.
I can't believe it took two of them to take this thing out, Donald, so I guess you're right about its defenses. Anyway, that's now 3 Pokemon down and out.
And our Dracovish is actually learning Fishious Ren now, Joe, which is one of the best moves it can learn, and I think only Dracovish can learn it too.
About damn time, because if you look at the moves Dracovish has had till now, most of them are so bad, it's like, why even bother using it in a battle?
Hey, look, another Pokemon to remind you of your Alola Region murder spree berry. This is Serena, who is Russian, apparently.
For those of you who don't know, the Russians used to have a king and queen called a Tsar and a Tsarina, and apparently the queen has been turned into a Pokemon now.
Okay, thank you for your completely pointless history lesson, Professor Obama, and I can't believe Oleana has a Garbodor as her final Pokemon.
Not only that, Donald, but she's about to Gigantamax the thing, too. Imagine the stink that must come off this Pokemon when it's that big.
Hang on, there is a literal cruise ship stuck in Garbodor's body. What the hell has this thing been up to?
There's also a plane on his body too, Donald. And even with all that, Joe has managed to one-shot the thing so well done.
Okay, and Oleana wasn't a challenge for me at all, which was to be expected. I'm just too good, and my ego backs my statements up.
And her demonic-looking face won't be showing its ugly self anytime soon either, Joe. So well done for getting rid of her.
Oh, hey, look, you two. We're getting a fancy-looking cinematic thingy of Rose and Leon together. He's probably explaining his plan for the Galar region to him.
Hey, this art style is really cool, Obama. I like it a lot, and I especially like how the night sky looks with the different gradients of blue.
Yeah, we don't need an art lecture on color theory, Jizzy Joe, but I do agree this looks very neat indeed. They even made Rose look cool.
Okay, and Usual Hop went and interrupted it all, but anyway, we do have that battle with Leon to finish Joe, so get ready for that.
Well, if you were listening to what I said earlier, Barry, we first have to battle all the gym leaders again to prove we're the strongest.
Okay, well, I already did that, but I guess we don't have a choice. So on that note, how about we end this episode?
Yeah, good plan, Joe, so thank you for watching, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the episode, and please remember to like and subscribe and consider becoming a member of the channel, too.
Yeah, we have our Discord and Patreon links in the video description, too, which we'd appreciate you checking out as well.
That's right. So in part 14, I guess either me or my demented counterpart will be battling all the gym leaders again.
And the perfect ending to this episode outside Winden Stadium. So see you all soon, everyone.
Hey, everyone, and welcome to part 14 of our Pokemon Sword playthrough, and we're jumping right with these champion battles.
Yeah, that's right. No time for hanging about in this waiting room, boys, but I do have some announcements.
They can come after reminding everyone to hit the like and subscribe button, Obama. And then you can tell everyone your most likely dumb news.
Well, it affects you too, Donald, but I just wanted to let everyone know we'll try to play the Isle of Armor DLC after the main story of this game has been finished.
Oh yeah, that is quite important news, but anyway, for now it looks like we'll be battling the ever-beautiful Nessa and her shit water-type Pokemon.
I like how she has dive balls, though, guys. That's a pretty neat detail they added in, but yeah, her team is quite bad, and I think our Rillaboom will be able to knock all her Pokemon out.
Yeah, so my challenge for this whole champion battle is to not even Dynamax any of our Pokemon, because I think I'm now at a point where I can handle a challenge in this game.
Okay, well, her first Pokemon is a Golisopod, which Guzma had in our Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon playthrough, Joe, if you remember. And its first impression move destroyed us in that game.
Yeah, well, Wood Hammer and Drum Beating are our best moves for this gym leader battle, boys, but be careful with the former Joe, as Wood Hammer hurts us too.
This battle was so easy the first time me and Nessa brawled it out, Obama, and the same will go again now too, since our team is cracked.
Yeah, Obama, you're such a little pessimist. Joe's out here one-shotting all her Pokemon like they're a bunch of level 1 bug types.
First of all, when did you two become so friendly? And also, I never said he was doing bad, Donald. I just told him to watch out.
Yeah, well, thanks for that pointless advice, Obama. I'm on a roll currently, and this momentum has to be kept up for the rest of this tournament. I'm so confident I think I'll ask the viewers a question for this video, too.
Okay, fine, Joe, but if you lose one battle, then remember, Donald or myself will be the ones playing the rest of this, and for your sake, let's hope it's not me.
Actually, I changed my mind about that rule, Barry. I think Joe should just play the rest of this series, even if he loses battles. I mean, who really cares at this point, because there's not much for us to do.
Donald, what have you been smoking, bro? I literally said that we're going to be doing the Isle of Armor DLC later, and that's got a crap ton of content in it for us to play.
Yeah, I know that too, Obama, but I still don't feel like playing. I have my reasons, so let's just leave it at that, buddy.
Yeah, Donald's reasons are that he's now my best friend forever, and he loves me more than you, Obama, and I'm just better.
Yeah, okay, well, when his true reasons are known, Joe, then don't come crying to me about it. You're a big boy now, so sort it out yourself.
Well, I'm going to ask the viewers the question for this video, which is that I want you all to comment your best fact about fire-type Pokemon in particular. It can be anything really, and our favorite comment will get a shout-out.
Yeah, that's an interesting question for the viewers, Joe. Let's see what they come up with, but for now, we're currently battling Nessa's final Pokemon, which is this Blastoise ripoff Pokemon.
You mean we were battling that Blastoise ripoff Donald? Joe's actually gone and one-shot her whole team, so yeah, well done, Joe.
And that's how all the other battles are about to go to Obama. All the Pokemon that I come across from now on will unfortunately have the same fate as Nessa's team.
Yeah, don't get too cocky, buddy, but anyway, well done for beating the first round of this tournament, and this is who we'll be battling next, too.
Yeah, this is the tournament chart, and basically it'll be us battling Raihan again, because there's no way he loses to anyone else here. It's like we're battling all the gym leaders again in the same order.
Okay, and with that, we're on to round 2 now, boys. And the next person we'll be battling is Bee. I really like her, but sadly her fighting-type Pokemon will meet their maker again.
Damn, Joe, coming in with that fighting-type talk, so let's see if you actually mean it or if it's just you trying to act cool.
Okay, I take back what I said earlier, boys. Looks like we won't be battling all the gym leaders in the same routine as last time because that grass-type guy isn't here.
God, I never liked that guy anyway, Obama. He was super weird looking with his eyes and nose, and yeah, he freaked me out. He's the type of guy who wouldn't need to dress up on Halloween, in my humble opinion.
Okay, Jesus Christ, Joe, you didn't need to go in that hard on the poor fellow, whatever his name was. Anyway, whilst you battle B, I want to ask the viewers to ask us a question this time, and we will respond to your questions in the next video.
Yeah, keep your questions Pokemon related, and we'll pick out a few to respond to and shout you out as well.
I'd like to say that I taught Thunder to drag Pult in between episodes because of one viewer who said it was painful having Dragon Dance on a special attack Pokemon, so yeah, I got rid of that move for Thunder.
Well, that viewer had a point, Joe. Why would you want to waste a move slot on this guy when he's a special attacker and doesn't exactly need the speed boost either?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to admit they were right, but in the end, they were indeed right. So anyway, here we are with Dragapult literally nuking Bee's entire team. She's so weak compared to last time.
Well, granted, you did do a lot of training, Joe, which is something we suggested you do. However, you have the bad habit of going a little overboard sometimes, but I think this is fine for now anyway.
Hey, look, guys, she finally has her Graplock with her. The first time we battled B, she didn't have this guy, but now it's appeared, and it's the same one that was in the anime.
And yet it stood no chance against Joe Elmau. Our Dragapult is properly cracked, and I think we should maybe bench it for the rest of these battles, Joe, because it'll be too easy then.
I thought about that too, Obama, but let's see, like I said, I wasn't planning on using Dynamax to beat anyone going forward unless we're put in a situation where it's absolutely needed.
Okay, well, B is on to her last Pokemon being Machamp here, and she's Dynamaxing it right now, too. I wonder how strong this will be.
Well, it would obviously be her strongest Pokemon, Donald, and it did tank one Dragon Pulse from us, but I think one more should be enough to take this guy out.
I'd like to point out that her Machamp is actually a female Obama, so yeah, get that right, bro. But other than that, I do agree her Machamp will soon be dead.
And boom, that concludes that, guys. This is the second gym leader Joe has beaten in the tournament so far, so well done, Joe. Let's keep the momentum going forward like this all the way to Leon.
Yeah, excellent job, buddy. That's 2 down, and I think Raihan is next. And also the last person we'll be battling here, too. And knowing him, it could end up being a double battle.
That's right, Barry. Raihan is indeed the last person we'll be battling, and talking of double battles, what happened to triple and rotation battles and even swarm battles or whatever they were called?
Triple and rotation battles died in the Unova region, Donald. They haven't been seen since, from what I remember, although I'm sure someone in the comments will point out some random battle they've been in another game.
I never liked them anyway, Donald. They were just so slow to me and wasted more time than necessary. Swarm battles were also so dead because you had to wait for each Pokemon to attack, I think.
Okay, well, we can discuss this later because Joe's gone and put Dracovish to the front of the party, and I take it we'll be using him to battle Raihan's Dragon Weather team.
His weather team is about to feel the full force of Fishious Rend, or whatever that move's called. Guys, we got it earlier and it's super powerful for a water-type move.
Okay, here we go, Joe. The last battle we have to do before taking on the ultimate champion, Leon himself, who, by the way, has a super easy team compared to the likes of Cynthia.
Yeah, but Leon has plot armor Obama, which basically makes whatever Cynthia has redundant. And now this guy is going on about how good his drought ability is to the fool.
And with one Fishious Rend, the Torkoal met his maker, LML. That move is definitely super powerful, Joe, but it was also super effective against his Torkoal anyway.
Yeah, and now Raihan has sent out his first dragon-type Pokemon of the battle, being this turtle dude. I really like this guy from the Galar Region anime.
It's a pretty decent Pokemon. Yeah, Joe, but not strong enough to handle our Dracovish. However, I remember in the anime that Ash's one grew red claws.
Okay, well, it did handle our Dracovish quite well, to be fair, Barry. And on the point of Ash's one, how do we get our one to grow red claws out of it?
That's not a power that can be taught by Naturally Donald. We would need the plot armor power to be able to achieve what Ash did.
Okay, his next Pokemon is a Flygon, and I just realized the battle with him isn't even a double, so I guess that was a part of his gym challenge then, which made it harder than this battle with him.
I'd like to announce to the world that I do expect to see a Mega Flygon appear in the new Pokemon Zia game, and I'm sure I've said that before, but I'm saying it again, otherwise I'll riot.
Well, let's hope the one we use in that game will be stronger than Raihan's one Donald, because I took this guy out so fast it wasn't even funny.
Hang on, Joe, you can't be announcing the Pokemon we're going to be using in a game that's not even released yet, bro. Holy hell.
Okay, well, let's hope everyone watching has the memory of Joe so they'll forget he ever said that, or I can just cut it out in the edit later.
Oh shit, yeah, my bad. Pretend you all didn't hear that, everyone, and we shall be swiftly moving on with whatever Raihan's next Pokemon is.
His next Pokemon is, in fact, his last Pokemon, Joe, which means he'll be Dynamaxing it, so get ready. It's a really strong dragon type.
Oh yeah, I forgot he had a Duraludon. No matter though, he can do whatever he wants to his dragon, because we're still going to win this.
So all in all, the gym leaders teams haven't really changed as much as I thought they were going to make them. I was hoping for some unique Pokemon we maybe don't get to see as much.
Okay, well, I think this is the end for Dracovish in this battle, guys. It managed to take out basically all Raihan's Pokemon, but since I'm not Dynamaxing, we're at a slight disadvantage.
I mean, you could have popped a few full restores on Dracovish Joe if you wanted to be smart, but sure, whatever. Let the poor thing die and become less friendly to us.
If anything, it should already have max friendship with us, Barry, with how well I've been treating it. But anyway, I think our Tyranitar should be able to clean up in here.
Okay, well, you both have super effective moves against each other, Joe, but I don't think your strat of not Dynamaxing is going to go well.
Well, if I can say I beat every gym leader without Dynamaxing, then you guys have to agree my street cred will be off the charts, and I'll also do the same for Leon's battle, too.
Okay, Donald was right, Joe. Maybe you should Dynamax, because that's two Pokemon that Raihan has taken out already, in a space of like 30 seconds.
It's fine, boys. Our Mr. Rhyme will be the actual Pokemon to clean up in here. Tyranitar was just a distraction, if you can believe me or not.
You know what, Joe? We can't so just get this over with, will you? His Pokemon has ended its Dynamax phase, so this should be a cakewalk now.
Maybe sending out Mr. Rhyme would have been the better choice from the get-go, Joe, since it's got Dazzling Gleam, and on top of that, it's an Ice type, too.
Yeah, maybe, but what I did was more fun, I think, Obama. It did make the battle more of a challenge, and I can now officially say I beat the whole tournament without Dynamaxing once.
Yeah, well, Raihan was just glorified, in my opinion, Joe. I bet I could have beaten him with a Sunkern and Magikarp or something like that.
Okay, and with that, boys, we're finally in the finals, LMO, and as you all saw from the chart, our next opponent is the GOAT himself, Leon.
Well, that status of GOAT will soon belong to me, Obama, and Leon will be known as the sheep as he tries to follow in my greatness.
And of course, we have Hop here storming into the finals like he owns the place when he lost the first battle we had together, the loser. This guy should be escorted out, in my opinion.
He's walking around with his Inteleon Donald, which is pretty cool to see. I used to hate it, but now I think I really like it a lot.
It's a good Pokemon, Joe, but its shiny form is pink, and you all know how I feel about that. Pink Pokemon should not exist, and the worst of all is what they did to Arceus by giving it a pixie plate.
Go cry me a river, Donald, and get over yourself. Arceus needs the pixie plate to keep its title of most powerful Pokemon. And by the way, if you think about it, it was Arceus who actually invented the pixie plate too.
Oh my God, I can't believe I never thought about that, Obama, you're right. But I think my shock at this new revelation will have to wait because Mr. Rose has crashed our battle with Leon.
This guy is insane, Donald. He's ripping up the stadium with red death rays, and he's saying he's going to release the darkest day all over Galar. The things that go through these evil leaders' minds is literally backwards.
Yeah, well, this is part of the story, Joe, which means we're getting ever closer to catching Eternatus and the Sword Dog legendary Pokemon, who I really couldn't care less about, to be honest.
All right, looks like Leon is going to be the one to try save the day, which we can't allow as much as I love the guy. We're the heroes of this story, not him and definitely not Hop.
Wow, and the dialogue I have to give him is me saying he should come help us, which is something I wish I could tell him not to do. He's just going to get in the way as usual.
He wants to live up to his brother's reputation, basically, Joe. Imagine being a nobody like Hop, whilst your brother is probably the most famous person in the Pokemon world.
And then he gets beaten by his best friend, so he's been reduced to a third-rate citizen, pretty much. He has a lot of catching up to do. But anyway, we're back at our hometown, and look who it is.
It's Obama's side host, Sonia, looking ravishing in her new lab coat. Although she doesn't seem to be doing any professor work, does she? She's just standing around here, look pretty.
And that's all she needs to be doing, Joe. But to be fair, as a professor, she really should be helping us sort this darkest day nuking of Galar Crusade, which Mr. Rose is orchestrating.
All right, well, we're back in the Slumbering Weald, boys, and this is where we were right in part 1 of Pokemon Sword, but now we're back here to find the legendary Pokemon.
And speak of the devil, here they are. Zacian and Zamazenta, or whatever their names are. And did you both know that they're really good in competitive battles, too?
We knew that, Joe, but I don't know how you know that fact when you barely can battle against AI, let alone actual human beings.
Says you Obama, but it appears they want us to follow them for some reason, guys. I wonder what they have in store for us or how they'll help us out here.
Well, they've led us to this pretty garden in the middle of the Slumbering Weald, it seems, and I bet we're somehow like the first people to see this place in thousands of years.
I bet you're right, Donald, because there seems to be some items on the floor under that trellis thing. If this was the real England, someone would have come here and vandalized this place or thrown those items into the river.
Yes, I don't doubt that. That would happen, Barry. But anyway, looks like we need those items to help save the Galar region or something. Maybe the legendary Pokemon are stuck inside of them.
Yeah, Joe, I highly doubt that, you moron. They're not Pokeballs. But you're right, we need them to help save the world. And I'd like to point out that we should be given the key to the whole Pokemon world at this point with the amount of regions we've saved.
Okay, I totally agree with that point, Donald. We've saved at least 1 billion people at this point, probably. Actually, if we guess the Pokemon world has the same population as the real world, then we've actually saved about 9 billion people.
Hang on, though, Barry. What happens when there's too many people in the world? Like, eventually that'll happen, won't it?
I'm pretty sure it's your job to help figure that out, Joe, but instead of us talking about depressing topics in the real world, how about we talk about in the virtual world here, since we're about to storm that secret underground base?
These evil leaders sure do love secret underground bases, don't they, boys? I mean, Team Rocket had 2 of them. Team Flare had one in that cafe. Team Magma and Aqua had one too, only Team Galactic didn't.
Team Galactic are so gangster, they just built a giant building right in the middle of Veilstone City, right in plain sight, because they knew no one would be stupid enough to take them on except a 10-year-old boy and looker.
Hang on, boys. What the hell is going on in here? That thing at the back looks like a giant egg which Yveltal was sleeping in.
Okay, well, Joe, looks like we're going to be battling Mr. Rose now. He's dead set on beating us, so we don't get in the way of his Galar region plans.
That's right. Barry and his first Pokemon is an Escavalier from the Unova region. This is actually a solid Pokemon and one we should use one day.
Yeah, well, this guy is probably weak as hell, as far as I'm concerned, Donald. So I think this is going to be the real warm-up battle before we take on Leon, since we were rudely interrupted from having that battle.
I think this guy just sort of has every type of Pokemon, Joe, and doesn't specialize in one like the gym leaders did. So let's hope you can win this.
His team appears to be basically Gen 5 based by the looks of it, though, which means his team could end up being strong as we get closer to the end of the battle.
All his Pokemon are like level 55 or around there, though. Donnie, so this will be a walk in the park for me and Dracovish here. Vicious Rend is such a great move, too.
Well, most of our team is in the level 60 range, and some are pushing very close to level 70. Even so, I think by the time we have this game beat, most of our team will be at least level 80.
Damn, he has another Pokemon from Unova Boy, so I take it Mr. Rose here must be from somewhere there. I bet he's from Castilia, knowing him.
Yeah, it is really interesting how his team is basically all from Gen 5, Donald. Although I know his last Pokemon, which is his ace, is from the Galar region.
Well, he has 2 Pokemon left, Barry, and his next one is definitely not from the Unova region. This is from Galar, and it's the final evolution of Meowth.
Yeah, this thing again, Joe. I never actually liked the original Meowth line, which is probably a surprise to you all since its signature move is Payday. But I just felt the design was crap.
Yeah, I think I could agree with you on that too, Donald. Persian just felt a bit bland to me, kind of like vanilla ice cream.
Hey, if you want to talk ice cream, then you know I'm your boy for that. And your take on vanilla is bullshit, Barry, because it's an ice cream you can always have without having to worry about how it'll taste.
Yeah, share your take on ice cream after beating his last Pokemon Joe, which is an elephant. And this is another Pokemon which I really hate, actually.
Okay, well, Joe managed to kill the thing whilst you were still ranting Donald, which goes to show our team is cracked as hell, or Rose's team was just trash.
Clearly, I'm just the better trainer right here, Barry. But anyway, how about we start wrapping this episode up, boys?
Yes, good idea, buddy. So thank you very much for watching, people. Please remember to like and subscribe and consider becoming a member of the channel and Patreon if you'd like some extra perks.
Yeah, we set up our merch store too last time, so if you'd like to check it out, then check out the links below.
Yeah, that's right, and we're always open to getting design ideas from you all, so please leave some comments below about that.
And in the next episode, I think we'll actually be able to battle and catch Eternatus, boys. So we hope you're all excited to see Joe get destroyed LML.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Pokemon Sword, and this will actually be the final episode of the main story if you all couldn't guess. We basically beat the evil guy of the Galar region, and now all that's left to do is battle Leon.
Okay, well, technically we still have this to do right now, Joe, which is taking on the main legendary of this game being Eternatus. And then there's that post-game story tournament thing with those people with the bad haircuts.
Yeah, so please remember to hit that like and subscribe button, everyone, so you can keep up with our series as well as future games we play. And please also consider becoming a member and joining our Patreon if you want to help support the channel.
And just like in the anime, Leon wasn't strong enough to deal with Eternatus himself, even though he's supposed to be the strongest trainer in the world. So, looks like it's up to me to end this.
Yeah, what's up with that actually, Joe? Leon should have easily been able to clean up in this battle, but apparently he's so-called OP. Charizard got its fire blown out by this dragon legendary.
Well, sending out Dracovish was probably not the best idea, Joe. You really should have used Mr. Rhyme since it has Ice Beam and Dazzling Gleam.
All right, maybe you could be right there, Donald, but it's not like this guy is the strongest legendary we've come across, is it? I mean, Lugia and Ho-Oh could probably nuke this guy if they wanted to.
Well, I don't know about that, Joe, because this guy here basically holds the Galar region together with its Dynamax powers, whilst Lugia spends its time sleeping in the ocean, and Ho-Oh barely shows itself to anyone.
Yeah, but if you read the Pokedex entry for Lugia Berry, then you'd know it spends its time in a deep-sea trench, so it doesn't destroy everything because it's so powerful and Ho-Oh can literally resurrect the dead.
Yeah, Ho-Oh basically has god-tier power levels, since it can raise the dead, which is a power that even Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina don't have, I don't think.
Okay, well, you may have a point there, but that still doesn't mean this guy is a pushover, because he's really not. Although, saying that, Go did catch this thing in a Pokeball in the anime, so there's that too.
Go did do that, Barry, and no one has ever caught Ho-Oh or Lugia except the characters in the games, so that goes to show how strong those birds are. And now it seems we're going to be having a raid battle against Eternatus.
Yeah, he's about to go giant size on us boys. And this is where I'll be able to catch him in a netball, which is something we said we'd do way back in part 1 or 2 or something.
Yeah, this guy looks like a literal face hugger from the Alien series, if you all have seen that. I mean, just look how scary Eternatus is now. He's definitely scarier and more intimidating than most other legendary Pokemon.
And that's actually a good question for the viewers, Barry. So how about you all leave a comment letting us know which legendary Pokemon you think is the scariest one?
I think Giratina will be at the top of that list, actually, Donald, since he is incredibly scary and he's way more intimidating than Eternatus to Obama. No one could beat Giratina.
And talking of taking a beating, it seems we're taking a really big one since none of our attacks are hitting Eternatus, but now it looks like we're going to be getting some backup.
Yeah, about damn time. These two sure have helped us a lot, haven't they? By doing absolutely nothing, and now they decide to show up right at the end when the world is about to get destroyed.
Well, actually, if you remember from the anime, Donald, Eternatus is an integral part of the Galar region's lore and order system, since it holds together the power of Dynamax, so without it, the world could be worse.
Okay, Professor Oak, when I ask for a lecture, then you can give me one. But for now, how about you shut the hell up and focus on beating this thing because we have a score to settle with Leon.
Hey Donald, this is pretty cool though. Those two doggo legendary Pokemon have now changed their forms into the Sword and Shield, and I can never remember what they're called.
Zakin and Zamazenta Berry. It's not that difficult to remember their names, you know, and even I can.
Yeah, I think these two used to be absolutely cracked in the Pokemon VGC tournaments back in the day, boys. They might still be really good, but I remember people using them a lot.
Okay, well this is now a 4 versus 1 raid battle, and technically it's 3 because I don't count Hop's stupid sheep Pokemon thing.
Neither does Eternatus Berry, because that guy is focused a lot on taking the sheep out. He's probably wondering why such a peasant Pokemon is even in a battle against him.
Seriously, I love this game, but can't wait for it to be over because then we won't have to deal with Hop anymore. That guy is just such a pain in the ass.
Well, looks like Zacian is using his sword attack move, or is this Zamazenta? Whatever the blue dog here is the one currently attacking.
For the love of God, Barry, I hope you never go into commentating because you'd be the most dumbass person to do that job with the commentaries you'd give.
This raid battle is really tough, boys. Even with 2 legendaries helping, Eternatus isn't getting any weaker, and his health bar is still above like 50%.
Okay, well I think that was Hop's sheep, which just got nuked. And if anything that's gonna help us speed this battle up more since we don't have to sit through him using a pathetic move.
Oh, I agree completely, Obama. I never liked having double battles with our rival or someone else who's an NPC because it would make the battles drag on so much when they shit Pokemon.
Yeah, it's difficult to get around the fact that there will always be shit Pokemon for us to battle alongside. But at least in this case, we have 2 legendaries with us, Donald.
Okay, so Joe, I'm not really sure what advice to give you here, except maybe just use fairy type or ice type moves if you can.
I don't think sending this guy out was smart, Joe, since a Tornadus is also dragon and probably gassed up right now due to its Dynamax power being on.
Maybe Donald, but I still think Dragapult is our best bet. But saying that, Zacian and Zamazenta are barely doing any damage to this thing anyway. So I'm just guessing on what to do at this point.
Yeah, they're literally doing like 10 points of damage per hit, which is crazy if you ask me. They should be doing way more than this.
And they keep howling, which is actually so annoying. Oh my God, they sound like wolves, which is cool and all, but the constant noise is distracting.
I don't really like this raid battle, to be honest, boys. I think one of the coolest battles in the Pokemon games would have to be either Arceus and Legends Arceus and Giratina as well, since it changes its form.
Yeah, that battle with Giratina is cracked, Joe. It was also really difficult, but no one expected the difficulty spike when it suddenly changes forms. Kind of like Ultra Necrozma when everyone played through Ultra Sun and Moon the first time.
And also like how badly you played through those games, Obama. And before you have a go at me, you brought up the topic, so there.
Yeah, if you all liked Ultra Sun and Moon, then be sure to check out the full movie playthrough we made of those games where you can witness just how bad Obama is at being a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah, whatever, guys. We should talk about how long this battle is taking you, actually, Joe, because it's an embarrassment if you ask me.
Nah, it's done now, Barry. Look, Eternatus only has 1 health point left, so let's all be quiet and see what's going to happen now then.
Oh yeah, this is the best bit. This is where we catch it, boys.
You're catching the face hugger in a little plastic ball, Joe LML.
Donald, I said be quiet.
Okay, and with that, guys, we've officially saved the Galar region from whatever hell Eternatus was going to unleash. But I still feel sorry for the poor guy, too, for going through this ordeal.
Yeah, so that's another region the world owes me for saving, I think. This is what a real champion is supposed to do, just so you all know.
Well, how about the so-called real champ gets his ass to the main stadium, Joe, because it's time for the showdown the world has been waiting for.
Yeah, Joe, you need to make this battle look even more amazing than the one Ash had with Leon in the anime.
Yeah, don't worry, boys. Our battle will be legendary. And I so did not steal that quote from Kung Fu Panda, even if Tai Lung did say it before I did.
Let's hope your other speeches aren't from movies, Joe. But anyway, this is the moment all the viewers and myself have been waiting for. Oh yeah, and the human Rillaboom to sit in right next to me.
Okay, well that was uncalled for, Donald, but everything else you said is true. I have been so waiting for this battle since we started this series, guys.
And this is where Leon will finally meet his maker boys. And I wonder what team he'll have with him this time.
Yeah, well, no time for idle chit-chat, Joseph. The battle is about to begin. Even though we've seen Leon a lot throughout the game, remember, he's still going to be super tough.
Yeah, our boy Leon is psyching himself up by the looks of it, and part of his routine is slapping himself in the face for some reason.
Something I'll do to Joe in a minute if he loses this battle. I'll give him a quick backhanded slap with the full force of Novak Djokovic's return serve.
What the hell does that even mean, Donald? And who is this degenerate person you're talking about too?
He's a pro tennis player, Joe, and the complete opposite of a degenerate, but anyway, your battle is actually off to a great start against Leon's Aegislash.
Okay, well, he didn't have one of these in the anime, if I remember correctly, guys. It seems the game, Leon has changed his team up a bit.
But that goes back to my point from earlier, Donald. Leon is the strongest trainer in the world because he does change his team. Kind of like how the main player can do that too.
It would be interesting if there was an option in which, once you caught a Pokémon, you can't use another in battle or something like that. It would make the games a lot harder.
I think that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard of in my life, Obama. Please never repeat something like that again.
Well, I may need some help in a second, boys, because this Haxorus of his is super powerful. And I didn't expect him to have one, but here we are.
Yeah, this Pokemon is usually one Iris would have, but then it means he probably doesn't have Dragapult with him, Joe. If he's using this dragon-type Pokemon.
I wish he'd used the team he had in the anime, because then we could have recreated the Ash battle too, and we could have made it more epic.
Don't worry, our Otaku Tyranitar boy here should be strong enough to take Haxorus out, Donald. And I actually do have a serious announcement for everyone too.
Oh yeah, regarding YouTube's new ever-updating policies, Joe, I read it as well.
Yeah, so YouTube has been getting stricter when it comes to AI-generated content. And if it wasn't already obvious, we aren't the actual voices of the US president. So going forward, we're gonna make that as apparent as possible.
Yeah, I mean, everything you're seeing from the video gameplay to everything we're saying was recorded and written by Discoml. But we feel it's better to be safe than sorry, so we can keep creating amazing content for you all.
And yeah, that's basically the gist of it all. And as soon as we finish the announcement, Leon's Haxorus has officially bit the dust, so now what's next?
What's next is a Seamitoad Berry, which is a Pokemon I wasn't expecting at all. In the anime, Leon had all the Galar starter Pokemon for some reason, but now he has this Toad.
Seismitoad is actually a cracked Pokemon, Joe. I used one so many times throughout my playthroughs of Pokemon Black and White too.
Yeah, definitely an A-tier Pokemon, maybe borderline S-tier in some situations, but all around a great one for sure. Not as good as our shiny Umbreon, though.
Okay, well, I only sent out Umbreon because I wasn't sure what else to do here, boys. So, yeah, any help would be nice right about now.
Yeah, it has Drain Punch, Joe, and you go and send out the one Pokemon we have, which is weak to fighting types, like the big buffoon you are, man.
Okay, yeah, maybe that was a slight miscalculation on my behalf, Donald. But anyway, we have Rillaboom with us, the berry Pokemon, so I'm sure his grass-type moves will be the best choice.
Yeah, this is certainly a Pokemon I won't be missing when this series is over, that's for sure. But anyway, this guy is definitely one of the strongest members on our team.
Except when this stupid grassy surge ability decides to pop up, because it also heals the opponent's Pokemon too, which is a real dick move by the game devs.
Thinking about it though, Donald, it's not really, because if it only healed us up, then don't you think it would be a little overpowered?
Oh yeah, Joe, just like how me using Arceus would be considered overpowered in my playthroughs, but you two won't let me.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear you say that ridiculous statement, Donald, and instead congratulate Joe on taking out the Toad.
Yeah, the Toad is down, but now he's sending out Cinderace. And if y'all remember, this little guy was the starter Pokemon Hop. And I didn't pick in the beginning.
Yeah, and it's also the best starter Pokemon in Galar, just like how fire is always the best type to pick, and grass is the worst, especially when it comes to Meganium.
One day, Donald, I'll battle against you with a Meganium, and you can use any fire-type starter Pokemon, and I bet I can beat you.
Oh yeah, well I'll just use Mega Charizard Y, and then you'll get completely obliterated, Obama. I think everyone will agree you won't stand a chance against that Pokemon.
Well, if he uses Toxic and then keeps stalling you, Donald, he might have a good chance at winning in that situation. I mean, that's what I'd do anyway.
Where were those big brain strats of yours when we were battling the gym leaders, Joe? You decide to bring them out in literally the final battle of the game.
And he just got our Dragapult killed 2 Berry for the second time now, I think in the last 2 episodes alone. Joe is really showing how he's the top champ, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Donald, check this strat out. Since Umbreon is a literal tank and can survive basically all hits with its super high defense stats, I can use this opportunity to use the max revive Sonya gave us to heal the other members.
Wow, the first useful thing you've done today, Joe. Well done, I guess, but let's see how this works out for you.
I don't like the fact that Joe is using Umbreon as basically a slave to take the hits while he revives the rest of our team. Umbreon is a solid attacker too, you know.
True, Donald, but sometimes sacrifices need to be made for the greater good of the team. And Umbreon will go down knowing it played a vital role in helping us beat Leon.
To be fair, Joe did actually manage to use all 3 of those max revives, whilst Umbreon tanked everything that Cinderace threw at it, so this time I think Joe made a good move.
All right, fine. At least he didn't let Umbreon die and switched it out instead. But let's see how much our Tyranitar can hold out now.
One Earthquake from this guy should be enough to take out Cinderace Donald. There's no way it can handle that move, and then we've basically won this battle, boys.
I agree that Earthquake can take this Fire Bunny out, but I think you two will be surprised by what his next Pokemon is going to be, actually. I just looked on Bulbapedia.
Okay, Barry, you're not supposed to be cheating and seeing what Pokemon our rivals will have before we do. That spoils all the fun and amusement for me when Joe inevitably messes everything up.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for you, Donald, I haven't been playing that bad this series, and this battle with Leon hasn't been bad either.
And this is the surprise, boys. Leon did in fact have a Dragapult of his own, which he had kept up his sleeve. This is actually his second to last Pokemon as well, so let's end this, Joe.
And boom, 1 crunch is all that's needed to take it out Obama. His Dragapult was weak as hell compared to ours. Maybe I should have gone Dragapult versus Dragapult.
Yeah, well, now our boy Leon is sending out his ace Pokemon guys. Of course, his ace would be Charizard too, since it's like the most famous Pokemon along with Pikachu.
Yeah, well, since he's going to Dynamax, I think it's only fitting we do the same for this final battle. I can't believe we're basically at the end of the story now, boys.
All right, watch this, everyone. You're about to witness some awesomeness.
Okay, you beat all his other Pokemon without Dynamax, Joe, so I don't really see the point of breaking that streak right now, but if you insist, then please don't mess this up.
Okay, so he's going to use a Grass-type move on us, which will probably be super effective. And if you didn't Dynamax, Joe, then it would have probably killed us.
Yeah, that's true, actually, since Rock is weak to Grass-type moves, but I think 1 Earthquake from us should take this out.
Boom, you were right, Donald. Our Tyranitar is the most cracked thing ever, so I guess that's that then, boys. We're officially the strongest trainers in the entire universe.
Wow, you actually did it, Joe, and on your first try, too, so well done, buddy. Congratulations on beating Leon and taking another champion's name, although this game doesn't have a Hall of Fame, so everyone will forget you LMAO.
Yo, that's so weird that there's no Hall of Fame here. How's everyone supposed to remember me when I'm dead or something, then, boys?
Well, other than the fact that this whole battle was probably live streamed to the whole world. Joe, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Plus, no one else has your memory.
Well, I guess that basically concludes the main playthrough of Pokemon Sword, everyone. We hope you enjoyed it, so please remember to like and subscribe.
Yeah, but don't worry, we'll see you all in the Isle of Armor very soon, and we'd love for you all to check out our merch store and Patreon links below, too, if you like.
And give me all a big W for being champ. But anyway, see you all soon, everyone.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome to part 16 of our Pokemon Sword playthrough. In the last episode, we beat the main game, so I guess we'll be tackling the post-game now.
That's right, and Jizzy Joe is here back at it again with the white suit. And I can't believe you two managed to beat this game with my other moronic side in control.
Yeah, well, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel, and also check out our merch store and consider becoming a member if you'd like to help support our channel as well.
Oh yeah, I'd like to give a huge shout out to Bradley, one of our members, for becoming one in the highest tier we offer, being the Master Ball tier. So thank you so much, Bradley.
We appreciate it more than you know, and the fact that you enjoy our content even more makes us feel so good. Anyway, back to the game. We seem to be having a battle with Hop again, Jizzy Joe.
Yeah, well, this goon thinks he can beat the unbeatable champion, which is, of course, me now, not Leon.
Yeah, Hop won't beat us with his trashy team, so I don't even understand why we're having this battle to begin with anyway.
Well, let's humor him for now, boys, and in the meantime, we can talk about this post-game and what's to come next for our channel.
Okay, well, I first have to say we're voices created with AI and not the real presidents, in case any of you thought we're the actual U.S. presidents.
Yeah, thanks for that announcement, Jizzy Joe. The normal version of you would have probably forgot to mention that, but anyway, the post game is what we're going to be probably playing for the next few episodes.
Yeah, that's right. Barry the boring post-game, which in this game involves battling more Dynamax Pokemon. So I think after this episode, we'll try skip right to the DLC, which is way more fun.
I couldn't agree more, Donald. I played this post-game a long time ago, and it was dead-ass boring as hell. The Isle of Armor DLC has way more for us to do in it.
Well, it doesn't help we're battling Hop here, who has a shit team as usual. I guess they got a little bit stronger, but other than that, they're so useless.
Well, hopefully it'll be the last time we battle him. Obama, I have way more important things to be doing, like planning that special video which everyone has probably forgotten about.
Oh yeah, I heard about that video, Donnie. I'm looking forward to being a part of it if the other side doesn't take over, or you two even let me.
Trust me, we'd prefer you, Jizzy Joe. But we can't say more than that for now. So anyway, Hop here is on his last few remaining legs, it seems, boys.
Yeah, he's on to his last Pokemon now, Barry, being his starter Ace 1. Nothing we haven't been able to deal with up to this point, so it's GG for him, isn't it?
Well, this goes to show how strong our Dracovish is here, guys. Even if its moveset is quite bad, still being only Crunch and Fishious Rend, basically.
Yeah, it's an all-around solid Pokemon, Jizzy Joe, and it has been an integral member of our team so far. There's no way I'd have gone back to change it for anything else.
And with that, this rival of ours has been beaten for like the billionth time in a row now or something. I lost count, to be honest, but was it ever really worth counting?
Oh, hey, look who decided to show up glowing as ever. Our girl Sonia here is looking stunning, Barry. She's shining like my gold chains.
Wow, and she came all the way out here to give us a stupid book. Not like we can even read anything in this game or talk, so I don't see how that can help us.
Well, maybe it has some advanced Pokemon tips in it, Barry, that we can use to catch Pokemon or something. Not like we've really been doing that anyway.
Hey, the most advanced thing here right now is me, Donald. Nothing goes beyond my comprehension of the Pokemon world. I know more than anyone when it comes to Pokemon and rapping too, actually.
Okay, well, Mr. Ego, how about you return the sword and shield thing here, which Hop said was the whole purpose of us coming here, apparently?
Yeah, we came here because we're still carrying that rusted sword and shield around with us, apparently. We can't be having that, but to be honest, I still don't know how we catch Zacian or whatever the Pokemon is.
Oh, hello, what do we have here? Two blokes showed up with the worst hairstyles I've ever seen, and I know quite a bit about bad hairstyles.
So these two literally look like the sword and shield heroes, which I think they are or something. They aren't necessarily bad, Donald, but they're for sure not exactly good either.
Okay, well, these two remind me of Jedward, if any of our British folks know who we're talking about. Probably some Americans do too. But yeah, these guys are just plain weird.
Well, that's something we can all agree on, Jizzy Joe. And this whole post-game is just weird too as well. I don't think any other post-game has ever topped Gold and Silver's one.
And Crystal too, Donald, even though they're basically the same game. But anyway, those two had nothing of importance to tell us for now, so it seems we need to head back to Wedgehurst Pokemon Lab.
Yeah, back to the lab, where Sonia had more stuff to tell us. I'm not sure what we're supposed to really do here anymore, but let's hope it'll be exciting.
Nothing about this feels exciting so far, Joe, and something we seriously need to do is change clothes. I keep forgetting to do that when I record the gameplay for you.
And by the looks of it, boys, Sonia has gone and got herself a rather attractive-looking assistant too. Maybe I can date both of them at the same time.
Yeah, show them your gaming setup, Barry. Maybe that'll impress them, or even better, they can both run away LMAO.
And then you and I can have one each, Jizzy Joe. Although I think Barry would probably hate us forever, so let's instead still continue being his BFF.
Well, just so you know, I'd take the ladies over you any day, but anyway, it seems Sonia has us going out on a research project for her, or something now, boys.
Yeah, well, as champion, I really should have better things to be doing other than being a little errand boy for all these adults.
Okay, well, I cut to the first town we need to visit, Joe, because apparently in each stadium there's a random Pokemon going mad in there, and we need to stop it.
Ah, so we're back to where it all began with the gym challenge, guys, and this is where the other Joe somehow managed to lose his first battle in Pokemon Sword.
Oh, and that Pierce fellow even showed up as well. I guess by the looks of it, boys, this is going to be a raid battle, and I'm going to be stuck with these peasants during it.
Well, yeah, that's the only boring thing about raid battles, Joe, is the fact that we have to sit through 4 other moves getting used before we get to attack again. And if we lose, then we literally have to sit there like a peasant ourselves.
Oh, holy hell, guys, here we go. The first Pokemon we're battling is gigantic Serena Pokemon. This one is from Alola, and to be honest, I don't really like it.
I think it's pretty decent, Barry, and I'd like the viewers to comment some facts for us about the different Pokemon regions since you mentioned Alola, and we can give the best one a shout out in the next video.
Okay, well, I can already tell this first battle is going to be an absolute drag, Jizzy Joe. we don't really have any useful Pokemon to deal with this first one if you think about it.
Yeah, you're probably right. Donald and Pierce's Obstagoon just got nuked to hell and back. That Serena one shot it with a punch to the face.
Great. And now this guy's just going to keep using Dragon Dance, isn't he? So it's basically going to be a 2 versus 1 battle now, and I'm stuck with Hop all the way.
Oh, and because you're an idiot, Jizzy Joe, our Dynamax button meter thing has run out, meaning you won't be able to Gigantamax for a very long time. Maybe that means one of the others will have the chance to get big, though.
Well, it looks like Hop stole the show from us, Donald. I think if Jizzy Joe had in fact got big, then we'd have this battle over with by now. Maybe the other normal idiot Joe is slowly breaking back into Jizzy Joe's side of his brain.
And I was right too, guys. That stupid grass-type gym leader with his little dragon-type apple thing is just using Dragon Dance. If it was me, I would only use like 3 times and then attack because any more is such a waste of time.
Okay, well, your best bet here is to switch to Mr. Rhyme Jizzy Joe and then use Ice-type moves because I can't believe we have a full team of Pokemon with 2 pseudo-legends, and yet we have no Fire-type moves at all.
Yeah, at this point, we'd usually have something like Flamethrower or whatnot, but regardless, we're still Gucci. I think Donald LMO.
Okay, well, I can't believe this, but Hop might end up carrying me through this entire battle, which is just insane, if you ask me. I'm meant to be the champion, but instead that lowlife wants to play hero and win this battle for us.
Well, this was all your fault to begin with, Jizzy Joe, and I say that with love because I actually like you and your friend. But at least for our sakes, Serena won't be able to use items to heal itself, so we have that going for us.
Yeah, agreed. And with that, Hop managed to land the final hit in on Serena, which means this Dynamax battle is over. And I'm glad this is because we have a bunch of other battles to do now, too.
I think it would have been cool for us to actually be able to catch the Dynamax Pokemon at the end of the battle, you know, boys. I mean, they're wild, so I don't see why we wouldn't be able to.
Okay, well, Milo here was absolutely useless, and all he did was use Dragon Dance, like you said, Jizzy Joe, so I'm glad we never have to deal with this moron again. But do you know the real reason to why these Pokemon are going mad?
If you were paying attention earlier, Donald, you'd know that these Pokemon are going mad because of those 2 Jedward characters with the bad haircuts. They seem to be the ones causing all this trouble for us.
And speak of the devil, there they are buried. Somehow they got behind the desk in the gym too and kicked out the staff working there. These guys really do get around.
Yeah, well, they may be causing all the Pokemon to go on a rampage, but we still don't know why they're doing all this to begin with. In my opinion, I think that they feel they're the actual heroes which fought with the legendary dog Pokemon.
Okay, well, Hop wants us to head right to the next gym, whichever one that is, for the next Pokemon, which is on a rampage. And it seems like they're only limited to getting big inside the gym stadiums.
Yeah, well, we all watched the anime together, Obama. And in that, the Pokemon went on a rampage too, but they got big in the most random places. So someone should really explain how that works.
And Sonia has showed up and told us more pointless information about Galar particles and all that floating about the place, which is probably why all the Pokemon got big in the middle of town's Jizzy Joe.
Oh, hell yeah, boys. The next town we need to visit again is the beautiful Nessa's one. I can't wait to see her again for more time, considering the last time was in the Pokemon tournament where her whole team got obliterated.
Okay, well, the obvious choice for this gym is to use Mr. Rhyme since he has Thunderbolt, and this time I'll also Gigantamax as well so we can one-shot this water-type Pokemon in the gym, whatever it may be.
Well, after this one, Jizzy Joe, I think there won't be any more showing up for a while, so that's good at least. Which basically means this entire post-game is going to be over in like 2 episodes or something.
And yeah, good shout, Jizzy Joe. Switching to Mr. Rhyme here, this Gyarados would probably have been a pain in the ass if it wasn't for the switch.
Well, yeah, Barry, and it has the Intimidate ability too, which reduces our attack, but Mr. Rhyme is more of a special attacker anyway.
Such a waste of time too, though, boys. Why can't it have just intimidated all the Pokemon at once instead of wasting so much time going through each one individually like that?
Yeah, well, that's Game Freak for you, Donald. But then again, the reason is also because there could be a Pokemon with an ability that can't have its attack reduced. So who knows, really?
And Pierce's Obstagoon almost got nuked again, Donald. That thing is so weak now, but we battled him. His entire team was like the most cracked thing we encountered.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be relying on him anyway, Jizzy Joe. This battle is basically a 1 vs 1, and that's the way it should be. These other peasants are wasting so much time, and if you can't tell, I haven't got any patience.
Well, lucky for you, Donald, this battle is already over, thank God. Jizzy Joe didn't waste time on this one, which means our battle of the rampaging Pokemon is done, I think.
Yeah, but now we're going to have to work out what those two bad haircut villains are planning on next, Barry. And I bet we're going to have more battles with them, too.
Well, Sonia wanted us back at her lab, so here we are in Wedgehurt City again, her town. I can't remember what this place is since it's so small.
And speak of the devil, Jizzy Joe, look who's crashed Sonia's lab, and they're both sitting around here like they own the place.
And they're both talking crap as usual, Obama. I feel a battle coming, too, so I hope they're both ready to get crushed by my almighty powerful team.
Sonia has even gone and called them goons. She's really dishing out the violent talk today, isn't she, Elmao? But anyway, yeah, we're going to be battling them now, and it's going to be a double battle too, Joe.
What I want to know is why Pierce is just following us around like he's some lost dog or something. He has his own gym to run, doesn't he? But then again, it's not like Spikemouth is the busiest place in the world, is it?
Actually, Barry, if you were paying attention earlier, you'd know that his sister, the beautiful Marnie, is the new gym leader of Spikemouth Gym. It seems when she appeared in the tournament, she managed to promote her crappy little city to so. Now people want to go there for gym battles.
Wow, great story, bro. No one cares, so anyway, this battle is already off to a great start for us, and a terrible start for those fools.
So their first Pokemon was a Gullisopod, which I wasn't expecting, and they have this Bronzong too. Both solid Pokemon, to be honest, but let's see what they have next.
Well, this is a full 6 Pokemon battle, Joe. They have 3 each by the looks of it, too. And now the blue guy has sent out Bisharp, which is another solid Pokemon. I may bash these guys, but their teams aren't half bad, you know?
Yeah, good Pokemon with absolutely shit training, though, Donald. Jizzy Joe is crushing these guys. Well, the blue guy's Pokemon, at least.
Now they've decided to play the defensive route since I'm obliterating them. That light screen is going to be quite annoying to deal with, and I don't really have any physical attacking moves either.
Well, you made a good choice switching out to Dracovish, dude. That guy has that ability which boosts biting moves, and Crunch is going to be super effective against both those Pokemon, too.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help that Hop here insists on still using this dumbass sheep thing, and somehow it's carried him this far in the story.
Well, thankfully for my sake, Barry, it's gone and died, so now maybe he'll send out a Pokemon that's going to be half decent. We still have 4 Pokemon to deal with, too.
His ace is on the field now, Jizzy Joe, so I think we can get this battle moving along faster now, and I'm surprised that our Dragon Chompy boy has not even attacked yet.
He just did, Donald, but it took a while since we switched Pokemon out and they got a free attack turn in on us.
Okay, well, we still have 3 Pokemon to deal with, and they all belong to that red fellow now. I can't even remember the buffoon's name, to be honest.
Make that 2 Pokemon Joe. Hop has actually done something useful for once, and also I saw some comments in the last few videos of people defending Hop and saying how they actually like him.
You know, compared to some other people, Donald, he's not that bad. I mean, I also saw those comments, and people said they liked how he's nicer than most other rivals, especially Blue.
Yeah, but Blue's whole thing is to be mean and cocky Obama. That's why he's the best rival, and he can actually back up his arrogance since we all know he's the second best Pokemon trainer in the world after Red.
Okay, well, technically, Joe, Blue is the 4th greatest trainer in the world since Ash and Leon are 1st and 2nd, respectively. And then I'd put Red, and then finally Blue in 4th place. Cynthia is also up there as well, for sure.
Yeah, Cynthia is definitely up here as probably the 3rd best trainer, in my opinion, Donald. But anyway, Jizzy Joe has beaten these clowns, so I guess that's the end of their scheming.
Well, hang on a second, though, guys. I think the scheming continues because Sonia's assistant here is a spy.
Hot damn, no one saw this coming then, did they? So now we have to deal with this sneaky little snake, too, who's probably been gathering information here all this time.
Yeah, well, she's been stealing all the information on Galar particles, it seems, Donald. And somehow she slipped under all our noses, and I don't even know how that's possible.
Okay, well, if you read what she just said, apparently she wants Galar back under the rule of this royal lineage thing, which I have no idea existed still.
And Sonia seems very upset, so I think it's time to leave and start to wrap this episode up, boys. The post-game has begun now, and you can expect us to play through the Isle of Armor DLC, like we mentioned, starting from part 17, I hope.
Yeah, good shout, Joe. So thanks for watching, everyone. Please remember to like and subscribe, and consider becoming a member of our channel and Patreon as we release episodes early for those people.
Yeah, that's right, and a big thank you to everyone currently supporting us. It really helps us to keep making content for you all, but thank you to everyone else who tunes in whenever we upload too.
Yep, that's right, and we have our merch store up and running as well, so feel free to check that out if you like. Otherwise, we'll see you all in part 17.
Yeah, stay tuned, everyone, and have a great week.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome to part 17 of our Pokemon Sword playthrough. As you can see, we're at Wedgehurst Station right now because we're going to be starting the Isle of Armor DLC from here on out.
Yeah, that's right, boys and girls, so please remember to like the video and subscribe, and also consider becoming a member if you want to help support our channel and early access to our videos too.
Yeah, okay, so the Isle of Armor is one of 2 DLCs in this game, and we're only going to be playing this one because the Crown Tundra is something we were not really a fan of, to be honest. But it's something we may come back to later.
Yeah, that's right. And we also don't want to get burned out recording videos for you all. So to keep our sanity intact, this is how we'll be proceeding for now. And another thing we'd like to say is we'll probably be splitting the Isle of Armor into 3 separate videos, depending on how long each trial takes.
Yeah, that's right, boys and girls, so please remember to like the video and subscribe, and also consider becoming a member if you want to help support our channel and early access to our videos too.
And we're not even a minute into the video, and you already appear to be battling a Slowpoke, which looks like it's from Alola Joe. This little guy just showed up here out of nowhere.
And now Joe's attempting to catch the thing when I'm pretty sure just killing it would have been a lot easier. But each to their own, I guess.
Well, this Slowpoke is only level 12, and I thought 1 Pokeball would have been enough to catch it, but apparently not. When all else fails, though, the trusty netball will come in clutch to save the day.
Just so you know, Joe, I would have smacked you so hard in the face if you used our Master Ball on this thing. But to be honest, it's not like we really have anything to use it on anyway.
Well, this Slowpoke showed up here as a clue to the Pokemon we'll be able to see in the Isle of Armor location, boys. There's going to be lots of new interesting Pokemon for us to encounter, as well as the almighty Urshifu, which we just have to use.
Oh, hell yeah, I am so with you on that point, Barry. Urshifu is a Pokemon we'll have to use on the team, but it will mean swapping one of our current members out for it, which is something I never like doing.
Well, Joe, if you're going to be a little wimp, then I think the viewers can decide which Pokemon we should swap Urshifu out for. Although anyone who says Dragapult will be ignored.
Now hang on, Donald, you can't just make rules up like that. If you said the viewers can decide, then that also includes Dragapult too. Although losing him would be quite bad for us since Dragon and Ghost typing is cracked.
Okay, well, if you two are done arguing. We finally made it to the armor station, or whatever it's called, and we even got flown all the way here by that Corviknight Pokemon.
Hey, Joe, one thing you could let me do is get you that Zarude Pokemon from the last movie it featured in. It's like this monkey thing, and we could name it Barry 2.0 LMAO.
Yeah, well, how would you like it if I caught a Bruxish and named it Melania Donald?
To be fair, I think that would actually be a compliment, so I don't see how that would offend anyone, Barry.
Wow, didn't expect to get tag teamed by you two today, but anyway, Joe, that pink-haired freak girl wants to take you outside for a battle by the looks of it.
She looks like she belongs in that old women's fairy-type gym in Ballinlee, or whatever that town was called in the woods with the magic mushrooms.
Yeah, you could be right there, Joe. She does look like a fairy-type user, but right now she's leading off with a Venipede, which is a Pokemon from Generation 5.
Yeah, and in its current form, it's a total piece of shit, but when it's fully evolved, this bug-type Pokemon is actually really good, and I even used one to beat the Elite Four back in the day.
Yeah, Scolipede is a solid Pokemon for sure, Donald, I agree with you there, pal. But now her next Pokemon is just another stupid Slowpoke, so not much on the variety side of things is there in this battle.
And you absolutely destroyed her Pokemon team, Joe, so well done. The first battle of the Isle of Armor has gone very well, even if it was the easiest battle ever.
Well, one thing I'd like to know is what the deal with this person is anyway. She just shows up of nowhere like that Slowpoke from earlier and sort of takes over the whole show from here on, and I never understood why.
She's basically our rival here, Donald, let's be honest. And she's even directing us to the Master Dojo place, and the guy in there was actually Leon's personal Pokemon instructor, so he must be one tough cookie.
Yeah, his name is Mustard too, which is one funky name for sure. I've never met a Mustard before, but yeah, we won't be battling him for a while, Joe. I won't say more, though, so it doesn't get spoiled for you.
I don't mind spoiling it for you, though, Joe, because I like to wind you up, but unfortunately, it looks like I'm getting interrupted by this Yellow Jacket guy and his Diglett with hair.
Yeah, this guy wants us to find the Diglett, which have been hiding around this whole island, by the looks of it, Donald. And there's like 1 billion of them dotted about, which means the rest of my life will probably be spent looking for them.
Yeah, and they're a pain to find as well, Joe, because you can only see the tips of their yellow hairs sticking out the ground, so you have to stop like every 10 seconds to just stare at the ground.
That's something you can do in your free time, Joe, And you've made it to the dojo anyway, which is where the real fun begins.
And that pink-haired freak show of a human is here too, talking to some random women who probably owns the place, I guess. Or she's the janitor, maybe?
I won't spoil too much for you, Joe, because if I do, then Barry will get mad, but I can tell you that. This woman here isn't the janitor. She's actually Mustard's wife, I think, and I have no idea how he got her.
Well, he can't be that bad-looking Donald. And I think we have more pressing issues because this pink-haired peasant is trying to plot against us or something, boys. She's conspiring as I'm talking right now.
She's harmless, Joe, but you will have to battle her a few more times, I think. Anyway, we got a cheeky little look at the new member for our team sitting on that roof, guys. I'm so looking forward to adding that little fella to our team.
Hot damn well, this dojo reminds me more of a school than a martial arts institute. But anyway, that guy up top must be the main man himself, so let's see what he's all about.
Wow, this place is super nice, though, Donald. There seems to be lots going on here, too, and I guess we're all going to be taking part in this DLC together.
And this little kid here, Joe, just gave us the EX share or something to that effect. I feel it's a bit pointless, since there seems to be a permanent EXP share on in this game anyway.
Okay, well, it's not like we need that at this point anyway, Barry. Our team is super cracked, so Joe shouldn't even need to use strats anymore. He can just brute force his way through all these battles now.
And talking of battles, it looks like the boss man here wants to see what we're all about, Joe. So how about you show him who the real champion is now?
Oh, well, since this is a Dojo Obama, there's going to be a ton of fighting-type Pokemon, which means my psychic types like Mr. Rhyme will clean up in here. I just have to be careful, though, since he is also part Ice-type.
I'm pretty sure this Mienfoo could have been fully evolved, especially since it's level 61, but apparently Mustard doesn't care about that. If he had it evolved, then maybe this battle could have been a little more of a challenge.
He clearly doesn't care much, Donald, because he's now sending out a Shinx of all things, and didn't expect to see one of these here in this gym, to be honest, since it's an electric type.
A level 61 Shinx at that too, Barry. He could have at least used Luxury, which would have been awesome to see, but I guess Game Freak are worried that people will complain about difficult battles after that whole Ultra Necrozma fiasco.
Which leads me on to a point I made in another video, Joe, which is they really should have a difficult system in this game before you start to play. An easy, normal, and hard mode with different Pokemon and items used based off which difficulty you choose.
Yes, we know you're such a little G that normal game modes don't cut it for you, Donald, but anyway. We finally got a new outfit after what felt like 1 billion years, and these drips are actually pretty solid, if you ask me.
And more importantly, Barry, it looks like we're going to actually be starting these 3 trials now, and like Donald said earlier, we'll most likely cut them into 3 separate videos for you all to enjoy before this series comes to an end.
Yeah, it's just the best way to go about it, Joe, which may mean these last few episodes could be a little shorter, which we apologize about. But we hope you'll still enjoy them anyway.
Hang on, boys. Look what's going on here. Those slowpoke just barged in and stole the pink-haired girl's clothes, El Mao. Well, not the one she's wearing, but the dojo uniform she was just given.
I think the real issue here is how I managed to change into my dojo outfit in front of all these people so quickly. I swear they were all just staring at me whilst I got changed, literally in the middle of the room.
Well, Joe, your first trial, but the looks of it is to go find those slowpoke and get her clothes back. And I think her name is Clara Obama. So we got to stop calling her the pink-haired girl.
Yeah, well, she has pink hair, Donald, and I don't like her anyway. She was acting super bitchy since the first time we met her, and I can't be dealing with that right now, bro.
Hang on, look what the so-called master's doing, guys. He's just sitting on his couch playing a Nintendo Switch whilst we go out and do all the work.
Yeah, well, to be fair to him, Joe, he's got a shit ton of trophies to his name and awards as well. So I think he's done his fair share of work and battling, and now he just wants to take it easy.
And he can't play his game if you keep standing in front of him. Joe, you fool. So get your ass outside and hunt those slowpoke.
Hang on, Barry. He's playing a game in which a lot of Pokemon appear. And my guess is he's playing one of the Let's Go games.
Yeah, he most likely is, to be fair, Joe, but no one cares. So hurry up and get her clothes back so we can get ever closer to getting our little big Urshifu bear thingy.
Well, this weather is just marvelous, isn't it, boys? No wonder I'm losing frames and I'm playing this using an RTX 4092. How badly optimized can a game be that a 4090 can't even handle it?
Joe, literally stop your yapping and get moving before Donald or myself takes over Bucko. We have to go find those cracked slowpoke, which are the opposite of slow, if anything.
Look at them. They're just running circles around us, literally and figuratively, Joe. Imagine being the champion of like 6 regions now and not be able to catch a slowpoke of all things.
Nah, Donald, The trick is to work out their path and then stand right in front of them so that we can battle. Simple as that. And now this little pink fella is going to get obliterated.
Well, I think it would have been better if they had these little fellas evolved, because seeing the Galarian forms of Slowbro is really cool, actually. And Slowking has a crown on his head, too.
Yeah, they're pretty neat, actually. I remember that one anime episode where Ash got the Slowking's crown on his head, and he turned into a Slowking himself.
Okay, well, that's one Slowking down, and now 2 left to go. And I can already see the next one running rampant around this marshland, probably terrorizing the other Pokemon in the area, too.
Yeah, well, we still have to get that Clara person's uniform back since it got stolen. And I'm really not liking her attitude, by the way, boys. You need strict discipline and good manners to be in a dojo, and she looks like she belongs out on the street.
Damn Obama being a right old savage at the moment. Didn't need to go in that hard on her berry, but I do see your point, too.
Well, we just got 2 more parts of her uniform back, boys, which means there's 1 Slowpoke left, which stole something. And since you mentioned the anime, Donald, I don't remember any of this being in it.
Yeah, none of this was in it, Joe, for some reason, but maybe they'll show it in the Pokemon Horizons anime, which I'm really enjoying, by the way. Let us know if you've been watching it and what you think about it in the comments.
I started to find it boring, Donald. But whenever that certain shiny Pokemon shows up, it really makes the show look good. But we won't say what it is in case you haven't seen it yet.
It's Shiny Rayquaza Berry. You can just say it because it was in the literal trailer of the show, which came out months ago. So it's not exactly a spoiler anymore, is it?
To be fair to Joe, that's true, Obama. But still, some people may have not known that yet, Joe. So you're a moron for also spoiling it, too.
I literally don't care, Donald. But in other news, I just beat all the Slowpoke and got the uniform back, too. So it's like I just completed 2 trials at once, surely.
Yeah, that's not how it works at all, Joe. But anyway, well done for beating the first trial. Not that it was even that difficult to begin with, and we're supposed to be the champion, too.
Okay, something I do have to mention is we made a poll a few days ago regarding Bulbasaur and Squirtle, and which of you all think is the best one. And to the surprise of nobody, Squirtle won that poll.
Yeah, Squirtle won. And so that's who we'll be choosing to take as a new partner in this DLC, although we aren't sure if we're going to use it yet, so let us know if you'd like us to in the comments as well.
Personally, I don't really care, but I'm not going to be the one to train it all the way up to level 70, Joe. And remember, we still have Urshifu to train, too.
I'd take Urshifu over Squirtle any day. So actually, how about we make another poll asking who people would pick over Blastoise or Urshifu and go from there, Joe?
Yeah, all right, fine, Barry, let's do that. And then hopefully by the next episode, we'll have a decision made on who we should use, which should be exciting.
These guys are special too, Joe, because they can already Gigantamax, apparently, which means we don't have to waste time feeding them that max soup thing with the mushrooms.
Oh yeah, I always loved how they made it. So mushrooms were the item that made Pokemon go big. Like, I bet they were tripping or something when they came up with that idea.
Yeah, maybe they took mushrooms themselves, which is why the graphics look like complete ass. But anyway, we got our Squirtle Turtle boys, and he's going straight to the PC forever, most likely.
Okay, well, Joe, how about we start wrapping this episode up for now then, since the first trial has been completed, and we also got the Kanto region starter too.
Yeah, good idea, Donald. So, well, everyone, thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed this episode, and please hit the like and subscribe button, and consider becoming a member of the channel if you'd like to support us.
Yeah, hopefully the next episode should be out next week sometime. We haven't got fixed dates because Discoml's in real life schedule is a bit mad, but we hope you can all bear with us on that.
That's right, so have a great weekend, everyone, and we'll see you all very soon for part 17 or whatever one we're on. Now, LMAO.
Okay, boys and girls, welcome back to part 18. I think we're on now of our Pokemon Sword playthrough. And today we're going to be doing trial number 2 of the Isle of Armor DLC, so please remember to hit that like and subscribe button and consider becoming a member of the channel and Patreon if you want access to early videos.
Joe, what in the actual hell are you doing?
This is our campsite, Barry. Probably my favorite feature of this game, which has got carried over to Scarlet and Violet too, I think. But anyway, we can set up a big campsite here and play with our Pokemons.
All right, well, this is cute and all, Joe, but don't we have to start that next trial? We have lots to do, remember, like go find those Gigantamax mushrooms or something, and then do more battling too.
Yoar Dracovish here is doing some mad Naruto running, boys. This is super cute. Actually, just look at the little guy.
I love zooming in on their faces too, Barry. It's so cute and adorable, and I could just stay and play with our Pokemon here all day if I had the time. This is such a great feature, and I hope they bring it into Generation 10.
Well, they certainly all look very happy, don't they, boys? But Joe, we really got to get going with the video, you know. Our viewers have come to see you do the trial, so maybe you could make a video about this some other time as its own separate thing if you really want.
Yeah, all right, Donald, I know we have a few busy things to be doing today. And also, boys, can you believe that we only have probably 1 or 2 more episodes left of this series? It's quite sad, but I guess that's how it goes.
Okay, well, the first thing you need to do is swap one of our team out for that Squirtle we picked in the last episode, Joe, remember? And we did ask everyone in the comments to choose a Pokemon, and it seems everyone had different ideas, but for now, we'll swap Dracovish out for Squirtle.
Actually, I did that for him since Joe isn't competent enough and would probably end up releasing our team instead of swapping them out.
Okay, well, we have a level 5 little turtle on our team now, guys, which means he's going to get levels super quick here, since all the Pokemon we're battling is like level 60 plus. But for now, we have to make our way through this forest, which Mustard says the mushrooms are found in.
Yeah, and like he said just now, Joe, you got to be careful because it's very easy to get lost in this place, you know? I remember getting lost in here when I first played this DLC back in the day, which was like 4 years ago.
Oh my God, Joe, what are you doing now, you fool? Why are we battling a Pikachu? We have more important things to be doing.
I'm going to catch this little sucker, Donald. We need a Pikachu in our boxes like Ash had, and then we can build a Kanto team too. We already have Squirtle, so getting the others will be easy peasy. Maybe we could even build Red's team like in the manga.
We are absolutely not building Red's team, Joe. He has a level 89 Pikachu or something, which is just insane. And anyway, we have to get that Kubfu, remember? Actually, I made a poll the other day on what version of Urshifu everyone likes the most.
Yeah, and the consensus is that most people want us to pick the Rapid Strike one more, and I can't remember if that's the Water type one or the Dark type one, but I guess we'll get a nice little surprise when we get to that point.
Talking of surprises, Donald, our little Squirtle here is already evolving after catching a goddamn level 60 Pikachu of all things. I did not have that on my bingo card ever, actually, holy hell.
Yeah, see, and Donald was giving me shit for wasting time catching Pikachu when it helped us to evolve our Squirtle to its 2nd stage already. I bet I could evolve Squirtle again if I went about catching more Pokemon too.
That was all just sheer luck, Joe, and you know it. And look, you've even got yourself lost now too, you fool. I knew this would happen as well, but this is still super annoying.
It's fine, Donald, because I know where we have to go now. And anyway, the Isle of Amor isn't a very big place to begin with, is it? So getting around won't be hard, and I can always ask Barry for directions too.
You know, Joe, you keep using those max repels, but I feel like they're not even doing anything for us anyway. We keep running into Pokemon, so what's even the point of them to begin with, bro?
The point of them, Barry, is to stop Joe running into Pokemon when he's going through the taller grass, but it won't stop the Pokemon from running at him, which have already spawned in the overworld.
Like with what's just happened right now. This Lopa Pokemon from Gen 5 just ambushed me, but luckily for him, I won't blast him into oblivion, because that cave we need to get to is just across this meadow.
Yeah, this meadow has some mad Pokemon in it, doesn't it, boys? Like that Kangaskhan Pokemon, for example, which is actually really solid in the competitive scene, or at least it used to be.
And that's a good question for this video, which I forgot to give in the last one. But please comment down below which Pokemon you think has been the best in the competitive scene overall in single and double battles. And tell us why you think it is too.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about the competitive scene. Actually, 2 guys, so please comment, and we'll shout out someone in the next episode, which may be the last of this series, so that shout out will be quite special.
And look who's decided to show up as soon as we find the mushrooms, guys. Clara thinks she found them first, Joe. So how about you obliterate her and her shitty little team from existence?
Yeah, Clara is about to face the wrath of God, boys. She's probably one of the most annoying characters I think we've encountered so far in the Pokemon series, you know. There's just no redeeming qualities about her.
All right? You can't deny that, Joe. There is literally nothing good about her at all. All she does is whine and complain, and she's always trying to get rid of us too, when she was the one who invited us here in the first place.
Yeah, I can't deny that, Donald. I mean, I thought Hop was quite annoying, but he's just useless. This little girl, however, is just plain annoying. Like, I can't even think of another person in the series who's this annoying.
And she loves poison-type Pokemon too, which means she's easy pickings for me and Mr. Rhyme here, boys. 1 psychic attack is all you need to beat her. And apparently her goal is to become a poison-type gym leader or something too.
Well, I say we crush those dreams of her, Joe. She's got 0 chance of becoming a gym leader with her current skill level. Hell, I wouldn't even stick her on Route 1 of any Pokemon game as the first trainer battle.
Yeah, agreed, Donald. She makes youngster Joey look like champion Leon LMAO. But anyway, guys, I got the shrooms, so now let's see this so-called soup they're going to make for us.
Well, this Max soup, which I think it's called, is going to be used for the Gigantimax. Remember, Joe, I know everyone else knows that, but you have the memory of a goldfish. And by the way, I saw a comment from a viewer which stated that we can use watts to upgrade the dojo.
That milk tank was really after you for a second there, Joe. Maybe it was a relative of Whitney's one, and it heard how you beat it and made her cry, so it was out for revenge.
Listen, Donald, if any milk tank comes near me, the last thing it'll see will be my flamethrower attack whilst I cook it alive to about a medium well temperature, which is how I like my steak cooked.
And hey, with that you could also add some of these fungus Pokemon, which might go well with that steak. Joe, I'm trying to think of other Pokemon we could use to garnish our cooked milk tank, actually.
I think Miltank would go well with any grass-type Pokemon, to be honest, Barry. There aren't many salad-based Pokemon, but maybe that dragon-type apple Pokemon would taste good before it's evolved.
Who the hell eats apples with a steak, Donald? No has time for that. And this is seriously a long-ass trek back to the dojo, holy hell. I wish we could just fly back there or something, you know?
The Rotom bicycle is the best way to get around here anyway, Joe. And speaking of which, you can customize this bike from that lady next to the dojo. Remember, so maybe we could do that after this episode or something.
Barry, we literally have no time for pointless crap like that. We have to make this soup first, just so we can get on and pass this silly little trial. And by the looks of it, we were the only ones to actually find the shrooms to begin with, unlike these other peasants.
Yeah, that's right, Donald. No one else managed to find any, which means they all failed trial number 2. And from the looks of it, that means they're all out from this competition, which means I've already won.
Wow, you spoke too soon there, Joey, old boy, somehow by some miracle or some cheating. Most likely, Clara has found her very own Max mushrooms, and she even wants Mrs. Honey there to use her mushrooms in the soup instead of ours.
Yeah, I would not trust this girl to hold a plastic bag, let alone use her mushrooms in a soup we're all about to eat. If we start hallucinating on the battlefield, then we'll know why.
God, it better not be those kind of mushrooms, Donald. I wouldn't put it past her to pull a fast one like that on us, though.
Well, too late to say anything now, boys. The shrooms are getting cooked in that giant golden pot, and I guess we're not the only ones who's going to eat all of it. Everyone will be sitting together at the table like a big Thanksgiving lunch.
It seems her shrooms were indeed legit, though, Joe, so don't worry, we won't be hallucinating today. We just got a red power-up thing happen to us at the table, and apparently we can feel the Dynamax energy.
Yeah, and it seems that guy standing up will be able to make more soup for us if we need it, which is quite nice of him. He failed the trials, so now his new job is basically to be the kitchen bitch, LMAO.
And with lunch over, our man Mustard wants a word with us, Joe, because we beat the first 2 trials like they were nothing. And I guess Clara would have to be here with us too, apparently.
Wow, she's so shocked that she made it to the final trial even though she's passed the first 2, the dumbass. I mean, seriously, her life must be so meaningless and empty to get excited over something like that.
Okay, well, it looks like before we can take on the final trial, Donald, we first have to battle Clara yet again. And whoever comes out victorious, which of course will be yours truly, will get to take on the final trial and get this special armor or something.
Well, this island is called the Isle of Armor for a reason, Joe. But more importantly than that, all I want is the goddamn Kubfu so we can get the Urshifu. And it looks like the rapid strike style is the winning, having just looked at the poll.
Okay, so those doors at the back of the dojo led us to this huge battlefield, which I guess is where the brawl is about to go down between us and this moron. And she was very insistent on going out here first for some reason, wasn't she?
Donald, are you suggesting that she could have somehow sabotaged us before the battle has even begun? I swear to God, if she has, then she'll be the one getting hit by my flamethrower attack instead of that mill tank.
She could have done anything for all we know, Joe, but no time to speculate now. Let's just get this over with so we can say we beat the first and second trials and then take on the ultimate third one in the final episode.
Remember Joe? She likes to use poison-type Pokemon, kind of like Koga did in Kanto, although she doesn't compare to him at all. He's tiers above her and even became an Elite Four member, remember?
Okay, so her first Pokemon is a Skorupi, which is actually quite a solid Pokemon in my opinion, boys. I used one of these in the Sinnoh games once upon a time, and it was really good.
Oh shit! And here it is, everyone! I knew this was coming. This little peasant girl decided to play dirty and sprinkle some toxic spikes onto the battlefield before we began, and now we're gonna be poisoned for the rest of this battle.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter, Donald, because Psychic will just one-shot all her Pokemon anyway. And my question is, why wouldn't she want to evolve her Pokemon into a Drapion instead of leaving it as a level 65 Skorupi?
Because, Barry, what we have in front of us right now is the definition of an idiot. But anyway, her next Pokemon is Wheezing Galarian form, and this thing is also about to see the Pearly Gates, too.
Yeah, and of course, you being you, Joe, you won't bother trying to stop the poison with a full restore or antidote, but instead leave us to slowly die to it.
Well, Donald, it's not like this battle is difficult for someone like me anyway, is it? So I might as well make it a little more difficult for myself by keeping the poison here, just to make it seem like she might win LMAO.
Yeah, fair dues, Joe, and she's lost 3 Pokemon already, and now her final one is coming out. And remember, Joe, this last one will be able to Dynamax too, so get ready for that, bro.
I still think not curing the poison is a bad idea, but fine, do what you like, Joe. You made it this far in the game by ignoring me, so if you lose somehow, I'll get the satisfaction of taking over from you.
Yeah, well, the only time I lost a battle was like the first gym, Donald, because I wasn't prepared enough for it. But now this Slowbro can do whatever it likes, because I'll still win. I'll always win.
Joe's got that positive thinking going on right now, which is doing him a lot of favors, Donald, so you can't deny that LMAO. But anyway, here is a Galarian Slowbro, which I don't think we've seen before.
And it got a critical hit on us too, Joe, so what's the plan now, buddy? And it also has that quick draw item, which can allow it to move first in some situations too.
Yep, there's the quick draw, which means Mr. Rhyme is probably going to die now, which I wanted to happen anyway, because I have a super duper strat in mind for this Slowbro.
Well, this should be good. So what is this so-called strat of yours then, Joe? It better be something amazing and never been done before.
Oh, well, all it is really, Donald, is sending out Barry, who's super overpowered to deal with this thing. I mean, it's not exactly the exciting strat, but it won't fail here, which is all that matters, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I was hoping you could destroy her with no mercy, kind of like how Anakin showed no mercy to those younglings in episode 3, but I guess this will do too.
Wow, her Slowbro almost killed Rillaboom Joe. You gotta be careful, man. What are you thinking seriously? She could have Anakin Skywalkered us herself.
Too late for that, Barry, since we just nuked her finally. Well done, Joe. This useless peasant of a trainer can now go crawl back into the hole which she came from, since her dreams of becoming a gym leader are officially over.
Yeah, thank God for that, Donald. And that means your boy Joe Biden has beaten the second trial too, and now the third and final ultimate trial, and that armor shall be mine. I can't wait to have unlimited power.
See that, children? Cheaters never win, so be good to your parents. Do your homework and eat your veggies, and you'll all be golden.
And become members of our channel too, so we can make more videos for you all.
Yeah, Donald, that's not how you ask that, man. You got to be more polite and respectable. But anyway, with this all done and me being the ultimate trainer in this dojo, which I only showed up to like an hour ago, by the way, I think we can start wrapping this episode up, boys.
Hey, Mustard knew she cheated and still let us battle her with the unfair advantages, which I think is a little messed up, you know, guys. Maybe the real villain of this story is him all along.
Yeah, well, who cares, Barry? I still won, and the fact I won, even though she cheated, probably makes her feel even worse about herself, which is what we want.
And her task is now to look after the dojo by herself, which is hilarious, actually. But anyway, like Joe said, we're going to wrap this episode up for now, everyone. So thank you so much for watching, and please hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, the next episode is most likely going to be the final one, if you can all believe it. And we have a surprise for you all. We did a members-only poll the other day, and they seemed to like the idea of us giving Pokemon Scarlet and Violet another go, so we shall be heading back to Paldea next.
That's right. As some of you know, our save got corrupted, but we have it back, and we'll probably just restart the whole game anyway. But we're actually excited to be heading back there.
By we, you mean you and Obama or Joe. I hate the idea of going back to Paldea. The whole region is just a mess, and I hate it. But I got outvoted, so I guess I don't have a choice in the matter anymore.
That's right, Donatello, so suck it up and get ready for a wild ride. But for now, we'll see you all next week, everyone. Have a great time with whatever you're doing, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Alrighty, everyone, guess who's back here for the finale of Pokemon Sword? It's, of course, your boy, Jizzy Joe Biden. And we're going to be taking on the final trial of this DLC today. So please remember to smash that like button and subscribe too.
Yeah, and whilst we get our Kubfu, we have to let you all know that our channel was almost permanently terminated by YouTube last week. We thought it was the end for us again, but it would seem not. But we do apologize to some of you if you were wondering what happened and where we went.
Donald, you were meant to say we apologize to all of you, not only some you fool. But anyway, yeah, so that happened to us. We just woke up one morning and saw our channel wiped off the face off the planet.
Yeah, and it's all because the power of Jizzy Joe Biden that we're back and now have our Kung Fu. Hopefully nothing like this ever happens again, although I'm pretty sure we said that the last time this happened. But it's old news now, and it's time to focus on the game.
Yeah, so here's the little cutie pie himself, the Pokemon we've all been waiting for, and it's super strong already. I believe Jizzy Joe. This little fella is going to be absolutely cracked one day. I know it.
Yep, one day it will be Donald. But for now, we have to basically make it love us, which means Mustard here told you to go take Kung Fu to various viewing sites around the island, Joe, which apparently will make it like us more.
5 seconds with me will make anyone be my best friend Barry. So this little task will be easy peasy lemon squeezy, just you watch. And then we can go evolve it into an Urshifu, which is the main point here.
And even better, we can let our Pokemon walk around with us now too. Jizzy Joe. One of the best features that was in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver came to the DLC of this game, which made no sense, but anyway, still cool to have.
Yeah, check it out, guys. Our Mr. Rhyme is out vibing or whatever it is he seems to be doing. He looks super happy doing it, though. Oh, my.
Okay, but he moves slower than my other self does, Barry. He's like tippity-tapping all over the show instead of walking normally, and we have places to be as well.
Yeah, so why are we battling this Bouffalon Joe? This Pokemon is definitely wasting our time, and you decided to get mad at poor Mr. Rhyme for walking slowly.
To be honest, I just saw the guy spawn in and felt I had to battle this hairy Afro Pokemon, Donnie. It's such a great Pokemon, actually, and remember, Champion Alder has one too.
And it also helps to level up Kung Fu Donald, which we really need to do if we have any chance of taking on the tower Joe decides to choose. Remember, the trainers in there have like level 70 Pokemon, so we need ours to be at least level 60. Joe.
Yeah, all good, my G. I'll probably cut some of the videos so we don't have to make this a 3-hour-long one of me killing the local Bouffalon and Pikachu population trying to grind to level 60.
Yeah, good idea, Jizzy Joe. And also, we need to head to one of those exclamation points on the map if we want to become better friends with Kung Fu. The little guy is going to be our bestest friend ever by the end of this series.
The closest point we can go to is the Sea Cove kind of one, Joe, so that's probably your best bet, buddy.
Yeah, we'll head there, Barry. And whilst we do that, I want to talk about the fact that Basculegion and the other ancient Pokemon from Sinnoh should be brought back into the games, don't you all think?
I have wondered that myself, to be honest. Why were they only in Legends Arceus when the other ancient fossil Pokemon, like Genesect or Armaldo, have been in basically every game since their inception?
Check it out, guys. Our little Kung Fu is in here, chilling and vibing it out. And apparently this is enough to make a Pokemon hit its max friendship rating with you, so we should bring all our Pokemon here if we want that Jizzy Joe.
Yeah, you could be onto something there, Barry. And oh man, it's a Golisopod, boys. I definitely need to battle this thing. And then we can increase Kung Fu's level some more as well.
This Pokemon is a real gangster one, Jizzy Joe. Guzma had one in Ultra Sun, remember, and it was the real deal for sure. First impression is also such a great move and always goes first, like Quick Attack.
Now, the best move that goes first is Extreme Speed Donald, and only a few Pokemon can learn it. The best one is probably that special Dratini you get in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver from the Dragon's Den in Blackthorn City.
You're such a little nerd for remembering that, Barry. But yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, we did use one in our playthrough of Pokemon Heart Gold, which was the first series on this channel, by the way, and you should all go check it out.
Okay, well, the Mustard Man here is now revealing the next part of this trail for us guys. And basically, we're going to be choosing what tower we want to head to. And I already know we're going to be going to the water type one.
Hang on, Joe. Why the hell are we heading to the water one? The dark one is clearly the better option.
Yeah, well, you would say that, wouldn't you, Barry Elmau? But the reason we're heading to the water one is mainly because of that poll we made before our channel got zapped off the internet. And also, we need a water-type Pokemon, too.
Okay, well, we have a shit ton of training to do, boys. So for the sake of time, I'll do the rest of it off screen, and then we can catch up when I've got Kung Fu to around level 60.
Yeah, good shout, Joe, but don't over-level it too much. We want these last few battles to be a challenge so it's more fun, all right?
I agree with Barry on this one, Jizzy Joe. We want the battles to be super difficult for you, so and the other moron side of you isn't in control today, so we should get to see some real strats.
Well, Donald, my plan is to teach Kubfu some stat-boosting moves like Bulk Up, and maybe some others like that, which can lower the opponent's defenses too. So it should make my life a little easier.
And with some editing magic, you find us all in the Tower of Water or whatever this place is supposed to be. Either way, it's the water-type tower because this is clearly the better one out of the two.
Yeah, and we're not allowed to enter this place with any other Pokemon except Kubfu, and Jizzy Joe has gone and trained it up to level 64, I believe. So let's get this finale started, buddy.
Okay, the first Pokemon we're battling in this place is a cracked-looking Psyduck. And what I want to know is why we couldn't battle a Golduck or something better. A champion like me, who's just the most OP player in history, is here battling a gosh darn level 65 Ducky.
I agree with you, Jizzy Joe, but this Ducky has Confusion, which is a psychic-type move. And it's also super effective on fighting types like our Kubfu. I feel like I'm getting PTSD again from when I lost battles against Sabrina.
Yeah, well, teaching Bulk Up was a solid move, Joe. And by the way, I've actually collected some useful items for you to give to Kubfu, like the Life Orb and Black Belt, which will boost its moves.
Stay away from the Life Orb, my guy. That item is a ticket to hell because it makes you lose damage at the cost of a little more power, and I still don't know how much more damage bonuses we get with it.
Someone could comment how much extra damage the Life Orb helps us achieve, but I know for items like the Black Belt, it's about a 20% increase in damage. Or it could be 10% too, actually.
All right, well, it's there if you need it, Jizzy Joe. And now we're here battling floor 2 in the Tower of Water. And let's see how this battle will go now, and we're against a Krabby this time. I feel like there's a theme to all these battles.
Yeah, the theme is they're all water-type Pokemon Berry, if that wasn't already obvious as it is. But anyway, Joe, you can use the same strat as before. Just power up Kubfu with Bulk Up and then spam Aerial Ace, since it's a move that never misses.
Hey, I just want to say this place reminds me of Demon Slayer, and I don't know why. I'm loving that anime so much too. The latest arc is just so good, isn't it?
Probably because we're here training our Kubfu up just like how Tanjiro was training with all the Hashira. Definitely some good training vibes in this place for sure, Joe.
Of course, the two nerds would be talking about all that crap. How about we focus on beating this crab instead of geeking out over a cartoon?
Says the person who cried when we watched Your Name. But anyway, this crab is already dead, Donald. And now I can move on to floor 3.
That was confidential information, Jizzy Joe, and now you've gone and exposed me. Let's pretend this convo never happened and talk about how your battles are going instead.
Too late, Donald. Everyone knows about it now. Elmao. But yeah, Joe is on to floor 3 now, I think. And so far he's doing well, which was to be expected, since this is Jizzy Joe playing and not the other dipshit.
You know, these battles also remind me of how Norman's gym is laid out in the Hoenn region when we went for our 5th gym badge. We had to battle one trainer in each room. Remember to be able to move to the next room.
Yeah, true. But Norman's gym felt way more difficult than this one, Joe, and we could use our entire team in there too. Plus, each trainer specialized in either attack or defensive moves, so you needed to think more in his gym.
Yeah, you needed to think more, plus Norman was a way more difficult opponent than any gym battle we've had in this region, that's for sure. They did him an injustice by making him be the 5th gym battle, in my opinion.
I second that, Barry. Norman was a real G, and I'd have him in my crew any day, along with Volkner, Whitney, Cynthia, Ash, and Red too.
I feel like Blue deserves to be in your crew as well, bro, along with me. Leaving me out the Jizzy Joe gangster crew is surely blasphemous.
The only thing blasphemous around here, Donald, is the fact that Jizzy Joe is struggling to take down a goddamn Marill of all things. This is like the weakest Pokemon we've encountered in here, and it's still alive, Joe.
Okay, well, it's dead now. Barry and I thought you added the Life Orb to my Kubfu, and that it would make it OP when you did that. I saw we lost some health points, which means you must have given it to Kubfu, but I'm not noticing much difference.
Yeah, he definitely added that stupid orb, Jizzy Joe, which I'm still very much against using. It's gonna be the death of you, just watch. The better strat would be to use Bulk Up and then spam attacking moves.
The thing is, Donald, is that he can still spam Bulk Up and attacking moves whilst also keeping the Life Orb attached. Just think about how much more power we'll have when Joe's gone and done all those things together.
All right, I think this is the last opponent we'll have to face in here, boys, and so far I've got myself trapped in a whirlpool attack, which is so annoying. This move's sole existence is to just piss everyone off, I swear.
I think Barry would disagree with you there, Joe. The most annoying move would probably have to detect or protect or even fake out. Those moves just waste time.
Oh my God. And speak of the devil that Poliwhirl just used, protect, Donald.
Nah, fake out is the worst one, guys, because it's the most annoying when you're about to one-shot an opponent and then suddenly they outspeed you and use fake out, which means a whole turn is wasted for nothing.
And that Poly Whirl got nuked to hell and back. Jizzy Joe, well done. Maybe the combo of the Life Orb and Bulk Up wasn't a bad idea, Barry, but let's see how well it'll work against Mustard, who's up next.
Yeah, the final opponent awaits us, Joe. And this battle gave me hell when I first did it back in the day, so let's see how well you do in it. Just take your time, and remember you can use healing items if you need to. We have a shit ton of full restores.
Our boy Mustard is standing in front of that sick, nasty-looking scroll there. I want to hang a scroll like that in my recording studio so I get inspiration for my next song, which will never get released.
Yeah, it won't get released due to certain copyright laws, which we won't speak about in case we get our channel canceled again. But anyway, here we go, the final battle of the series, guys. Let's make it a good one.
All right, so Mustard just whipped out the best-looking drips I've ever seen in a Pokemon game.
Oh, this will be so easy. A Kung Fu versus Kung Fu battle, and clearly mine is the superior one here.
And you're going to do the same Bulk Up and Aerial Ace Strat Jizzy Joe with your Life Orb attached too? I don't think that will work here, buddy.
Nah, I got this, Donald, so just keep your massive whale lord mouth shut, would you please?
Hang on, Joe Donald might be right. His Cub Fu is level 70 and one Aerial Ace almost killed us, so be careful.
He's ignoring us, Barry, which means he probably has some super awesome ultimate strat up his sleeve.
Yeah, you guys got to just watch this. He's got to come in now.
Hey, Joe, care to explain yourself, please?
Well, what happened there was we lost.
Oh, really? No shit, Sherlock. I think the older Joe Biden is starting to creep into your brain because normal Jizzy Joe would never have lost a battle like that one.
Okay, well, forget that all happened, everyone. It was just a test run, really. This here is the actual proper battle against Mustard, but guess what? I had to go through that whole tower and battle everyone in it all over again.
Yeah, sure, it was just a test run, Jizzy Joe, but anyway, maybe listen to what your two friends have to say this time because we only have one Pokemon in this battle, remember?
Well, I saw that loss coming from a mile away, Donald. I'm surprised you couldn't see it happening, but anyway, that's in the past, so let's focus on how this battle is going to play out now.
I leveled up Kung Fu to 67, though this time, guys, which should make it a little easier for us to battle Mustard's level 71.
Well, the good thing here is you're actually attacking quicker this time than the first battle. Jizzy Joe, that's the key here. You got to get attacks in right away.
Yeah, that is the key, but I still can't believe we have a loss in the final episode of this series, and there isn't much time left in this video either, boy.
And boom, guys, I just beat Mustard in 2 moves flat. Now that is how a champion is supposed to battle, and maybe if Ash battled like that in Series 1, he'd have become a champion 25 years ago.
Except it also took you 2 times flat to beat Mustard in a battle, Joe, but that aside, well done, I guess.
Details, schmetails, Barry. Anyway, now that I've beat Mustard, this basically concludes the whole DLC, doesn't it, guys?
Not only the DLC Jizzy Joe, but this also concludes our Pokemon Sword series. We just wanted to thank you so much for sticking around if you made it to the end, and thank you for all the love and support in this series too.
Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe and check out our merch store if you'd like. And also a big thank you to our members who help us to keep making these videos possible. We appreciate all of you so much.
Hey, check it, guys. Our Kung Fu is about to evolve into its final form now.
Yeah, our bigger Shifu is on its way, although we sadly won't have time to test it out. We know the Crown Tundra DLC is still available too, and maybe that's something we'll come back to later, but like we said in a previous video, that DLC wasn't that great for us, so making content for it won't be good as we won't enjoy it.
Yeah, content for something we don't like won't be fun for anyone to watch, which is the reason we won't be making videos on the Crown Tundra at this time. So we hope you all understand, but don't worry. It's not completely written off.
Our Urshifu looks so glorious, doesn't it, guys? I love how scary and strong he looks. We should have named it Master Shifu from Kung Fu Panda, or Po even.
We'll take a good long look at it, Jizzy Joe, because we won't be seeing it again for a while. And with that, we're going to be wrapping up now, everyone. Once again, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you all for our next adventure.
Yeah, the next adventure, which will either be in Paldea or Johto. Who knows which it'll be, but stay tuned to find out.